No fucking
79, bro. 79 AD, bro. There you go. That's
that article about the moon disappearing. I just read it quick.
Yeah.
Again, it shows you the flaws that we have with geology.
Right?
That effectively, it's like they say there was a volcano that erupted in 1104.
Mhm.
They think that that's the reason for the 1110 disappearance. But why didn't it disappear in 1104? Then they say there was also another eruption in 1108, another volcano. But again, the moon didn't disappear in 1108. So they're just looking for the closest event. And then later in the article, they say once the volcanic ash settled, you could then see the moon again.
Yeah.
So they just told you why they know the volcanoes couldn't
How
have
can we
blocked
trust
it.
any of their
And then-
timelines at this point, right? Flat Earth Soul?
Exactly.
My Instagram is.
I mean, they're supposed to be the experts. They're PhDs
Hold on,
in
Helio.
geology and shit, right?
Hold on a second. Helio, you goddamn loudmouth motherfucking redneck. Kashi's trying to say something. What's up? What's up, Kashi girl? Go ahead.
Hey.
You had something to say.
She's got it. She's got it.
What?
Kosh, go ahead. You got the floor.
What?
Spit it.
Okay.
Spit it.
I want you. EBERI07.
Hit it. What do you got?
Yeah, we're waiting for the next one too.
And also, fuck them. And I will just text you individually because they're fucking retards.
Hold on. I'm a douchebag.
You're talking to us? Are you talking to us?
I'm not talking to you.
Well, if you're opening your mic,
Okay, then you should just. Can you please put yourself on mute then? When you're not talking to us.
I'm sorry. Could you guys put yourselves on mute then?
No, we talk to each other all the
Yeah,
time.
I do it all the
Fuck
time when I'm
off.
not speaking.
Fuck you. And
When
fuck
I'm not
off.
talking to you,
I'll stop.
put myself on mute.
I'll stop talking to you once you shut the fuck up. How about that?
She got server muted, man. No. Come on. Fuck. Come on.
Like, she's talking to somebody else on like a
Fuck up.
game or something.
You're not shutting the fuck up.
All right, so you're talking to somebody else on another game or a server?
Fuck.
Like this, I gotta say, this makes her bad radio. I mean, should we continue this?
Oh, my God. Help us out.
Disgusting, the fact
Bring us back down to earth, man. Bring us back down to earth.
Everybody, hold on. Back off of Kashi. Like, wait, Kashi, what's up? Who said what?
Is this Kashi person a flat earther?
Dude,
Hold on.
she's just a drunk, crazy person. She's talking to somebody else with her mic open and saying "fuck you" to us. Like, what's the point in leaving her unmuted, dude? Like, what's the point?
Yeah, sure. Kashi, if
I wanna hear Kashi though. Kashi, what's up? Like, why are
She's
you?
not talking to you, idiot. She's not fucking talking to you. She's talking to somebody sitting next to her.
Orion, you bitch ass, stupid ass, goof ass, bitch ass. I already know she's muted, but I don't know if she's server muted. I don't care.
God damn it!
Let her go.
Helio.
You don't let me.
Helio.
All right, what?
What's up, baby?
What's up, baby?
Telling you, Kashi left her mic open. She was talking to somebody else, and now fucking 4 people are going to say, "Oh, she was open mic." No, this stupid bitch is not paying attention.
There was no way she wasn't talking to us. She's doing that on purpose.
She said it, witchcraft. I asked her. She said she's not talking to us. I asked her. Whatever, you didn't hear that, but I did that, okay?
All right, but
End of
like
story.
after all that whole thing happened, she says nobody's listening and letting her talk, so she's just gonna have DM everybody individually.
No, she's been talking to people for an hour now, over an hour. So maybe it was an accident. Maybe she's talking to somebody else on another freaking Discord or another, or in the room or in a live stream. She forgot to mute herself. While she had to open, hot mic or something.
Got you, my nigga. All right, bro. You're right, though. I mean, I just wanted to make sure, like, what's going on, because there's a whole lot of confusion for me. Like, I mean. And
I think she's cool, man. She hadn't really caused any problems. She's been asking some decent questions.
I'd check it out, bro. I wouldn't even lie to you, bro. But that's just because she sounds extra crazy. And
but also she's in a room full of us crazy motherfuckers too. So it's kind of like we have to check ourselves. too.
All right. And by the way,
just a reminder to the audience: drunk people are only drunk on a flat Earth.
Yeah, because
That's
you
the
would
only
fill it
time the Earth
spinning.
spins, right? Exactly.
Oh, we just had some crazy stories about alcohol. But yeah,
No, I heard
I'll
some.
let it rest. I'm gonna keep repeating myself.
Yeah, and
Hey,
Kashi might be thinking, but
No disrespect earlier. You know, just
And also, what I won't, what I won't
oh
do
man.
is be
I
like,
mean, like just so you know though, like no disrespect. I was
no,
making a
it's
joke.
not disrespect.
Kashi, are you on different
I went to
things
go.
talking to different people, or are you still just like right here talking to us? I just want to make sure. So
I
we're all
literally.
talking about the same thing.
I'm sorry that I had to fucking take a piss.
You don't have to be apologize for that because I do
You
that
guys
a
are
lot.
fucking annoying. Honestly.
We're very
Talking to
annoying.
somebody else again.
Everybody's annoying.
I'm not talking to anyone. Literally, I would love to be talking to someone.
All right, cool. Hey, how much do you know about the globe, man? That's my question to everybody I meet.
Take your fucking globe and
How much do you know about the globe? The globe.
You are fucking ass. Stop it. I know what you're doing, and I don't like it.
Hey,
what about the globe? What about the globe? Anybody know anything about the globe? Because there's a lot of information.
Nobody knows anything about the globe because they're all fucking retarded.
I think the Kashi cereal has gotten to her brain. She's got grain brain.
There is no globe that exists to think about, so that's why everybody's crazy.
Helio, you are a genius, brother. You're a genius.
Yeah, you're a genius.
Where the fuck is this globe?
I got something, guys.
This elusive globe that everybody's looking for. Where is it? It's only on
I got
TV.
something, guys.
I don't know. It seems to be up your ass.
This just in from researchers say the octopus did not originate on Earth. It hopped on a comet, came from another planet because the DNA wasn't right. Doesn't work out with evolution. Doesn't work out with the globe. So they need more globes to get the octopus to come to this globe, so it'll make sense.
Oh my god, you're right. They do say that bullshit.
The DNA is not right, bro. The DNA is not right. Doesn't make sense.
I cannot believe anything other than what you're saying. It's so right.
Octopuses come.
You believe the octopi came from a planet, from the sky, from the dirt up in the sky?
That makes perfect sense because octopus skin, it goes all multicolored like a galaxy. So maybe the octopus does come from a different galaxy.
It's not a fucking chameleon.
I like that, Solar.
Oh yeah, they're purple. Oh.
Yeah.
It's not a fucking chameleon.
Could be.
It's better than a chameleon.
It couldn't be.
It's an interterrestrial being from another planet.
No, it's.
Oh yeah, because they change shape too, so that they have texture, not just color.
It's not interterrestrial. It's
NASA also confirmed that cannabis comes from a different galaxy. The genetics that they find.
Oh yeah, like the planet of weed.
Weed is really dangerous.
You
should be careful.
Wouldn't it be great to get some DARPA or some hidden military project that mimics like what an octopus does? So, it's like a hood. You can just put it on and run it to a wall, and just have it mimic the surface and the color of the wall. Like the purple
the surface
camouflage.
and the color, they're completely mimicable because you can have a freaking whole surface that's like it's always got those markings, and then the whole thing, even the wall has that too. It's crazy you said that. It's like because paint is like a liquid, right? So it settles just like a liquid flat. Isn't that crazy? Oh my god.
That's crazy. Hey, does anybody want to ask her the 3 questions? That would be cool, man. If we could get through that, that'd be cool.
I got 3 words in one question. When's dinner?
That is good. She got muted again.
Do you think that's really a good idea? I mean, all right.
Let's do it, man. Let's just finish the night off with the 3 questions and let's move along. You guys are pros. I have to tell you.
Okay, Kashi, do you know any time in the past of when anyone's made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth to demonstrate that the Earth is in fact a ball?
Yeah, actually, I did.
Wow.
I was this weird like group that I was in, but here's the thing: I wasn't like telling them it was wrong, but what I was telling them that was not about the curvature of the Earth.
You're breaking up, Kasha. You're breaking.
What I was telling them that was wrong was not about the curvature of the Earth. It was about what they were talking about. Their curvature could have been correct. I don't know.
She does not know. That's the last thing I heard.
I do believe her when she says she lives in D.C.
I'm down with that. I'm down with that. I love it.
I think
a liberal cuck.
Fun of me.
Cock.
I'm not.
Okay, so Kashi, that was quite a serious question that Orion was asking you.
If I was lying.
He was asking you for a specific person, a specific experiment, or a specific test that was done, and what was the measurement taken to definitively prove that the Earth had curvature?
I didn't take a measurement. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, I'm not asking you.
Maybe we should ask her. Do you even believe it's a ball, Kashi? Do you believe the Earth is a planet?
I do believe it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, do you know how anyone ever proved it to be a ball as opposed to flat?
It's like, can I not believe that the Earth is like?
Oh no, it's fine. No, I didn't mean to say it like that, Kashi. I apologize for saying it like that. It's all right to believe what that. We're not going to beat you up for just believing the Earth's a ball. We're not going to be. It's just that we're trying to help you understand that in order to actually prove it to be a ball, someone would have to measure it to be a ball.
I've done this. Like, I'm a nurse, so like I've done like the calculations, but like I don't really get it. So
did the math. He did the math.
Yeah, I did the math.
You did the maths.
Okay, but calculation is not measurement. I can calculate when I'm going to next fart.
I'm not
calculating when I'm next going to fart does not mean it's true. It's a calculation.
I never said it was.
All right. So when we ask you for measurement, listen,
you're
you
a
dummy.
nurse. You're
being
a nurse.
a ass bitch is what you're being.
We asked you for a measurement, and then you go on about calculation. So I'm just trying to elucidate that there's a difference, to which you just agreed there is a difference between measuring and calculation. And when we ask you for a physical measurement, you're going to use your dumb ass and go back to a calculation again.
Where's the curve? Where?
You're being weird.
So
actually, clean out your ears, maybe.
We are reduced to talking to on the internet. This is who we're reduced to talking to. Bunch of like 14-year-old teenagers in their parents' basements playing like World of Warcraft and just being like never walking outside. And then really drunk middle-aged women that are bored.
I don't talk to people who are rude.
You're a nurse. Do you give COVID shots to children?
Oh, hey, everybody.
No, don't even bother going that direction, man. The live stream has had enough, like, we're already on the razor's edge. Like, don't even, just, no.
Yeah, let's back away from that.
And coming from your...
What about this,
coming
Kashi?
from your potty mouth.
Hold on. Real serious question. What do you know that you have to tell everybody here in this room that's listening?
He has nothing to tell.
That was extremely fascinating. Can you please tell me more?
Yeah, he has nothing to tell. What
that's so enthralling. I want to hear more. Go on, please.
I'll tell you something, but but I wouldn't want to take it away from like the person who believes in fucking retarded shit.
Hey, Kosh, have you ever heard of
Hold on, wait. No, she just challenged me, dude. Everybody stop.
Stop.
Oh, yeah. Sorry,
You're talking about beliefs now, right?
Sorry, guys.
You just told everybody that you believe that somebody had calculated a whole curvature of Earth.
Don't believe
All right, now I want to hear it. What is it? Who is it? Who the fuck did it?
Who?
Didn't think so.
Who did it? I don't know. Do you believe in God?
Didn't think so. I know.
Option for you.
Yeah,
this
that's
isn't
right.
like watching someone beat up a midget. This is like watching someone beat up a drunk midget.
It's bad.
Drunk midget. All right.
Yeah,
she consented. Everybody heard that. It's on YouTube. It's locked down. Everybody. She consented to this. She came in here. She agreed to the rules. Everybody knows the rules in here. And to be honest, we've been giving you a lot of play, Kashi. What?
Dude,
what was that?
I'm giving
really
you a lot of play, witchcraft, bro. Because you're listen,
you
bro.
better. It's a good man of you. I really appreciate that. I really though when she challenges me specifically though, I wanna address it. You know what I mean? I wouldn't.
I don't recommend it. That's why I'm stepping in.
She's a mental midget. She's a mental midget.
I'm telling you though, Kashi.
Actually 4 feet tall, but she's a mental midget.
Listen, here we get a lot of people here every single day. A lot of new people.
You challenged my whole viewpoint on life, bro. Don't take this away from me, dude. When she challenges me, when I think I believe in witchcraft.
Come on, man.
That's my whole dude. She's challenged my whole religion at this point. If I don't stand up for my brothers and sisters, who can stand up for me? Kashi, you serious?
I can't even tell if you're being sarcastic or not.
No. Go run it back on the live stream. You'll see. Kashi, did you not say that? Do you deny this?
Deny.
You said you're playing with me right now, saying
I will
some ill will about me.
You're
and my name because you know.
Yeah, but
you know,
this is not about our personalities.
Babbling, dude. Why are you trying to say this to a drunk babbling?
Fuck up, please.
Really annoying right now.
Please. This is not about personalities. Oh, you're challenging me, and I'm doing this, and and I'm here, and I'm.
Well, if it's not about personalities, then why are you saying that? Like I'm challenging.
No, listen, the initial question was
anyone.
No, it's not about
literally addressed me by the name. Okay, so I'm not even. There's no mistaking it.
Mute your ass, bro. You want me to mute you,
dude? Bring it. What the fuck, dude? Bring that shit.
Then. All right. So what's happening? What the purpose of the server is to introduce people to the flat Earth topic. If you're curious about it, then you clicked on the link and you found your way here.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay. So that's what we're doing. This isn't a challenge for everybody. Just like who's got the bigger dick,
Right. So then why are they attacking me?
No, you're talking to us.
I think the guy
we're here all the time. Hey, Kashi, we're here all the time. So it's not about. It shouldn't be about that, and that's why I'm interrupting and muting people. People that are trusted members here, because they're acting like dickheads. So now I'm telling you that
who's being a dickhead, dude?
Me.
Oh, but who's being the bigger dickhead?
I know.
Well, actually, I'm a moderator and you're not. So shut the fuck up when I say shut the fuck up.
Who's not a moderator?
It's okay.
You,
what?
Witchcraft are not a moderator.
Don't give a fuck.
Okay, well
thank
then
God you're not a moderator.
I can mute you again, and then you can unmute yourself, and then we can play this fucking game all night.
Dude,
but that's not gonna work.
So don't fucking play, dude. Just I literally will shut the fuck up. You say.
Now she left because she's
man,
because you were berating her for days on end for no reason, but whatever.
Nah, hey,
we already know how it was going to end up because it was just. Is there no reason for that?
Hey, we
shit?
started started talking about motor engines and motor oil.
I know that.
That's where it started, bro. And it turned into like, oh, fuck all, man. Right? Sorry, man.
Well, sure. No, but there's no reason to be sorry for anything, because sometimes there's
Yeah.
lag time where, sure, it's cool. It's cool to get into different discussions and everything, but I just didn't like the way that was going.
It's all good, Helio. Thank you, brother, for doing everything you do.
Yeah, I just don't want it to look like we're attacking a teenager.
No,
there's.
I think she's like in her 20s.
Oh, maybe. Oh, yeah. She says she's a nurse, so she's
She's a nurse.
I thought she left. Yeah, Kashi, man.
You know something? I got to point out something I thought was hilariously ironic about her profile picture. If that was a picture of her, wasn't she holding up a Bible?
No,
am I wrong about that?
No, that's
looks like a dictionary or Bible, but I thought it was the Bible. The reason why I thought it was strange is she's
fucking idiots.
Oh, is that a Bible that you're holding up? Is that a picture of you holding a Bible?
It's an
Just curious.
Oh,
it's in a site. Oh, okay. I thought it looked kind of different.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool, though.
We tried to go over some of the details. I mean, Kashi found her way here.
Yeah.
And so let's talk about the flat Earth. Why do you think?
Literally, why do you hate me?
No, I don't hate you. I'm just like, people are just. That's what
it's just the Kashi cereal. Kashi cereal just tastes like crap. We're sorry.
No, there's a couple of Kashi. But I like the Kashi cereal, the shredded wheat Kashis. Man, that's good, man. With a little bit of sugar on it, that's really good, man.
Never even fucking heard of Kashis.
No, well, Kashi. I mean, it's an organic cereal that you can get. I mean, that's
American. It's very
okay. Oh, it's not very expensive. I mean, but dude, if you eat some shredded wheat, a little bit of milk, man, it's good.
It's like shredded wheat. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they have different types of cereal.
They
have a granola cereal too. It's really good. But anyway, I like the Kashi cereals.
So
it's made out of grains. Did you know that they grow wheat on a flat and stationary Earth?
No. Get the fuck out of here. Flat Earth wheat growing? Are you kidding me?
Yeah. It could never work.
Could never work because of the curvature. It has to have the curvature in order to produce the nitrogen in the plants that produce the oxygen.
Let's start from the beginning. Hey, Kashi, how did you find our server?
Oh,
it's a simple question. You obviously clicked the link and found your way here.
Like some retard, like something.
I think
you're reluctant. Why are you reluctant to answer the question?
She's crying, man.
They don't sound right. I think we should just kind of leave them be. To be honest, Kashi, whatever you're going through, get through it, girl. We're here with you. If you need any help,
we can help. We can help.
That's all it needs to be.
Yeah, and I hear labored breathing, so you might want to just take a breath for real, 100%.
You want to stop taking breaths.
No, don't. No, man. Breathing.
No, what I want Kashi to do is answer how she found our server and why she was curious about talking to flat earthers. That's what I want to hear first.
Yeah, dear. How the fuck did you end up here, man? How did this happen? Tell us, please.
Hey, man. If you want me to stop talking, just go ahead.
Are you good? Gosh, man, how did you end up here, man? What brought you to Flat Earth Discord? Come on. I mean, it's a cool link, man. I get it. We're hip.
For fucking 10 months. So shut the fuck up.
10 months. Cool, man. I'm down. 10 months. That goes.
Kashi, you're 10 months here, and what did you?
Or what?
Why?
Kashi, can I ask you, because you're 10 months here, what do you think, why people here think that Earth is flat?
My God, I can't do this.
You can do it. What you put in the bread when you're making to bread grow?
Is this fucking serious?
I didn't even understand that.
I don't think she actually works at
I'm
Kashi
fucking
company.
serious.
Are you serious? It's called yeast.
I'm serious.
Are you talking about the bread?
This is
No,
not food.
he's cereal. He's Kashi's cereal.
Is this food server?
Okay, well, if you want to make bread, you have to add yeast.
No, I'm asking you, what do you think, why these people think that Earth is flat?
I didn't fucking ask you to ask me, so why are you asking me?
Because I know Helio what he thinks, I know Godric what he thinks, I know what Flat Earth Solar, I know Obvious P what thinks, I know what Orion thinks.
Somebody on like a ferry to like Capri. Honestly.
I didn't get it that.
Wait, I'm a little confused. Why are you asking her about bread making?
Because I asked first about. I asked first what she think, why people think that Earth is flat. And she said, "You want to that I answer that?" And then I asked, answer me what we put in the bread.
Oh my God! Shut the fuck up! Leave me alone.
Well, yeah, here, maybe she didn't quite hear. Let me say it to her. Let me just repeat it to her without an accent. Maybe she'll hear it.
I think I was nice with you. You know, I didn't say to you nothing like you said to me. Maybe I can change.
I want to have sex with you now.
Okay. I didn't want to offend you. I didn't want to attack you. I only asked you a normal question.
I want sex with you. Absolutely. Thank you so much for like clarifying.
If you don't want to answer, or you can say I don't want to answer. You are boring.
I don't. Sasha, I'm sorry, but just so you know, I think she's so drunk she doesn't realize you asked her a question.
Okay.
All right, like that's really unfair. Like, why would you even come to the server and keep taking it off topic? Who checked you in?
I never took it off topic.
Well, yeah. So let's go back to it. Kashi, so the question was
off topic. You are fucking retarded.
All right, so Kashi, let's start over.
If you're gonna tell me
Kashi, you can't call people retarded in here. This isn't some Gem Panda clown server.
So Kashi, do you? Oh, never mind.
Emotional damage.
She gone. Sorry, man.
Well, she messaged me and said I hate them, which is
I
don't blame her because
I'm a fucking douchebag.
But I'm an asshole too. But it's just like if you come into a place and you don't understand the conversation,
I'm changing.
That's not what we're talking about. So why
Can I change my name to Flat Earth Douchebag? Because she called me a douchebag.
You could. And I'm gonna message her back and say, hey, if you want to just listen, that'd probably be the better option for you. Listen on 24/7. I'll send her a link to the live channel. So
she sounds like she's drunk.
Yeah, I don't think
sure. And
so
and belligerent.
Drinking too.
Well,
hold on.
And belligerent.
It's like another devil eyes.
I mean,
devil.
No, dude, that's way worse. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's way worse. She didn't get started yet, man.
Picture yourself before you knew a lot of this shit, and imagine yourself what you would say to people like us when you're in in your early.
Not working, Helio. I was never like that.
I don't know.
Ryan says, she's a mental man.
Either way, I mean, I ain't gonna lie though, man. I'd have been like,
let's just hope that's not devil eyes in like 20 years, right?
What?
Well,
it's her
either
sister
way,
or a cousin or
I don't
something.
think she was so bad.
3 years. I'm talking about fucking 3 years from now. Not fuck 20. 3 years. Yeah. That was interesting. Anyway, I heard that the moon disappeared back in 1110 AD, and the moon could not be seen for like 10 years, man. We lost the moon, man. We lost it. I have no idea where the moon went. The moon's gone. It's just
shit. Every month the moon goes somewhere and nobody can find it.
that's true, man. They call that the new moon, right?
Yeah. You can't even. It's supposedly it's a full moon from the other side, right? And so at least we should see a ring of light or be able to detect it somewhere. But it's just
gone.
Tell us more about the moon, Helio. I mean, I want to talk about it now, like a real subject.
Go for
Have
it.
a discussion.
Like the moon. Yeah, go ahead. What do you
If
got?
the moon went away for 10 years, wouldn't that kill all the mushrooms and the fungi which thrive on the moon?
Really? Do you have
No.
any evidence that they thrive on the moonlight?
Shit. That's a conundrum.
That was a really awesome one. I like the driving on the moon part. Helio, what's up with the moon, dude? What do you think is going on up there?
You know what's going on with the moon? I don't know what it is. I couldn't fucking tell you what the moon.
Hey man,
no, dude, you're a moderator in here, dude.
Go
ahead.
All right, so I'm a moderator here, but if I said I don't know what the moon is,
You're a flat Earth server here, dude. Tell us what you know, dude. Like you don't know nothing, dude. You have to know something.
Well, I know I observed the moon, and I've seen it through a telescope and shit. And there's a lot of opinions I have about the moon, but whether it's physical or I
want your opinions,
as far as what I learned through religion and creation, as a human, as I grew up, the moon, just like the sun, is for signs and for seasons. I mean, that's as far as I know about it. I mean, as far as distance to the moon, all these ideas about astronomy that they give distances to the sun and moon, I just think it's bullshit.
I want to know what your opinions are about the moon when it comes to why is it lighting up the sky right now?
Doesn't light up the sky. Does it? I mean, it does to a certain extent. It only lights up a portion of the sky.
Yeah, somewhat. Yeah, it provides light.
Only because you can see it in the nighttime, but not it has not like the sun does. The sun lights up the sky.
What about that light? Like, what is different about that from the sun, do you think?
Well, the sun is not the moon, so that's a basic, simple answer that I can give you.
Yeah, it's true, but they both give off some type of light. The moon's light pretty dim. I mean, it is lighting up though. Like, we both agree, it lights it up a little bit, and it's not like
you think
an
there's
intense
a relation?
light.
Are you asking about the relationship between the sun and moon?
No. I want to talk about just like the light that comes off the moon, in that only just the moon, not the sun, but only the sun involved would be the light.
I don't think you can actually explain the moon without the relationship with the sun. In my opinion,
it would be difficult because they're both lights. They're both in the sky. They both they're the exact same size. Like, in relation, when we see it, like,
and that's why we
from
have
our perspective, at least.
Yeah, of course they are. That's the most obvious answer for eclipses. And positions, like say with the annular eclipse or partial eclipses, That actually proves that these lights in the sky, particularly sun and moon, are actually a lot closer than they say with these millions of miles. That wouldn't work out with their idea.
A lot of things wouldn't work with that.
Eclipses? What was that? What did you say?
Like I think kind of what he's trying to say is, like, for example, at least what I'm trying to say is when the moon gets more full, there should be more Earth shadow if the sun is the illuminating factor. But yeah, we don't see a lot of eclipses, but we see a lot of full moons.
What do you mean by Earth shadow? That's a mysterious, freaking weird question.
No, Helio, what did you mean by obvious answer for eclipses?
Because they move in certain patterns and they will connect to certain points. Now, with the new moon, when you can't find it, if it's a physical object with modern technology, you will be able to find it.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
But nobody can during the new moon phase. Doesn't matter what instrument you use, you can't find that physical moon. You know where it is and where it will reappear. The crescent, and then go, and then it starts waxing and waning again.
Yeah, it should be right there.
Or waning and waxing again. And then, during the different cycles, there are certain eclipses that happen. Sure. So what, I don't even understand. It's just like people want the solar system to be the thing, and that's what's causing it. So they've built a whole model around this. So the moon and this, but it doesn't work. It doesn't work in their model. And they're asking us constantly, well, what's your flat Earth model? It's the same. It's the same reproduction, but we don't have to make a model. We just observe what happens. And we don't have to give distances to different the sun, moon, planets, and all that kind of thing. We'll observe the same thing happening. That's the way I look at it.
I don't think we have any reasonable explanation for eclipses at this point.
Sure.
Given the Selenelian, it's like these. It's not the sun and the moon interacting directly with each other. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and especially not in the globe model. They don't have an explanation in the globe model.
Yeah, the globe model is fucking. Of course
That's
not.
what I'm saying. It's like, what's your model? It's like, I don't have to have a model.
No, I know.
We all observe the same thing. Now, when we see the Selenium, compare that to the globe model.
I know, but we're not talking about the globe model here. We know the globe model's nonsense. Talk about our speculation.
You brought it up about the Selenium.
No, you did. I asked you. You said that's our most reasonable explanation for eclipses.
No.
I wasn't sure if you were talking within flat Earth or you were meaning Globey's paradigm, That's what they think.
That's
why I was trying to get you to clarify what you were meaning.
Yeah, definitely am clarifying that. Yeah. Their explanation for the Selenium.
Yeah, for all people who believe in the globe, it seems like a reasonable explanation. Yeah. I get that.
Yeah, well, it's just kind of like it's just an explanation, but it's not proof of anything because they believe in the globe, and that's a belief.
Yeah.
But they can't find any curvature of Earth, and they can't prove that the distance of the sun and moon are the distances they say. So what we agree on is that pretty much the sun and moon are about the same distance, and they just happen to cross each other every once in a while, or maybe some like magnetic modal node, just causes. It's like during the new moon. It's like I was saying earlier. Where's the moon? every globe earther, if they use, just like I said, I'm going to repeat it again. You can't find the moon during a new moon phase with any physical instruments. Now, their claim is that it's a full moon from the other side. So there should be a ring of light from the other side that you should be able to see. You could know where the
there
moon
should be that light bleed around the edge,
Yeah, you should be able to know where the moon is, and then
especially with all their fucking gravitational,
with infrared or ultraviolet light, you should be able to see where the moon is, but they can't do it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You know, they have all their claims about, large bodies warping light around them. Why would not even one ray of light escape around the edge of the moon?
So the new moon
you would just see, maybe you see a few like a dotted ring or something minimum like that on a new moon.
Bro.
So
you would be able to see this ring of light with different spectrums of radars and shit. You know where the moon is, and you know where it's going to start to appear again. You know where it is, but during the new moon phase, you can't even find it with ultraviolet and freaking infrared and shit. You can't find the moon. You can't give us a picture of the new moon. And it should be a halo.
I mean, that's the exact thing with lunar eclipses.
I got something very close to it.
It's completely illuminated.
I got something close to it, Helio, in the live stream voice text.
Oh, I see what you mean.
And what would give that illumination factor is Earthshine. And in my opinion, I don't know what I even read this. I got the image, and yeah, it's not a complete full moon. I mean, not a complete new moon. My apologies, but there is some defining factors in that. It could be layered CGI for all I know, but I've seen with when the moon is, it does have some sort of light to it, like this very waning or waxing phase, like later phase, into the new moon or out of the new moon.
Yeah, the last phase is just a very small crystal. Yeah, go ahead.
So the phenomena is called Earthshine.
Yeah, I've heard of Earthshine, but the way like each moon phase, this is the weirdest part about the moon to me, is that through the phases of the moon, everyone on Earth, like sunrise and sunset works, the way it does. The moonlight, the phases of the moon work the same way for everyone on Earth. It's like we're all kind of experiencing the moon the same way every day. This is what's weird about Earth to me, and it's always been this way for me.
I agree, because
new moon phase, it's like we have 24 hours, of sunlight, and that's where our calendar is built off of. A lot of people, a lot of cultures in the past have built their their calendars off of the moon, which is very similar to the solar calendar, but it's like everyone on Earth, if the phases of the moon were caused by the sun, which I think there's a relation, but I don't think they're necessarily caused by the sun, then it would work different. Just like the heliocentrists would say, well, everything is caused by this. They have their design, but with the moon phases, every single month, every single person on Earth experienced the moon phases the same way, which is very mysterious to me. That's the mystery, bro. Yeah, it's just like I'd be like, the moon is in this phase, and I'm in America. Somebody in Australia would be like, I experienced the fucking moon phase the same way. Next day, boom, different phase, same phase. It's a very mysterious object, man. I love the moon.
When you were saying though about the moon not being able to be detectable, like that's the funny thing though, is like I said, when I share this photo, it says new moon, but it's got an illuminated crescent to it.
Yeah,
And but if it weren't, it's literally like, yeah, it's almost complete. It's almost completely invisible. I don't know. I mean, I can't say for 100% certainty that it is invisible.
2 days almost 2 days where the moon, you can't find it. I don't know. This might have been a little bit outside. I mean, that picture could be legit, and it probably is. But like for almost 2 days, you won't be able to find the moon at all with any freaking infrared imaging or ultraviolet. You won't be able to find it. And then all of a sudden,
I mean, I completely agree. That's really what we find ourselves to when we try to investigate it. Like I mean, I've heard you say that plenty of times before, Helio. So I've investigated it, man. Like this is what you got to do. This is
cool pick. That's a cool pick, man. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. Man. But yeah, just like new, but it's it's a large picture. It's a larger picture. It really kind of comes down to man, preacher or anything. What is this place? I mean, with like, why are we here? It's okay, flat Earth, globe. I love the argument. Don't get me wrong. It's like, why don't you see? Or I mean, and it comes down to, hey, moon. Like most people would say, hey, the moon is lit up by the sun and it's traveling around the earth. I was really wrong. When I first came into this argument, I thought that the moon phases was caused by the shadow of the earth causing the moon phases. I was immediately corrected, saying, no, it's the position of the moon in relation to where it is in the solar system, right? And so I was hiccuping, sort of. But this is their idea, It's the third rock from the sun, moon's orbit around the sun, and then third rock.
I mean, yeah,
phases happen. I mean, but ancient cultures, they observed the same thing we did. They built gods and astronomical systems off of the same thing we observe. This modern astrological system, well, they call it astronomy, but it's still the same shit. It's their religion now. But anyway, but their religion and their culture was based off what they see in the stars. So the modern religious system is still based on astrology, but they call it astronomy. And they make predictions based on really wild accusations they can never prove. Now, this shit, they go back. They make even wilder, weird shit than the ancient cultures did, going back to the beginning of the universe. I mean, creation is creation, right? Now, just like if you're just trying to make shit up about creation, not make shit up. I'm just saying, it's like, hey, if I'm really trying to figure out how Earth happened, then I'm gonna go back 4.5 billion years to the creation of Earth from the Big Bang. It's like, who told you that shit?
It's so stupid.
It is stupid, man. It's stupid. I mean, everything is right in front of your face all day long.
Just measure the ground.
Dude, it's the Earth that you live on. This is the only place that exists. There might be more, but until we figure it out, there's nothing else. And the more that we all know it, the stronger we stand together.
Yeah, it seems something that the average person really struggles with is separating what they've actually lived compared to what they've viewed on a screen, you know?
And on that note, we have to think about the people that are living in houseboats. Like, man, they're doing the absolute best. These people are creating a living vessel, right? It's not like living, I guess. I don't know, mechanical vessel, and boom, it's moving land basically for them. And just think of it, like everywhere you lie on that boat is a water bed, right?
Absolutely not. I don't even know what the hell you're talking about, witchcraft, to be honest.
Houseboats. You know,
are you a boater?
Oh, I like water and boats.
Are you a seaman?
I'm a dedicated seaman. I'm dedicated on the truth. And yeah, it's
you a sailor?
I'm a freaking sailor, but like not like that, you know. I mean, like, you know, I still like my ladies.
Aren't we technically all
I still like my
dedicated
Earth.
humans?
That's what I'm just saying. It was just like this whole idea that this bullshit about the globe they've sold us. I think it's a line of bullshit that you really have to navigate to figure out how they've come across some of the information to convince some people that the Earth is this stupid globe. There's no. It's the saddest thing. It's become the saddest thing for me. It's like
you don't need proof.
How can you? Well, I mean, it's like you don't have to prove. Listen, though, aren't you?
Yeah,
sad? Aren't you sad for humanity for buying into the bullshit?
Not really too much, because and if everybody in humanity, for this is just one other page of the bullshit. Like it's gonna be sad no matter what. Like we're already spiraling downwards. It doesn't need to get worse than the globe. It's already like bad enough. Sadly, I hate to admit it, but once you introduce things like, you know, oh, the NASA now can talk about volcanoes and geysers, and they got Discovery Channel and the History Channel and NASA.
That's weapons of mass distraction at the ultimate end of it.
Yeah, it is.
It's all fear porn that people watch on the news, and I'm a victim of it too. Well, I'm not a victim of it, but I love I'm a fan fiction guy, and I watch a lot of movies and shit on Netflix and stuff. I'm a huge fan of fiction, and that's never been a secret for me. But I see how they're manipulating people, in that way.
And they can, you know, they can really get people into the earth. Like it's something that everybody knows they need. They need the earth. They need nature. They need.
Yeah, but no,
They need
that's not
clean air.
nature. That's not nature. That's mind control. The Hollywood
Yeah.
manipulation is mind control. Nature is nature, bro. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm getting back to, well, what do you believe about what you see? And that's why I ask, and why we go to the basic questions when we talk about flat Earth. It's like, why do you believe what you believe? When you found your way here, ask us, or we'll ask you. How did you find your way here? What do what do you think about flat Earth? What do you think about flat earthers? Have you been introduced to the topic before? Has someone said this before? What do you think? And so, I mean, just get them to talk a little bit, and then you talk. Well, we're not. I mean, you don't want to bombard them with some, a bunch of shit we've been through for 5 years. They're brand new, and you're just going to run them off. If you just freaking throw this shit. Oh yeah, and then the next thing they're gonna do is just leave and then go. Yeah, I talked to a flat Earth the other day, and they're obviously dumb. It's like, all right, but if they find their way here, freaking let them ask some questions, and I mean, it's like that's a little bit of my criticism about when I listen to you guys. You guys do a great job. And so do I. We all have our flaws and stuff, but when new people jump in, just have some patience. That's my criticism. Some patience.
Yeah. You do have to have patience. I'm a big check-in master. It's like a puzzle. You can't just dive right in. You have to feel them out. You have to give them some space.
They're
And then
people just like you are, right? Witchcraft.
yeah, exactly. They they are new to the subject, so you have to be gentle. You can't just start rubbing acetone all up in their eyes. You know what I mean? Like give them a little something, and then let it simmer. Right? Like this is going to be the potion that cures the whole disease, possibly.
Yeah, it's cool, man. Yeah, bro, man. That's kind of what you have to. You have to kind of feel people out when you check them in.
It's like I usually just introduce myself and then go from there. And yeah, it's for anybody listening. Yeah, just
like
go
the first
ahead.
questions, and you say, "Hey, how did you find us?" And that right there, like, how did you find us? They'll say YouTube, Reddit, Discord, Twitter, whatever. Let them give you the answer. It's like, all right. So, have you ever talked to anyone about flat Earth before? Boom, 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 boom. I mean, you don't really want to get in deep until they answer the initial question, because
Yeah, till you've established that
are
rapport.
you really curious about flat Earth? Because we're here to talk about flat Earth. Are you really curious about flat Earth? Because this is what we talk about 24/7. We're serious about it. You don't have to really roast them right up front. Up front, especially in check-in room. What you want to just do is just make sure that they're serious about the talk. So what we do here is we check people in and give them
Also,
by rolling. You'll be able to jump into the talk. Go ahead.
when they jump in here like this and they've got such an attitude like that lady had now, it's almost as though they're trying to seem cool by being dismissive or deliberately insulting. And I think, like she said to Flat Earth Dude a couple of times, like, you're an absolute douchebag. And when he said, "Excuse me," she said, "Did I stutter?" meaning she's so confident with calling him a douchebag and swearing at him. And then as soon as anyone starts to be blunt with her, she's like, I'm not going to talk to you rude people. And it's their lack of
But
understanding
at
that
the
they
same time,
came in rude, and
at
then
this,
they
yeah,
generate
sure,
that
but
as
at the
well.
same time, it doesn't always discount everyone just because they're rude at front. Because, I mean, it's just like you have to get to know somebody before you, because they're checking you while you're checking them too.
But
So
like your point
that's
was
just
so
like
valid
a
about
certain questions you ask them. It depends on how you check them in and the way that you talk to them.
Helio,
No,
but like
I
you were
want to
saying,
hear what Flat Earth Solar wanted to say.
I'm being
I was just saying that what Helio was saying in terms of the asking them how did they find us, to try and get a bit of rapport going, trying to get a response, a question and answer format. But if you say to them, how did you find us? And they like, fuck you, then you say, well, have you ever spoken to someone about flat earth? Fuck you, I don't want to talk about flat earth. Then there's no point in even going forward with the rest of the questions, because if the most simple basic questions like how did you find us and have you ever spoken to someone about this before generates that kind of a response in them, you're never going to get to the important topics.
Right. And Flat Earth Solar, Kashi was kind of doing that tonight, and it was like I was trying to get shit back under control, and I was like, "How did you find our server?" So that's the way I check people in. It's like, "Hey, welcome to Flat Earth 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. How did you find us?" And they, it's like, "Oh, if they can't answer that question, how the fuck are they gonna
Yeah, and
answer
Orion, you were also doing pretty well in terms of
a
trying to
friend shared
identify.
the link, or I found it on YouTube, or what the shit? It's like I don't want to answer that question. And it's like, are you coming in with a group? Bring them all in here. Bring them all in here, because that's what we're here for. It's like we ain't scared. Yeah, I mean it's all right, man. I mean,
We have a new guy.
I have a lot of criticism, sometimes, and so do you all, about the way we address people when they jump in here. But bro, when you ask a simple question like that, how did you find our server? What do you think about flat Earth? And if they can't answer those questions, wow. And then when they can't, all right. So, did you find us through another Discord and somebody on a Reddit panel or whatever? Do you have any other people that you want to get in here? That I actually, when somebody joins and I know that they can't answer those questions, I'm like, do you have any other friends that you want to get in here, because you obviously can't answer the simplest question. Introduce your friends so that we can talk to people.
Oh well, I don't ask any questions when I'm in check-ins. Actually, I just make pure bold statements like, "Hey, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. My name's Witchcraft. You've came here to be checked in. You've read the rules, and if you don't read the rules, then I will ban you. And this is the way it's gonna go. You can't do this. You can't do that. Right? Run off the rules. Fucking list them off, dude. Just no questions and no problems. You don't have to do any of that.
Man, I don't want to call you out, Witchcraft, but nobody checks people in that way except for you.
That's because I was fucking
Because you're
lying.
the
You know,
biggest, baddest
you don't know what you're talking about, motherfucker. Because you don't exactly know what you're talking about. But we don't
Really?
all, because I mean, like, who's the all-knowing? I mean, like, right? It's always
It must be you then, right?
no. I don't. I mean, how many people you checked in? Thousands, like me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, okay, we're even. Good job, bro. I mean, we're best friends now, right?
No, I think that you check people in.
No.
There sometimes.
What the? Wait. No, we're not best friends. Why not?
We're cool. I'm just saying.
I hope we stay that way because
the songs that we check people in different. I mean, just like I just don't do it like that. I just think it's
Well, we've both checked in thousands, so we've got the head count down, and mutually we both know how to do it. Of course, we're asking questions. That's my first question. Hi, welcome to the Flat Earth Discord 2.0. 24. Well, the Flat Earth Discord 24/7 2.0. My name is Witchcraft. What brought you to the server? Always my first question too, man. Always.
Yeah. How did you find our server? I mean, and then the second question I'm going to give you
is what's your interest?
Yeah, how did you find us? What do you think about it? Have you ever talked to anyone about this before? And their answer to the second question will give you almost everything you need to know.
A lot of people, unfortunately, they answer the first question with, "Yeah, I got it on a link from a friend."
I got a link from Reddit, and I got it. Of course, I mean the first question is to get them to open their microphone.
Hey guys.
Do you understand that, Witchcraft?
Yeah.
The second question is to get them to talk about what they think about Flat Earth. It's very simple. Very simple. Hey guys, who was that? Sounded like a.
That was Godric.
No, that wasn't Godric. It sounded like a female, but she probably just jumped out because me and you were.
It was Christmas who said hi.
Christmas was killed.
Hello, guys. Yeah, when you check someone in, I mean, just ask a couple questions. Hey, what do you think about this? And then after the second question, then you can say, are you familiar with the server? You can go through the rules, and then we can give you VC verified. Once you get VC verified, you can jump into different voice rooms, and don't make it fucking hard for people. The VC check-in room is not for arguments or debates.
It should be a pre-screening room whereby they have to answer 5 questions correct. Otherwise, they can't leave the VC check-in. It should be like they've got to achieve some level or some bar before they get promoted to the live stream.
That's what those pre-screening questions are for. It's like, hey, how did you want them to talk more than you do? So you ask them, how did you find the server? Oh, I found it on a Reddit link, or I found it on YouTube, or whatever. And so have you ever talked to anyone about Flat Earth before? Oh, yeah, I've heard about it, and I've talked to them. So what do you think? And get them to talk more. And then you explain to them, hey, well, on this server, I mean, it's a very large server, but we have a live stream going on. If you really want to get involved in a live stream, what we do, explain to them, you can give a VC check and roll, and then they can jump right in the live stream and talk to somebody. But you also want to recommend listen before you actually interrupt. You don't want to jump right in and interrupt the conversation. Just listen for a while. But once you have the VC verified role, you'll be able to open your microphone and get involved in the conversation.
And you know what? I also like, if it is a check-in with multiple people, I especially like to let them know, do not dox each other. All right, because unfortunately, even in a Flat Earth server, there's people who are just devious, and also there's a Flat Earth Discord link. This is constantly being live streamed.
Do you want me to dox myself? I can give my fucking address right here on the live stream.
I'll give you a pretty much like my DNA, and you can do whatever you want with it.
What the fuck are you talking about? people can find me easy. So I mean, what the hell are you talking about? I was just like chicken room down.
All right, bro. What's your
We're
street
not talking about
address?
the same thing, witchcraft. God damn, I'm talking about how to check people in to get in the live stream.
Me too, bro. I love you.
Oh fuck! Give me my fucking address. Come in here and fuck with me. We'll see what happens.
Get in Remington, right? Yeah, I do love bringing in new people. Unfortunately, when there's some people that I can recognize their voice when they're older members and they've been in here before, and this is the way I handle that is I reiterate that they've broken the rules and that they have to really not do that again. Otherwise, I don't really care. Like, if you're a flat earther and you have the best proof in the world, I don't give a fuck. You're not getting VC verified past me.
Yeah. If they come in with an alt account and you recognize them, just message one of the mods, and we'll take care of it. Don't worry.
Yeah, that's really crucial though. Like the rules are absolutely crucial, people. Like just because we're flat earthers doesn't mean we can get past that. So yeah, that's jab stuff. None of that in text. Keep our server alive and thriving. And you keep spreading a message.
Keep yourself alive. That's a Queen song.
Did you guys talk to Christmas Was Killed yet? Christmas was killed. Do you believe that the Earth is a ball and that it's rotating?
No, I don't.
Cool.
I've never said welcome to Flat Earth with that much confidence before, but welcome to Flat Earth.
So Christmas Was Killed is new here.
It wasn't the Grinch, was it? Killed Christmas?
No.
How long have you known that it's not a ball, Christmas?
I was in a VC with a few of my friends, and they were like talking about how, I don't know, they're just giving proof about how the Earth is flat, and it just made sense. I don't know. And
Straight up spitting
yeah.
facts. I get it.
Yeah.
So what? Like, where are you from? Are you American? You
Yeah.
just sound really happy. That's amazing. Like I hope that you're, everything's well with you. And when did you get into flat Earth? It's really like I'm just so dying to hear that.
I don't remember how long it was. Maybe March? I don't know.
Just this year?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. That's there's a lot to take in. I mean, I hope you're not overwhelmed. It's gonna take a little bit of time to really understand 100% of every argument, but in reality, that's all really you really just need to stick to your senses. It's not that really not that complicated. Sorry.
Hey, Christmas, you may want to know these 3 questions that we typically ask people when they come in here. And they're questions that, ultimately speaking, if we had sufficient answers for them, then we would know that we live on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. But we don't yet have sufficient answers for these 3 questions. But these 3 questions are also important because they also provide a convenient strategy, an efficient strategy, an on-point strategy for talking to people that are globe believers that you may otherwise have a little bit of verbal trouble with. So do you want me to ask you these questions?
I'm good.
Later.
Good means go.
Nikolai is new too. He doesn't have a role.
Gde si bre, Nikola?
He doesn't have a VC verified. Hey, Nikolai, if you can hear me, you should move up to VC check-in 1. And if you go up there, I'll follow you and I can give you VC verified.
Everybody should follow up there. They can see how it's done. After you, Nikolai, go.
He said he had to go.
That sucks. Oh well, no problem. Of course. We. Why does everybody have to go when it's like kind of time to talk? You know what I mean? It's really. It's not like I'm discounting them, but it seems like that happens a lot. Freaking time zones. How do you explain time zones on a flat Earth? Huh? Huh? Huh?
But why would they lie?
I mean, wait. I actually want to know. Christmas. Do you know why time zones work on a flat Earth? What is your explanation?
I don't.
So we should probably
It's because they're
since you're new
political.
to it,
Politics have
since we're
nothing to do with the surface.
yeah, it's just like a pretty much a positional kind of thing with the sun is the best way I would explain it. Without getting any further into detail, I just want to pass the mic to the nigga on the left.
All right, dude, like, you're white, dude. Stop being such a dork.
Yeah, bro. Stop being a dork, bro.
Yeah, talking to you. Witchcraft.
Yeah, witchcraft. You heard that? Heard that shit? Dude, I've heard other people say that shit in here, bro. This is nothing new.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that they don't sound stupid too. They sound stupid too most of the time.
You didn't say it ever in your life.
I'm not. Look, I'll give you an example, dude. If you can think of a racist joke and it's an actually funny racist joke, like, I mean a really, like, not half-assed, not maybe funny to some people, I mean a really funny racist joke, like 90% of people will laugh at it, and it involves that word, then yeah, say the racist joke. But like, other than that, or certain other situations where it's definitely appropriate, no, don't fucking say it unless it's actually logical and appropriate.
I logically appropriated whatever I said, bro. 100%.
No, dude, you're just distasteful. What you do is distasteful. That's bullshit.
You gotta check your taste buds, dude. So Christmas was killed. What do you know about buoyancy? Have you ever heard of this topic?
I haven't.
All right. What about like do you know the gravity?
Hold on. You want an explanation of time zones?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
There are 23 longitudinal lines. It's based on the path of the sun. It repeats itself. Time zones are regional, but it's all based on the path of the sun. This is where the time zones are created. Has nothing to do with the globe or flat. It has to do with the path of the sun. Now, regional people, like some people don't use daylight savings time or whatever, but that's where time zones come from. It has nothing to do with Earth being a globe or flat. It's that simple. It's that simple. Does that sound simple or too simple?
I think, yeah.
There are regions of Earth that don't, with daylight savings time and then back and forth or whatever. But yeah, I mean, time zones are based on the path of the sun.
Hey, Helio, just so you know, she didn't. I should let you know, Helio, just so you know, she didn't bring the topic up. Witchcraft did. I don't know why.
No, somebody asked about time zones, and
yeah, witchcraft did. I don't know why.
Well, I mean, that's the simple answer. And so if it ever comes up, that's the simple answer. It's like how does time zones work on flat Earth or globe Earth? Works the same.
Maybe she'd like to know why we think it's flat.
She thinks it's flat too, because she didn't know.
She doesn't sound very convinced.
And that's why I brought that up, though. It's because for a lot of people, if you've been involved with flat Earth, you've been asked this question, and I'm just trying to, do a little preparation. Maybe somebody else has that question, right? Little answer is it can go a long way, right? If somebody's got that question, they're looking for what? An answer, right? Exactly. So why would time zones work? And Helio, he answered that question. Now we can move on from that. I mean, what about things like why do we see things
witchcraft,
disappear?
why would you bring up something that somebody didn't ask? I mean,
I'm asking the questions here.
Oh yeah, I guess you are. You got all the control, I guess.
Exactly. I'm just simply asking questions. Nothing insidious about it. Absolutely 100% innocent. If you will. It's all flat Earth related. So I guess we're in the clear, right? So like we've got the time zones down. We know it's just a location type of thing. It's when we get a little bit exposure or whatever.
Well, listen, it's based on path of the sun. I mean, it's loosely based on the path of the sun. So time zones are arbitrary, based on the position that you are on Earth on the path of the sun, and whether or not it's really kind of, I mean, time zones are controlled mostly by governments. It's like China has their own one time zone, but obviously it's too big to have one fucking time zone. So anyway,
Julio, listen this example. If you want to know, I don't know what year was, something like 90 something. When was in Bosnia, for example, it's fucking small country. It's like I don't know. It's like a Switzerland, maybe smaller.
Yeah, right.
And they have a part. For example, the Muslim part doesn't matter which, but they decided to not change the time.
I know I mean, time zones are ridiculous. And anyway,
You know that when you're changing in I think in autumn or in spring, when we are changing 1 hour up or down.
Right, and that's why I say 23 longitudinal time zone. Straight, and then it repeats. And you can build your time zones on whatever based on that. But like I said, China has one time zone. It's like, how the fuck can they have one time zone
But
when
to say
the sun doesn't work that way?
To say something, witchcraft, it's okay to ask question, but for me, it's better that if some person who came inside asked that question and not we that asked that question. That for me, it's something leading out of the flat earth.
Exactly, Sasha. Yeah. Sure. Well, but it also, it's a distraction because
Nikolai,
it has nothing to
Nikolai,
do with shape of Earth.
Nikolai is back,
Excellent.
and I can read that he's from Belgrade and he is Orthodox, and yeah, he's mine.
Oh yeah, he's Baltic.
No Baltic, Balkan.
Balkan. Okay, I'm sorry.
Why don't we use the analogy of a candle, right? So when you're holding the candle, you can see it. Just hold the clock, you get the light, start walking. Put the candle down, start walking down the way. Maybe 200-300 feet. It's gone. Can't see it. Time zones.
Yeah, it's and it's a really crazy analogy because of course it's a big difference in whole kind of ratio, right? The ratio is very different, but you can still see the same effects though. So it's a good comparison in the same sense, right? Like you don't need to go far to realize that small light is going to it's going to
Disappear at some point.
disappear. Yeah, 100%, bro. I've like I said,
I
I
tell
probably said
Glovers,
this before.
you can't see a shoe or a brick from 3 blocks. You just can't. It's just too small. Did it vanish, or is it falling behind it, cover the earth in 3 blocks?
What really happened is that there's just not a lot of light that is reflecting off that shoe into your eye. Or for example, in the candle, it's not a reflection, but it's direct, a whole direct kind of input. I guess you could say, yeah, and it's an input, right? So your brain is getting that signal from your eyes. You're going to only see as much light as that is available to you, unless you can get some kind of device like a mirrorless DSLR P900 with cracked firmware and a version 1.3 beta, and have all of this, right? You can stack images and keep the shutter open and collect more and more and more and more until you can see everything just as if there was a light out there. I really want that firmware though. I need that because I wanna. I know. it's supposed to be a DSLR, but it does have the capabilities. If you have the firmware, anybody, I swear to God, P900 users, get at me. If you have the firmware to make it so I can record past 10 minutes, DM me right now. I'll absolutely probably pay you, like, handsomely for that.
What are you gonna find in the sky, witchcraft?
I don't care about the sky, dude. I'm just trying to record stuff on, like, playing chess, dude. At this point, this is all I need to do. Is that's what I want to do. And that's the only reason I want to record that. I need a firmware crack on this whole thing, and I don't really have the means to do it exactly. I could do it.
So wait. So there's a firmware crack for the P900 that's going to tell you something about when you point your P900 at the sky. That's going to show you something about Earth that you didn't know before.
No, nothing about Earth. I don't care about that right now. I already know the truth.
So you're going to point it straight across Earth.
No, yeah, straight across Earth, right to the chessboard, dude. That's all I want to record.
What chessboard? Which one are you talking about?
Is it a chessboard like miles away? Over a body of water?
How many miles?
I'm a chess player. It's not about the zoom, boys. Like you guys are losing me at this point. It's the recording limit.
You're losing us, bro, because that shit doesn't make sense.
He just wants to record his chess game. That's it. Okay, he's plays chess.
Yeah, I can't record.
What a nerd!
That's what he wants to do.
Yeah,
we all live on the same Earth. Do you think you're gonna find another Earth
Helio
than the Earth
Helio,
we've
bro.
already seen?
Helio, excuse me. I was speaking. I was saying that I wanted to record beyond 10 minutes. There is a limit because it's not marketed as a camcorder. It's marketed as a mirrorless DSLR camera that can zoom in 83 times optically and 2 times digitally. Is that correct? I don't know. Fact check me. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
and that's really all it comes down to is I want to just record that. I want to record off that video camera, right? And I want to do it over 10 minutes. That's it, dude. Get in your DMs. Message me if you know this firmware thing. Okay, that's all I got.
You know what you should do? Listen, witchcraft. You know what you should do at the end of the game, the chess game? You should go in front of the camera, look right in the camera, and say, "The Earth is flat, just like a chessboard, and the globe believers are the pawns."
Yeah, it's this is the ultimate finishing move, right? Is to eviscerate your opponent. And then the funny thing, if you really did that, also have all of the moves predicted beforehand, all written down.
It's already done. It's already done, bro. That's what we do every day. It's already done.
Yeah, it's funny because if you're good enough to debating the size and the shape and the reality of our Earth, then you already have all of this written down in your mind. So, like, this is what I want people to know, these things, so they can be ready to answer their moms and dads and their aunts, uncles questions, right? All the family.
Your mom's sons, aunts, and uncles, they're not going to be able to get it. We've tried. Haven't all of us tried to reach our families?
Yeah. Hey, I wanted to quickly ask Christmas a question, if you guys don't mind.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Christmas, do you believe in the vacuum of space?
What?
Do you believe that the vacuum of space is a real place that astronauts go to?
Don't know about it.
Well, let me start off by asking you this question, I guess. How do you achieve pressure of any kind? Is it would you agree with me if I were to say it's one thing pressing up against another thing?
Yeah.
Pressure?
Yeah.
So you can't. Let me ask you this: do you believe that you can press up against nothing and create pressure? Yeah, exactly. That's crazy, right?
Yeah.
Silly. But that's what we're taught in school, technically.
Wait, really?
They tell us that rockets propel themselves in one direction or another in a vacuum. They press off of nothing. They push off of nothing, and they propel themselves in a vacuum. They teach us that in school. Isn't that crazy? When you really think about it at the most basic level, it's madness what they're saying. Oh, I mean, unless they could ever demonstrate it. If anyone could ever demonstrate someone or something pressing off of nothing, we would acknowledge it as being something that can happen. But until someone demonstrates that, it's just silly Harry Potter magic, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so the thing is the air you're breathing right now, the very gas that you're breathing, is omnidirectional. It moves all directions, up, down, left, right, forward, backwards. And so in order to have the very gas pressure that you breathe, it would have to press up against something physical, a physical barrier of one kind or another. And, it wouldn't be able to press up against a vacuum.
So
what I'm saying is there is no vacuum of space, and we're inside a container of some kind, a physical barrier out there above your head and in front of you and behind you and to the far side of you. But we don't know how far it is out there. We don't know what it's made out of. All we know is that we have no examples of gas pressure existing without a container. So until we do, there's no logical reason to assume such a thing can exist.
If there was no container, it would all the gas would expand. But there are some kind of novel situations now. Cold air that is very humid, meaning hot air that is very dry. There's a lot of conditions that can happen in that, but it always has to do with an enclosed system, because there would be no humidity if vapor just kept rising and rising. It would there would be no air.
You're exactly
it would be
right,
sucked
Rich
into space.
That would only work in a closed system. Exactly.
Absolutely.
Right. Yeah. But they claim that the Earth as a globe is an open system, but they actually will say it's open but closed because gravity.
I like to make fun of the heliocentrists and say that they claim gas attracting gas. Now is that supposed to be like our sun, that the gas molecules?
That's the whole Big Bang Theory, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like as if gases that were just so absolutely attracted to each other, even though on a molecular scale they do not do that. They exactly do the opposite, and they swerve away from each other. They're
even if you wanted to prove that, could you?
Oh no, but like I can get it on a philosophy scale. Like, if you want to try to understand maybe like how did we get here, but like it's so fantastical and absolutely moronic that it's never going to pass in actual science field. It's just complete garbage. Like, seriously, like, gas attracting gas molecularly, no, it doesn't happen. And anything else, like I can entertain it.
That's how they claim that galaxies exist, is because molecular gases attract each other and form freaking nebulas and shit and all that kind of shit.
Yeah, so like when the Big Bang happened, God was the ignition. Like, did they just?
No, the atheists wouldn't say that. No, God wasn't the ignition. It was the Big Bang, which you call that God if you want to, Big Bang God.
So like what exactly ignited the Big Bang? That's like the thing that I'm always asking. It's just so funny. Like what
They
set
can't
that off?
prove it. They can't prove it. They can't prove it. It's just a story.
It's basically I think it just comes down to intelligent design anyways. Like um without getting all wishy-washy on it, there's definitely something that happened to make life possible. And uh it wasn't some kind of evolutionary
And after
story.
all of that, now we're going to 24 longitudinal lines that repeat and repeat due to the path of sun and moon. And every culture on Earth that we can study anthropologically all the time, that's the only thing that we can know intrinsically. We can
Actually,
know about certain aspects of human history. That's the only thing we can know. We can't know about all that other shit. And all that other shit is made up. It's just freaking minutia.
yeah, I was gonna make a little connection there, but you know, I feel like YouTube wouldn't appreciate it and
Well,
Discord wouldn't
fuck
appreciate it.
YouTube and fuck everybody else, man. But Earth is Earth, always has been, always will be. It's the only place that we've come across information. The only reason that we have this discussion is because we were born on Earth, and we've, in modern history, quote unquote, modern history, the only reason that we're having this discussion is we have different ideas about how we exist in the fucking first place. So you can make up all kinds of stories about the history of the universe and all that kind of stuff, but that's just stories. You don't have any physical evidence for that shit. Nobody does. Pardon me for my, but don't pardon me. Actually, I mean, I said what I said.
Right? There you go. Like don't back down, Helio. If you learned anything from me
I never
tonight,
will. I mean, I actually, really, I never. Well, I will say I'll never back down, but like on that point, bro, all the bullshit we've been through for several years with all the flat Earth and even before flat Earth, I was arguing about creation and shit. I was like, bro, this stupid idea about evolution and their ideas about the stupid universe and like Earth was first. Earth is the only place that exists. And if you're telling me now, I do believe in different. Well, I won't even get into that right now. But this Earth we live on is the only place that exists. Now, if you're going to say it came about other than being created, you're going to have to show me some real evidence, and that's where we get into kerfluffle with all the fucking globalists because they're all like, oh, Big Bang, 14.5 billion years and all kinds of shit, which I'm glad to freaking argue with these idiots when they have no scientific proof for that, any of that bullshit. So, Earth is Earth. Now, as far as religion goes, I mean, that's a man, that's a man thing. You know what I mean? It's just like, what's in your spirit is in your spirit. And we often have discussions about that, but that's on you. But as far as physical Earth is the only place that you can find anything from. And don't we all experience Earth? I mean, your perception of Earth reality you can think that Earth is the third rock from the sun. And you can perceive it that way. but you don't have any physical evidence for it, especially if you think the Earth is curving, because there is no physical evidence for that. And also with Earth, there could be something more, in the spiritual realm or the physical realm. We don't really.
Yeah,
We're kind of
I think
limited.
that's
We're kind of limited to where we can explore Earth. We're just
yeah, I think that's where we're standing. Like, we're definitely standing on Earth, and if anybody is in here, for non-spiritual reasons, like I apologize to say this, but for me, it's really a spiritual battle. It's for
sure,
one
but it's
thing,
also physical too, because to the naturalists,
yeah,
yeah, I mean, it really is like a lot of people are confused when they come in. So I want to make that point for everyone that's just like, why do you guys think the Earth is flat? I want to make the very specific point that it can't be a globe the way they told you it is. And that's why, I mean, you can find all kinds of shit out after you know that it can't be this stupid third rock from the sun nonsense. And then we can have discussions, afterwards about that. In different rooms in the Discord server. But I mean, this room is to show that this this Earth is for us. That's the way I see it, and I can actually prove it's not a globe. So, what I try to do as often as I can.
just know that Helio knows the dealio. I mean, you Felio.
you feeling my shit? You feel no, I mean, it's like you're like, oh, Helio's full of nonsense. Well, fucking come in here and tell me I'm wrong. I mean, show me the globe, and then I'll fucking shut up. And I've been doing this for freaking 7 years. Show me the globe, and I'll shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't even think that we have the real capability of showing it globe Earth like NASA shows us. Like there needs to be some kind of darker shade of that globe where everything looks like it's perfectly illuminated, and it's like how many suns do you have around this fucking thing, dude? Like everything is just absolutely uniform and like, I mean, like, whatever, composite. Get out of here. Like, that's bullshit. You don't know what your Earth shape is through compiling a bunch of composite images together, and then some kind of dude who's got this whole situation built up. Like, really, you're gonna trust that guy with your whole reality? Like, it's not a composite image. It's not any
It
image. It's
shouldn't. It
bullshit.
shouldn't be. It shouldn't be witchcraft. I mean, it's like everyone on Earth experiences Earth the same way. Your interpretation of Earth might be construed by your philosophy about Earth, which it most definitely is. I won't say might be. So just because we all live on Earth, and I'm talking about everybody that comes into this Discord and people that talk on YouTube or anything about flat Earth or whatever. This is your idea about Earth based on your philosophy and what you understand about it. Now, nobody blames you, from your education or your history about Earth. I mean, this is why this conversation exists. This conversation is for us because check out this dichotomy. Some people see the Earth as a level stationary plane, some others in their psyche see the Earth as a globe. All right. So this is why this argument exists. This is the simple part of the flat Earth versus globe argument. There are a lot of other arguments that can go, I mean, political, whatever. But this is why we try to keep this particular argument to globe versus flat. And I know we get out of hand sometimes and whatever. It's not out of hand. It's for everyone to meet. When we get like clowning a little bit and just like, oh, it's for us to meet each other. But as far as the ultimate idea is like, this is why flat earthers exist, because there's no goddamn curvature to Earth. So when you go to the ocean and you look across the ocean, looks flat, doesn't it? And I mean, that's, you know why it looks flat? Because it is. It's not curving around a globe.
You don't need any alternative kind of explanation for it. Really, like,
well, you kind of do. I mean,
yeah.
because of the programming, you have to actually kind of like break it down for people. All right. Us flat earthers exist because we can't find the curvature. When you go to the shore of the ocean and you see the horizon and there's no curvature of Earth, or when you go on an airplane, there's no curvature of the Earth. I mean, the only place, just like I was saying earlier, the only curvature they see is from the ISS, or they claim to see it from an airplane, but that's not good. No, it's just like, I mean, we're not trying to take the piss out of you. We're trying to help you to understand that you live on Earth, same place we live. It's like we just see something else, It's like you're a human, I'm a human, Earth, boom. Oh, I'm weird. Everybody knows I'm weird.
Yeah,
It's not so weird.
But you're right, though. No, it doesn't sound weird. It's 100% correct. People like me, at least, and I know, everybody in here probably, like, you guys right in here, big respect. I know you are all dedicated to this subject, and it's not a selfish thing. It's selfless. Now,
Yeah, it's true. Right, you're exactly right, Witchcraft. It's selfless.
just
It's like,
helping
why the
people.
fuck would I dedicate this much of my time to this topic when I don't necessarily benefit? I do benefit from it because I actually enjoy introducing people to the topic. That's the only benefit I get. I don't get any monetary value from it. I'm not making money doing this shit. I actually enjoy talking to people and listening. When I hear someone going, "Oh shit, that shit kind of makes sense." Oh, well, we can go through 300 people that just like, you flat earthers are dumb, 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 dumb. Oh, that shit makes sense to me. So now we have a new flat earther. Freaking, 300 to 1 or whatever. I think it's less than that. To be honest, we're getting closer and closer to the climax, but bro, we do this for a reason. And we should be patient with especially new people that jump in that are kind of like, I'm kind of ignorant. It's the first time I ever talked to a flat earther. Be patient with them, man. Be patient with them. Because they, that's the way I see it. And I'm always patient with new flat earthers. So that's all. I mean, trolls, fucking roast them. Every troll, if you can tell they're a troll, just roast them right away. But new flat earthers, man, be very, very patient with them. It's like, oh, so how'd you find this already? Just like I was talking about earlier, man. Be patient with them.
Yeah. The silvers, they're the bouncers, right? Like you guys, you all need to be informed, right? A little bit, but this is the troll radar when it comes to that certain thing.
Sure, but
Yeah,
the
you
silvers
might be.
can ask the same questions. It's just like, hey, how did you find the server? What do you think? And so you want them to talk more than you do. It's like,
Yeah,
how did you
that
find
is
flat
perfect.
Earth? I mean, what do you think? What do you think about flat Earth? It's like, you don't have to freaking preach flat Earth to people. That's not our fucking job. It's like, hey, you found our server. How did you find your way here? What do you think so far? It depends on how much they've been listening, or have you ever talked to anyone about this before? You want them to talk more than you. You don't want to preach flat Earth to them. You want to hear their perspective before you actually start to give information. You want to find out what they know before you just start spouting information. That's the way I do it. You don't have to do it my way, but that's the way I do it.
Yeah, and there's no perfect way. There's no like imperfect way, I guess you could say, because it just really demands a good verbal construct that we're going to establish.
There's something that's listenable, for the especially when we're on the live stream, you have to make it listenable for the audience. So when new people jump in here and there's like 5 flat earthers jumping on somebody new, that shit pisses me off, and that's why I jumped in. Like, yeah, God, like, what the fuck are you guys doing to this newbie? But maybe you was like, maybe I just jumped in at the wrong time, or what. But anyway, like, if they're willing to talk, we talk all the time, so we don't have to talk anymore. If you get somebody to talk that's new, please let them talk more than anybody else. We don't need 5 people to talk over somebody new when they're willing to talk. Let's just choose one person to talk to them, because all of us are quite capable of bringing that shit out. Please,
I can choose one right now. Republicans. Like, I know you're not new here, but to me, I feel like you're a little new. I don't want to expose you if there was a little account issues, but like,
no.
yeah.
The Republicans is he was a moderator before, but he doesn't come back in very often. Yeah, he used to be a moderator. He's like a sub moderator. I don't know what the role means, but yeah, he's good. He's a flat earther, like, through and through.
Yeah, I was just saying, for example, though, like, we could have just shifted over there, because I mean, like, I want to hear this person. I don't know if it's
No, you haven't met him before.
Whatever.
Hey, Tom, you want to talk? Publicus, you want to talk to him? Dude, I mean, I already know who he is. So he's been here for like 3 years. He just
really. If his name is Tom, then where's Jerry, right?
Well, anyway, I don't think he cares that I gave his name, but whatever. No, he's good. He's good to go, man.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I would agree that he's good to go. Of course, he's got those. He's got his roles that are vouching for him.
Yeah.
speak for themselves in some sort of way.
Dude, if I vouch for him, he's good to go. Good to go.
And yeah, you man, like so like what did it I mean, I know I probably should discuss this, so I'm not going to, but I wanted to know the YouTube situation with the live stream, but like I said, I'm not going to get into it cuz I know it's it could be touchy for them.
What are you talking about with all the comments and live chat turned off?
Yeah, exactly. Because I know there was that issue.
I'm willing to talk about that if people are listening and they want to talk about it. Do you have an issue with it?
Well, I mean, the censorship is just not good for a whole society. I think that in a good society, that censorship doesn't exist really in the most part.
Hey, check this out. Do you know how to use OBS?
No, I'm familiar with somewhat of like the OBS program, but I do know
Right,
what
I'm
it
gonna
can
give it.
do.
I'm gonna say this. I can teach you how to do it. You create a live stream, a flat Earth live stream, just like I do. Do the same fucking thing I do, and open your live chat and open your comments and see what happens, and see if you want to fucking put up with the bullshit that happens there. See what happens.
Oh yeah, I know. Like just being a moderator in some of these places on YouTube is just too much. Like all these questions.
That's why I turned it off. So you asked me, I told you that's why I turned. You see, you've already known what's happened in the previous live streams with all the freaking moderators. Like people just fucking send me emails bitching about. Yeah, I don't even fucking deal with that shit anymore. I just turned all the live chat and the comments off on all the live streams.
Yeah, it's probably a good move because like it's just so much focus that you have to dedicate yourself to if you want to try to satisfy this person.
If they want to
this
talk to us, they
subject.
can come into the Discord.
Yeah. And it's just too much. Like I'm being honest, people. Like that is too much. Y'all asking all these questions, and it's not even just flat Earth specific. You just come in, just bombarding with questions. You guys, people like that.
Yeah, the
calm
links for
the
the
fuck down, right?
Discord, the links for the Discord in the description, and just jump in here, man. If you have something to talk about, just jump in here. I mean,
And like you can't.
The views are down a little bit, but I'm not. I don't make any money off that shit anyway. So yeah, I mean, just
Yeah, I mean, if you could take a load off your shoulders, that's the ultimate goal. Like,
dude, when I was trying to moderate the fucking live chat and comments and shit, like it was it was a load on my shoulders. So when I turned off all that shit, it's like I'm peaced now. All I have to do is just freaking start the live stream and turn off the live chat and comments, and it's just like it's beautiful now. Like if you want to say something, get your ass in the Discord. It's just like it's a very big load off my shoulders. Not having to
yeah, that's good, dude. Like, I mean, exactly, dude. If any of you are listening right in here and you have that question, come in here, goddamn, bada bing. We're gonna give it to you. We're gonna give you answer. A lot of people are gonna give you answers. They might even differ, but you got your answer. So don't go in the comment section like a jackass. Like, swear to God,
Well, it's like I left the comments on for a while, and the comments started filling up with like porn links and shit. And so I turned that shit off. So I was just like, live chat and comments are turned off on all the videos. So, but we get up to 20, 25 people listening at a time on the live stream, which is fine with me. I mean, it's not monetized, so but that's the YouTube stream is something else. But people that come into the Discord, they come from different platforms. It's like, hey, a friend of mine said, hey, go over there and talk to people about Flat Earth. And they're coming from different streams or different servers or whatever. It's like, hey, let's go over there in a group, talk to Flat Earthers. And we experience that every day. So, and we experienced that tonight. So that's cool. I mean, they're probably not from from YouTube or DLive or Twitter or whatever. They just probably found it through Discord. It's like, bro, that's cool. We experience that every day. We have freaking dozens of people that join our Discord every day to find out why we think the Earth is flat, and we're willing to tell them.
You're still gonna get these answers though when you do a check-in. When did you find our server? Oh, when I looked at your link on YouTube, of course there was that Discord link.
See witchcraft. That's what you don't understand about why. You don't have to tell them the Earth is flat. You want to know why they're curious about it. See,
oh, yeah, absolutely.
It's not about you preaching the gospel of fucking flat Earth. You sound like that's what you want to do, witchcraft, and that's what kind of pisses me off sometimes about you. And I don't mean to bitch at you on live stream or whatever, but it's just like I'm trying to tell you how to check people in. It's like, hey, if new people come in, it's like, what? You want to ask leading questions. You want to find out why they're curious about this. You don't want to just fucking shove it down their throat because they're just like, oh, let's go over there and talk to the flat earthers. And then you, instead of listening to 3 or 4 people that just jumped in, you're just like shoving the shit down the throat, and you're not the only one. But anyway, shit pisses me off.
Like, yeah, I don't want to do that.
Yeah, you shouldn't. You want to hear more about, just like, hey, how did you find this? What do you think about flat? Have you ever talked to anyone about this before? And then you get them to talk more. All right, so here's what's going to happen when you join the VC check-in. The VC check-in is just to kind of vet people, make sure you're very curious about the topic. We have a live stream running on YouTube. You can jump down in there, but the reason we have this vetting process is so that we're gonna make sure that you're not gonna go nigga or some shit like that in the live stream, but you're really curious about the topic. Then we have plenty of people that are willing to talk about the topic. Anyway, witchcraft, man. I think you get really ahead of yourself. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm calling you out on the live stream, but
I wish I was flexible enough to get ahead of myself, if you know what I mean. But
flexible. That was funny. That was funny. But anyway, but yeah, when you check people in, and that's the way I check people. And it's just like, and the people like, oh, Helio checked that guy in, and now he made a fool of himself. It's like, bitch, I told you. And it's just like, just ask him, how did you find your way to the Discord server? Oh, what do you think about Flat Earth? I'm gonna be a redundant fucking retard about this. When you check someone in, wow, I mean, once they figure out how to use their fucking microphone, it's like, wow, man, I'm so glad you found your way here. How did you find the Discord? That you don't have to say a damn thing about Flat Earth when you ask that first question, right? Everyone has to say yes on that one. You don't have to say anything about Flat Earth. How did you find the Discord? That's kind of a mic check issue, when the VC checking. How did you find Flat Earth? Hey, and you just call them out and it's like, hey, you're unmuted now. How did you find your way to the Discord? Boom, boom. It's like, oh, yeah, I found it through a Reddit link, or I found it on YouTube, or found it on Discord thing, boom, boom, boom. So, have you ever talked to anyone about Flat Earth before? Well, I mean, a couple of my friends, once they start talking, let them talk. We aren't preaching the gospel of Flat Earth. That's how you check someone in. Been saying it for 3 years. Y'all niggas ain't figured it out yet.
I can see clearly now the globe is gone, right? Everybody, I can see beyond the horizon. Yeah, come on. I don't see rainbows, I just see God's word. Right? Everybody, Christians here too. And we go all the way around that flat globe. Oh yeah, that's right, KJ. Who you go? All right. Anybody listening right now? I hope you're ready for this. There's a real situation on our hands. Okay, here goes. I can see clearly now the globe is gone. Right? All right, 100%. Anyway, I really don't want to interrupt any of your discussions. I know you're not having any, and don't ever feel like you do have to have any. This is just reality, and I love God, right? So, with all of that, what do you have to say? Republicus, like you're the only one unmuted besides me. So, I mean, can you You can see clearly now, right? Is the globe gone? Is the globe gone? I can see all obstacles in my way.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Look at this! This area is filled with books about pretend people!
That's right, Grover. This is the fiction section. Fiction means it's a made-up story. Fiction means it's a made-up story.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Oh, you finally made it here, you fucking cunt. You rode your fucking scooter over here.
What is going on?
Alright, mate. You came in a little late. We got a little fucking barbecue going on right here. Yeah? And I invited you because you're a proper cunt. You think you can fucking prove the fucking flat earth, mate? You think you can? You got the bollocks.
Shut up, Glowtard.
Mate, you not just call me a glow talk right in front of the live stream.
Better find something there.
I can see clearly now Logie has no Glurberth. He's a little sad boy and he's in the UK. He thinks plants are poison. He's fucked up. Dude, how's Jordan Peterson? Okay? Is he good?
Everyone's good, bro.
No, they've got to clean up their room, right?
Well, if you want to clean up the world, start with your room.
Nah, bro.
There's a lot of people saying there's very little doing.
What if I don't have a room? What then? You're gonna tell the homeless that.
Start up a business where you tidy people's rooms.
Yeah. Just become homeless and then tidy up businesses. Next step.
It's not difficult.
Fuck you, bro. The way that you live, you know it's not easy enough. You can't do it yourself. Absolutely, positively, gotta kill every motherfucker in the room. AK-47, accept no substitutes. Every motherfucker in the room. All 8 of them in this VC. Do you know how to do that? Nine of them. We're getting up to numbers. Like I feel like we're actually doing something now. Is there a 9th person in here? Clay is in here. I know he's from Germany. Did you bring the sauerkraut, my friend?
Yes.
That's what I like to hear, dude. I would not accept anything other than that.
Okay.
Beautiful. All right. So on this roller coaster we call life, do you see the moon right now, Clay?
Second. Not from where I'm sitting, no, but probably I would see the moon somewhere, yeah.
I wish you could see it, bro.
I saw it yesterday, around 11 p.m. at night. Not 11 a.m. It was beautiful, actually. It looked very, very, very close.
Yeah, it's surprisingly close. It really is. I feel like it is, at least. And it just gives me a lot of emotions. You know what I mean? Like not like not like I'm a scene kid or whatever. I'm not like emo or whatever, but it's just really incredible kind of light. You know what I mean? It's very different, and I feel like it's almost similar at the same time. Like it's something that I've seen, like a moonbow, like that is it's just something that is spectacular. I wish I had captured it. You know, maybe at some point in my life I'll be able to find that moment where I can snap the camera in the right place and see that picture and give that to the whole of the world, and that would be amazing.
Mhm. So, what I like about the moon is that it is like the complete opposite to the sun, you know.
Its light's very similar though. It might be opposite, but it seems very similar. Like when I say that, because of the moonbow that I've experienced. It's like a rainbow, but from the moon.
Mhm.
And it's what I did know about it when I experienced it. Of course, I'd never heard of it before. A lot of people haven't. It's just like a black rainbow at night, but only from the moon. And this thing is very incredibly rare. That's what's what is my question is what causes the condition for me to see this thing, right? And I am waiting with bated breath. I really do want to know how to reproduce something so beautiful, because it is absolutely unreal when you see it.
Mhm. Good question. I don't know.
I feel like in the air there must my assumption is there must be some kind of moisture, all right? And just like with a rainbow, right? It needs the moisture in the air, perhaps rainfall. And with the moon, though, it's very very different. It it might not need rain. It might just need fog, and maybe that's what it was. Maybe high fog. I don't know. It's so really mysterious, and wow, I'm feeling a lot of pleasure just from thinking about it, you know.
Mhm.
But I don't know. I like things that are different, you know. So if I if I had discovered that certain things they do things I don't expect, right? It's it's very interesting. No, not only with the Earth does it happen this way. No, it happens that way as well. And you know, maybe we can discover ways we can survive in a whole another kind of situation or atmosphere, if you want to call it that.
Uh-huh. No clue, man.
So well, before I go on, I want to say hi, PMAC. I think I just caught you jumping in here. Don't think that anything gets past these big eyes. They're bulging at your activities. Everybody, you can't hide from me. And hi, how's it going?
Hi, Witty.
Yeah, hey, I knew it. Who saw it happening, right? I did, right? I saw it big eyes, bro. Good to see you here. Welcome back in, and yeah, we're having a party, dude. Make yourself comfortable. Get some drinks, dude. It's that kind of party.
I like it. I like it. Nothing gets past you, bro.
All right. I'm fucking scanning, bro. Scanning all the times. Left, right. Always counting numbers. Mathematician over here.
I think your brain's multitasking there.
Yeah. I learned to do that when I ride with these crazy psycho, amazingly hot body bitches, dude. But you don't know when they're about to steal your soul or steal your like next word, right? So keep your eyes open. They're out there. Yeah, they're out there. They're scanning for your currency. They want to know what your bank account looks like for good reasons, and I can't blame them. Like, oh yeah, dude. Let me get to know your like. We'll all do each other a favor, and like, how about this? Like, you don't like your grandma? Let me get her number, and we can do a little bit of like splitting 50-50 maybe.
The bulge in your wallet is more important than the bulge in your pants.
Absolutely. It's well, upstairs too. If you have the wallet upstairs and you're wealthy in knowledge, then you don't really need anything other than that. You literally be like I could be like Jiminy Cricket. I could be a freaking grasshopper and get in your girl's pants if you're just not intelligent as me. Like that's the obvious fact. It's not even trying to call anybody out. It's just really the obvious fact is they'll rather fuck a grasshopper than you if they know for a fact they're in extremely they're attracted by intelligence. Like, yeah, so am I. Wow, it's so crazy. It's not
sapiophile, isn't it? That's what you call somebody who's attracted to somebody with intelligence. A sapiophile.
Sapiophile, yeah.
Sapiophile, yeah. Sorry to cut you off there.
No, all good. You're doing perfect, bro. You've worked hard probably today. I'm sure because a lot of men and a lot of people they work hard in their day. I'm not going to of course exclude people that don't work hard, but yeah, we've all gone through our day, and there's mistakes that happen. There's no problem with that. I do have a problem with people that really they only focus on the physical, but the thing is that's really fucking sad for them because later on in the day, when the sun goes down and they're in bed, they can't get it up. Like, you're sad. Like you have to you can't see them, so now it's a big problem downstairs and you can't get it up. So you have to be stimulated by things that are more emotional and not like a physical kind of thing, because you try that out for size, it's not going to work in the end game. You're going to be left with some dude who's just drooping, and you're going to be left like, oh, I'm not even wet right now, like 100% dried out.
So how did we get onto this conversation, this topic? Was there how did this happen?
I don't know. It's it just seems right though, because I feel like in a way, like, for the way we speak, it doesn't reflect the way that we look. But I like, for me, I like people that I can speak with, right? Like that I can have a communicative whole synergy going on, right? and I'm not trying to force anybody. It's nobody is, and that's the good thing. If we just flow around the way that we really both know for a fact that that's the way it needs to go, 100%, dude. That is just awesome, right? Like, that's finger licking good, as the colonel would say.
I like chicken.
And it's finger licking, right? So that's exactly like that. That could be the thing, dude. Like you and some other chick who is into chicken. It's so funny. I swear I can make a rap out of that. Like, you, me, a chick that's in chicken. What's up? It's finger licking, right? It, like the connection, like where you know for a fact, like chicken is the best, right? It's boom, like that's gonna work out better than anybody with mascara, freaking lipstick, and a whole lot of pussy perfume is gonna ever work. It's that mental connection, right? You talk about lactic acid and your stomach and boobies and boom, whoa, like you know it, boobies and mouth and sucky and milky in belly is good, right? That's kids. Like it's how you grow up a kid back in the day. No formula. Absolute naturality. Didn't need to have natural flavors and powdered microwaves and add water to do this. Like that's like George Jetson kind of clown world. Never get into that.
Yeah,
Never start doing like pills, this medication kind of stuff. Unless you're bipolar, yeah, you really need that. But you don't do drugs at all ever. Even I don't care who is so smart that tells you to do it. I don't give a fuck. Unless you're bipolar, you're taking some of that anti-psycho medicine, then I would stop doing it. Really. Um and that is without a doubt 100% honestly uneducated. Do not try this at home unless you're like really know better. Then like yeah, don't listen to me. I don't care. Like go ahead, like poison yourself to death. That's not my fault. I didn't tell you to do that. You did that on your own accord, and you're gonna fuck up your own life by that way. And I had nothing to do with it. But take that psycho medicine, Globers. Y'all shit. Can't even come up in this flat Earth server, dude. That's so pathetic. I can't believe how pathetic these globe earthers are. Like, where you at, Dave? Like, get in. Why are you so Farina? I don't even know. Like, you spun you around like faster than Katrina. Hurricane, I don't know. You can't explain. You don't know. Don't make me rap. Don't even fucking make me do it. So I'll fucking rap.
Do it.
Do it. You can do it. Like the water man. Like the water boy. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't understand. Like Where have all the Globers gone? They all just dry off like a big old dry stalk of corn. They're there. You can see them super hard, but they just don't come around. And they can't handle coming around. Maybe call you out, P-Mac. Get in here too, bro.
Sorry, now I was just looking for a video because we were talking about breastfeeding there. There's a guy called Carl Vernon on YouTube. He does Clown World, Clown Planet. And one of his videos the other day showed a girl saying that, well, it's like a photo. She lets her friend breastfeed the baby some nights so she can go out and have a drink.
Oh, she's got a really good friend. Let me tell you that. Like, if you want to take your race seriously, like, you're the human race. Anybody who hears this, yeah, don't tell me Fido is listening and understanding this, 'cause he doesn't. You're the human race. If you've got tits and you take away from the life force of a baby, you're just despicable. Wasted your life. Go ahead, do what a normal woman would do. Have a baby and let them suckle. Okay? It's not that hard.
I got man boobs that some woman would kill for.
You're a very fortunate man. Is that what they say?
Just it stores more fat, you know. And if there's a food shortage, I'm going to last longer than most people because I've got extra fat, you know. Nah, that's ridiculous, bro. I need a bra. Titties. I like boobies.
Movies, yeah.
Yeah, I like movies and boobies.
The only curvature you'll get from me, bitch, right?
Yeah. Still no sign of that blood curvatures or. Some scientist had to apologize the other day for taking a snapshot of a photo. It was actually a bit of a chorizo sausage. Where's that? Oh, it's this one. All right. I'll just play it. It's the very first. That guy's brilliant, by the way, Carl Vernon. It's just such good shit. The very first one on that video is French physicist is forced to apologize for planet photo that was really a snap of chorizo. Silly sausage.
My bad if I'm echoing, and I know I didn't have my mic closed, but yeah, it's speaking of it closed, like, it's crazy. Clothes and closed. It's like I mean, no, I'm not forcing anybody to do anything, right? I'm 100% just wondering why do we wear clothes? Like, this is fucking psycho shit. Whoever came up with that, like, is 100% unreal.
Dude.
Really psycho?
Dude. Can you imagine? Now, come on now. I mean, the people, the old people walking about with no clothes on. Oh man, cover that up, bro.
Yeah, but that's the same shit as like you need sugar in your coffee or tea or whatever your fancy is. It's just somebody's fancy.
Some fat couple walking down the piazza doing a bit of Saturday morning shopping. Them like 18 stone each.
That's exactly why they got fat in the first place, because they were wearing clothes and they could cover that up and they didn't have to have any kind of self-awareness. And this is what exactly I'm talking about, bro. It's they never knew how bad it got until it was too fucking late. And nobody knew how bad they were exactly either. They just accepted it because, oh my god, sometimes people blow up 4 times the width that they really should be. Oh my gosh. Wow. Now all of a sudden you need a fucking truck to bring you around left and right. Like, dude.
The fire department has to remove a wall in your house so that the ambulance services can get you out to hospital.
I'm just gonna tell the officer, like, hey, wait, before you even try to serve that warrant, I need to check your asshole. Like, this dude, he, for one thing, like, everything, like, around, like, reality has to do with your body. You can tell a lot from somebody, like, from just that. For one example, dogs, yeah, they will sniff the shit out of their booties. It's not, there's no coincidence there. That'll tell them pretty much all they need to know for the rest of their lives, even though they keep doing it constantly and they never stop. But when like it comes to that sort of thing, it's you know this. It always brings some sort of information. Like, I mean, I have nothing wrong with people that are getting bigger and, you know, they might not be able to control it, but exactly, like, you've been hiding it for so long, and a lot of people have just been okay with it because I can only think of one thing. You've been covering it up. Fucking covering it right up. 100% just blocking it from public view. And maybe that's just humility or being, you know, normal and normalized. But in normalize, you should realize that you are getting way too fat or way too skinny, right? It can work both ways. Does that make sense? You know what I mean? It's like it's a literal cover up. And that's like what it like so like it doesn't stop you from being like any different from anybody else. You didn't have clothes on.
Well,
Nobody had clothes on.
I used to care. Like, I'm at an age now where I really don't care too much, but I've noticed that my belly is starting to get a lot bigger than it ever used to be. But like in your 20s, 30s, and 40s, when I noticed like I was getting a bit too podgy here or there, yeah, you know, I'd go to gym, I'd start eating less, eating more proper throughout your life. And some people just can't do that. I don't know. It's like you take a pride in your personal appearance or something like that. But as soon as I seen maybe a little double chin and the belly was getting, no, I was off to the gym. I would change my eating habits for like 6 months until I, you know. But some people just can't do that, unfortunately, I suppose. They just keep going to McDonald's.
Yeah, for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Like, here's the fucked up thing. Now, I get it. Like, you're hungry, want to eat something 3 times a fucking day? 3? I can barely handle life. Trying to do constant meal cooking. And now, all right, now maybe you have a servant for that. And
sorry, Witchy. I actually heard this the other night. Let me see now. Where are we? Tuesday night? I think it was Sunday night. I was tuned in to the server here. I was at work, and they were talking about this food stuff and about how long people can survive without eating. It's a hell of a long time. Yeah, it was interesting, and they were talking about other things as well. The JAMA with QE, etc., etc. It was Gemsy and who was it? Yeah. Anyway, yeah, it's strange. Yeah, they were talking about food, and yeah, we don't have to eat as much as we think and all that shit.
It's the constant schedule, like, like the scheduling of the whole eating process. You got breakfast, you got lunch, you got dinner, you got damn dessert too. Like, what? Maybe like in like another 10 years, we might get a 4th fucking meal. And
like Hobbit, like second breakfast.
Yeah, exactly. Like, dude, we don't even get enough fucking time to do that. Like, that's just too much. You're asking your body to process all of this all this time. Yeah. Always processing, going. Never stop the digestive system. Maybe that's fucked up, dude. Like, why does nobody think about that? If I could stop my heart and I didn't need my blood to pump, I would absolutely do it, because I know for a fact my heart would last a lot longer. Okay, that's exactly probably why people close their eyes eventually and they sleep and they stop moving around, because you keep moving around, you're gonna fucking break your shit. 3 times a day, that's more than half your life. You are constantly fucking feeding yourself. You have a schedule of constantly stuffing your face, and people wonder why they're always so fat. No fucking joke, dude. It's because you're spending most of your life feeding yourself this shit. You can't stop.
There's a lot to do with boredom eating, and people are programmed to breakfast, lunch, dinner, supper. But if you eat breakfast and you don't feel hungry, but people just like it's a social thing, or it gets you out of the office or something to eat lunch even though you don't feel hungry. Yeah, you're right. It was just constantly eating. We don't have to, and but it's good for you to fast, isn't it? It's good. It's good.
When I eat breakfast, I'm pretty much hungry all day. But when I work or when I fare the best, I only eat dinner, a good big meal in the evening, and that's enough.
Because if you eat about 5-6 o'clock, and then if you don't eat after that.
My point is, like, personal experience. If I eat in the morning, like before work or before whatever I'm gonna do, I'm pretty much hungry all day, every 2-3 hours, something like that. But when I'm in my good cycles, I only eat, a good full dinner.
Oh, okay, all right, I get you. But that's strange, because apparently eating breakfast would prevent you from eating junk throughout the day or something. But yeah, you some days you would just have a good dinner and that's it.
Yeah.
Well, that would be healthier.
I mean, we're all different. I'm just, from my perspective or from my experience, like, eating in the morning is literally the worst thing I can, because then I have these shackles on for the rest of the day where I need to snack eat and eat, like they suggest us to eat. But when I work the best, when I feel the best, is when I only eat that one big meal in the evening.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe like a little bit for lunch, right? And then
of course, if you're starving, you eat something, of course. But yeah,
it's yeah, it's you don't have to hide yourself from like what you really do need. The cravings though, when you keep giving in constantly, and you've literally have built a systematic way of putting these cravings into your system, your whole lifestyle, like 3 times a day, you're gonna fuck yourself up.
It also
That's
depends what you. It
literally what
also
it is.
depends. It also depends what you're eating. For example, like in the morning, you have some oatmeal with, let's just say, sugar and milk on. There is a lot of starch in that. There is a lot of sugar in that, which is bloating you up, which is expanding your stomach. And when that is starting to be digestive and goes further into the system, there is still this hollow space in your stomach, and that is what you're hurting. That is why you're feeling uh, hungry, even though you're not really in need of energy. You know what I mean? There is a lot of things like that, like the bloatiness of sugar and starch.
I cut that out a couple of years ago. I had a little experiment. It was crazy. I stopped the sugar and the breads. I had no breads, no kinds of breads. Don't think I had much potato and sugars. I cut them completely out of my diet for about 4 or 5 months. I actually never felt so good in my entire life.
Yeah, it's because those sugars, they're food for the yeast in the bread, right? It might not all be dormant. For example, if you ingest the bread with a little bit of sugars and sweets, for example, perfect example, iced some kind of cinnamon bread that's got icing on it, that's going to make you crave so bad because inside of your stomach the whole cycle, it just kind of repeats. Like it's going to expand and keep creating this carbon dioxide. You get bloated. That's what I'm thinking.
Unfortunately, I'm like a lot of people. I love breads and I have a sweet tooth, and I just went back to the old ways. It's really hard to cut out fresh breads and a big arrow bar or a nice big chocolate bar at night or something. It's just hard. You know it's not doing you any good, but you're like, fuck it, I'm enjoying this. You know what I mean? Guilty pleasures. While you're eating it, you're singing to yourself, "Who wants to live forever?"
Yeah.
I mean, when you walk into a bakery and that sourdough is just wafting through the air, and you get yourself a big rack of ribs with some sourdough and some butter. It's fucking heaven.
Yeah, I'm a nut for sour bread. I do love sourdough bread. It's it's something really special, really. To me, it is. It just it's something that's like a delicacy in its own, right? And it doesn't need anything else. Just the bread.
Yeah,
It's so good. My gosh.
yeah, exactly. A hot piece of just out of the oven sourdough with butter. It's like that's a meal in itself. I could live off that. I don't know.
Yeah, right. Oh God, that's yeah, we need some good home cooking in our lives, ladies and gentlemen. That hot oven is just a gift, right? It's the gift that keeps on giving sourdough bread or garlic bread or any kind of bread that oh my I love bread. Okay, I know it's probably like not the most desirable meal for you to, something for you to have all the time, right? Like, but it's just very good. Like, there's so many recipes. It's so it can be tweaked in so many ways, right? Like you don't have to use as much yeast. You can have it like a little bit unleavened, right? Or however it's pronounced. But think about it, dude. Like lemon bread, banana bread, like all these types of breads, and you like pretty much every one of them, dude. Like you know it. At least I do.
Yeah. My granny once said to me, "You're a lot like your granda." My granda was passed. He said he would eat bread with everything. Doesn't matter what it was. It was just he needed on his plate. He needed two big pieces of farmhouse or batch or something. He just bread. I'm the same. I can't. I find it hard to eat something without a nice bit of bread. But you got to have the right kind of bread for the right kind of dish. Even though it's bad for you, but I love it.
Yeah, it's funny. That's a lot of places that like with incarceration, like they feed a lot of those prisoners bread, right? And they give them like 2 slices per meal sometimes, depending on which meal it is, right? So I feel like it's like kind of like a fattening up type of thing, but like it doesn't work for everybody, of course. Not everybody even likes bread because there's some psychos out there, right? They don't like bread. It's just really weird. But
psychos.
Yeah, then you mean then you
What's the
get
matter with you?
yeah what is your mental disorder, Private? I don't understand why you don't like motherfucking bread in your fucking mouth. And that's the thing is those people though they'll give you the extra bread maybe, right? Hopefully you get the extra bread because you know you're gonna need the extra bread for a fucking donut sandwich the next day, dude. 100%.
Where are you from, Private? Texas? The only thing comes out of Texas is steers and bread, and I don't see no fucking horns on you.
Yeah. That makes me British.
Hello. Watcher. Oh, he dropped. Oh, he's back. Did you go get some bread?
Yeah, oh, can I have some bread? I just got in the chat, first, like, I'm next in line for some bread, so it's my turn to get it, right? I'm gonna get back in line too. I'm not gonna lie. If there was a bread line, why didn't people just keep going in the back, right?
Get your bread. You walk out, eat your bread on the way back to the back of the line.
Yeah, yeah, 100%. That's probably happened. That's like.
You put on a disguise because the bread lady's gonna recognize you, so you put on a fake fucking mustache and a pair of glasses, so you get another bit of bread.
That sweet bread. Oh my god. Yeah, I would do it 100%. I'd probably do it even if I wasn't hungry. Is it good bread? Is it good bread? Yeah, I'm going to the back of the line while I'm eating it. I'm back again. Popped right back up. It really doesn't have to be good though, because you're just trying to survive. Could you imagine though having to survive on bread? Like, ooh.
Oh yeah.
Dude, just you smashed it down. You got it in your gut, and then next thing you know, Man, I want some more fucking bread, right? And everybody's looking at you with no bread in their hands, and you look back down. Oh shit, we're fucked. We're fucked. You know, bread.
I think if there was a bread eating competition, we'd probably do okay.
Yeah, I think we'd handle that like gold cups, bro. Gold cups full of bread. Oh God, don't get me started. Oh Jesus, gold cup bread.
That good bread?
Like, like I'm talking with the stuff. You know, I mean, like you can get the nice, like chunky bread. You know what I mean? Where it's like, it's not over leavened. It's not super crazy processed. But oh God, I'm sorry. I can't help. I'm drooling right now. It's absolutely, it's ludicrous. I'm not even joking. I love bread. Don't get me started. Don't tempt me, Frodo. Okay? Like, you know what I mean?
Lambas bread. Welcome to the 24/7 bread server.
24/7 Bread Earth 2.0. My name's Witchcraft. I'm here to bring you through the whole experience. Now, what we have here, we have white bread. We've got Wonder Bread. We've got inbread. And we've got my cousin. She's just looking so nice tonight. We've got a whole lot of bread, and you're already in the server. So why don't you tell me, what is your favorite flavor? And can I be your bread lifesaver?
Inbred
Let
bread.
me reiterate. I don't want to incinerate my bread because burning it is bad. I don't know.
There's only one kind of bread I'd want to keen on is the inbred bread.
That was the bread that we're all talking about, right? We were bred for this conversation. It's the gift that keeps on giving, right? Like that's the thing. Like I think that's maybe that's what they intended. They just keep making good bread, and we're gonna be bred for it. The bread. Eventually inbred, yes. Not sadly, not even that bad. No big deal, not bad bread.
They even had a band called Bread.
The bread bag. Yeah, I mean, dude, you can do anything with bread. With bread comes great responsibility. Okay?
Okay, Spider Bread.
Spider bread. Alright. New nicknames. We're gonna be bread bros. Are you down for the social experiment?
I'm down for anything.
Oh fuck, dude. We can't do it. Whose idea was that? I can't even change my own nickname. Oh yeah, that was a long time ago. That was so long ago. We need a mod to change our nicknames.
I want to change my name to Pea Bread.
Pea Bread. That's amazing.
Witchy bread. Or breadcraft.
Breadcraft, yeah. All right, yeah, you've nailed it. Or witch bread. Like, cause I want to know which one it is before I put it in my mouth, right? That's crazy. That sucks, though. I'm really surprised I forgot about that. Like, I was ready to change my nickname. They were about to throw down, and good God, no bread. No bread in that.
I love bread that much. My freezer is actually full of bread. No lies. I got cheese rolls, I got ciabatta rolls, I got muffins, all kinds of bread.
Muffins, bro. Oh my gosh. Dude, don't get me started. I'd fuck a dude for a muffin right now.
No.
Blueberry. That's all. That's the only thing you need to know.
Oh, blueberry muffins, yeah, they're the best.
There's just something really strange about how awesome that comes out. Like, it's just a beautiful, beautiful thing. Yeah, it's a blueberry muffin, dude, and that's pretty much what I want in my afterlife. That's all I can ask for at this point.
Here's the thing. When I get a properly cooked blueberry muffin, I don't, you don't hold it and just bite it. You hold it in one hand and you grab the other hand and you just pull bits out of it, especially bits around the blueberry, and you just pull it out and then put it in your mouth with your one hand. You don't like hold it in your hand and eat it. You've got to use your other hand to pull that soft muffin out, that blueberry, and then just stuff it in your mouth. Little bits. There's an art to it.
Yeah, and cause in the inside there is just wonders to be seen. You pull off the top, the cap of it, and oh my gosh, it's got more revealed, just revealing all of the beautiful, delicious parts. Where it's just like, okay, I bite into that part. Oh yeah, it's on. Oh my gosh, it's life is a highway. I want to ride it all night long with a blueberry muffin in my mouth all night long. Oh my god, dude. You're absolutely nailing it, dude. I need a blueberry muffin. Can somebody help somebody out? Like, I'm just gonna have to let this leak out of my mouth because I'm just drilling so hard. Life is a muffin. I wanna eat it all night long. You're going my way. I'm gonna blueberry all night long.
You're really bad at singing. I'm just kidding. Hey, Witchy, have you partake today? Have you been taking the alcohol or is it something else?
I actually was thinking about rolling another one.
Weed. Yeah. So it's some really exciting stuff. It's really it's clean stuff. So that's the best thing, right? You don't want it to be tainted, right?
No, tainted.
I'm not smoking taint, right? I'm not smoking it. Get it out of here.
Do they have a blueberry strain?
Yeah. Blue Dream. I know that they some people they fertilize it with blueberries. Yeah. So they really, dude, they really go over the top with this thing. It is it's like I can see in a different shade of blue, right? It changes the hue, and you know what it do. So I'm down to show you.
Well, yeah. So to change this. Sorry about changing the subject real quick. Because something just occurred to me. You as an American, what do you think about the whole? Are you an American, Witchy?
I'm I'm of European descent, but yeah, American.
Okay, yeah, because sometimes we get it wrong over here. The Canadians sound like Americans still. So, what do you think about the whole fucking I don't even know if we're allowed to talk about this here, but the raid on Trump.
I mean, I bet they didn't have a real warrant. This thing right here is a funny subject because they probably didn't even have the proper jurisdiction and never even none of this was probably even authorized by a judge. And when I mean authorized, this means two different things, okay? Which leads to the same following point. A judge needs to write the warrant out. It is by law absolutely necessary, and a signature by the judge. Now, if they didn't have that, do you think it would be impossible for them to do these things? No, they'll do them anyways. Because here's what people don't want to hear, and yeah, all cops are bastards.
I gotta tell you something. Okay, the attorney for 20 years for Jeffrey Epstein is now the judge that did the FBI, that signed the thing for the FBI raid.
No way.
I am not joking.
It's just a coincidence.
Holy shit.
Yeah. We have been usurped.
Wait. Oh, Christy, you said they signed it. It's an actual verified, authorized, 100%, not even like it's literally God, what, hold on. Give me a moment. It's a sufficient warrant.
I'm sure that you'll hear about it tomorrow. It'll be all over the news. Well, not the mainstream.
They did they did the publicizing that the people who run the news reels and all these stories, they don't publicize this warrant. It's not real. I already know that it's not a sufficient warrant. It can't be unless they fucking put it out in public. That's what needs to happen. They need to publicize these warrants. Otherwise, they're really no jurisdiction. Like ipso facto, 100% no real warrant. Prima facie.
They might be trying to cause civil war or something. I don't know.
It doesn't matter though. Like it doesn't matter if it's real or not. Like it's
It's enforceable because they are the enforcers. Like, what? Who even needs jurisdiction? I'm like, all right, here I'm moderating the whole world. I am the enforcer. You didn't sign a contract. I don't give a fuck. I've got something that's called a warrant. And no, I don't need to justify any of this. I just ripped you out of the car and you're gone. You're legally in debt to me now. At this point, now you owe a fucking bond. Bullshit. Crap. Yeah, fucking hire a lawyer. If you're retarded, hire a lawyer. Never in my life have I seen a legal process. Ever. There is no process. It's 3:33 right now. There's no process. What is the process? It is death. I remember almost being killed by a group of officers multiple times. That was crazy. That it wasn't just once. And they just really love threatening your life to the point where it's not even a threat. It's literally an action. And they'll fucking kill you. Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised when the cops kill you. Be very, very careful around them. They're a bloodthirsty gang, and you don't have to challenge them. Now, get the attitude out of the situation, and do whatever you want after that. But don't get yourself killed, because they don't give a fuck about you. They'll never ever have any worth in looking at you as a citizen. All right? And that's not gonna double speak. They will take it all the way. And I hope for everybody's safety. That's really all I'm trying to say. You know what I mean? Like, no ulterior motive, bro. It's just seriously be careful. Like, with these people, they literally are ready to pull the trigger. Like, on whatever weapon. They got so many weapons, it's unreal. And by the way, if that doesn't wake you up, like, I don't know what will, because that's just reality. I'm not trying to sugarcoat it, candy paint it, none of this. Know what you're doing. And then, when you got the shot, you take it. Questions? Comments? Concerns? Probably the third one, right?
I was thinking about it the other day. It's strange. The the female cop that was like, taser, 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 but she actually pulled out her gun and killed the guy. And then that other guy on Facebook, the poor black guy with his black girlfriend, and the cop just fucking shot him dead too. I was like, but you could hear it in the cop's voice. It's just like he was not properly trained. He was. It's like they get really really scared. Like at the slightest thing, it's almost like their life is in danger. So all they can think of is just pull out a gun and shoot somebody. I don't know.
Yeah, at that point, it's them or you, and that's what a lot of people have to realize. The slightest thing you do in life, it could mean your life or theirs. For one thing, like, no, I'm not talking about life or death. I'm not talking about killing or murdering or any of that. It could be as simple as your reputation. You're the one that just drives around crazy or flips people off or throws rocks at people or calls people retard. Oh well, that's just so funny because there are witnesses, and the people that are sick of it, you're throwing of rocks, you're slurring, you're absolute disrespect for all situations. That's going to be met at some point in your life. It doesn't matter. It doesn't just end with a sentence or some kind of vibrational joke that you have in your mind. No, it's a decision, and it carries. And what does it carry? Like, it doesn't carry like Mariah. It doesn't like carry like Jim. No, it fucking has real results. Not kind of. Oh, well, I said it. And by the way, some people they don't give a fuck. So that's just funny to me that a whole lot of people think, oh, we can censor flat Earth. We're so cute. He. Yeah, that's cool. But you can't. You'll never censor the truth. You'll never censor any truth. And that's the sad thing, is because when people realize what you've done to censor, and you've never even considered the repercussions, well, that's when you reap them the most. And you're going to fucking find out. I don't care. I don't care what you think. You're going to find out. People are going to be pissed. Like, I'm not even sorry. I'll never be sorry. I'll never apologize for speaking the truth. That's just the facts that you're gonna find out. Like, you thought this shit was censorship? You just fired us up even more. Good job. That was a class act right there. 'Cause we're not gonna shut up. We're not gonna sit down, lay down, or let this happen. We're gonna blow it up like fucking NASA blows it up. And it's going to be way more sensational. And the people that hear it, they're going to be devastated. And they're going to be looking for answers. So watch the fuck out, Globetards. Because I'm coming for you. And I'm not backing down. I'm a fucking badger. I'm a honey badger. I don't give a fuck. Right? And I hope everybody feels like 70% of the same way, right?
Even bears won't fuck with honey badgers.
And that's the thing. At this point, Elon himself can come in here, and I I don't care. He's literally just not a he.
Have you noticed this growing trend of going green? It's like accelerated to the fucking nth degree. It's just crazy. Every time you turn on the TV, the radio, everything you listen to, oh, climate this and climate that, climate this, climate that. And it's just, oh, we're going to have zero emissions by this year, and we're doing this to do, and all these companies, and it's really going fucking crazy, bro. Eating crickets and all kinds of.
If we were to really address the situation here at hand, we would look back into nuclear power, and we'd stop fucking around and kidding ourselves, and realize that we excite this isotope. It produces steam, it generates energy, and it's very fucking clean. This is the funny thing that people like The Simpsons. This is what I don't understand. Is why does it seem like in The Simpsons they're constantly
predicting the future?
They're predicting the future, but they're also producing a bad spotlight for nuclear energy. Because Homer Simpson, he's just some stupid fuck who sometimes gets it right, like in a glorious way. Somehow magically just gets it right. Like, for example, like they're smokestacks. Like they're not smokestacks like everybody thinks it is, and they think it's pollution. Those aren't smokestacks. In a nuclear reactor, those are steam stacks. Those are cooling towers. That cools everything. It's vapor going into the air. There's no pollution. Like, absolutely redonkulous. Like, they don't understand. These hippies, they only understand that these need to be shut down. So they try to go ahead, shut them down. But you're fucking over clean energy, you fucking goofy ass tree hugging, non-intelligent people.
They're talking about it, and then you get these people at these conferences that are flying in private jets and shit to tell us about our global footprint, and they make a footprint that you or I couldn't make in our entire fucking lives. They make it in a couple of days.
Yeah. Holy shit. Like, exactly. I mean, exactly what I'm thinking. These people that are against it, they're just completely just at a maximum rate producing emissions for all of their campaigning kind of thing. And then the travel, like, right, it's bollocks, dude. It's no joke. 100% bullshit.
Justin Trudeau, he took a holiday to somewhere fucking exotic, cost the taxpayer 200,000 Canadian dollars or something. He flew in a jet about 2 to 3 times that week, and yet he'll go up on the podium and preach about how they need to zero emissions and green this and green that. It's a fucking agenda. It's just fucking programming. It's just ridiculous. It's clown world, bro. Everything's just clown world.
It's abusing the public, man. It's telling somebody they're bad, and then the whole time they're using the whole public's funds that they've abused the whole entirety of their chairmanship, and boom, they take away $200,000, dude. Like, it's a real number, right? It's not an exaggeration.
No, it's not an exaggeration.
This dude needs to fucking die.
For a holiday for his family or something. And then British Petroleum and Shell, and they're making fucking record profits in the last quarter. Meanwhile, the little man, us, aka us, is suffering. People can't pay their fucking bills. People are living in fuel poverty, heating poverty now in the UK. It's all over the fucking news. It's like every day you wake up, it's like, every day you wake up, it's like, oh, there's COVID. We're busy. Like, I heard Karen B say this the other day. I think it was Karen B. It's to me, it's real. The human race now at the moment is going through fucking MK Ultra. They're actually making people live in fear because there's the COVID's out there, and then there's the monkeypox, and now there's fucking war, and hey, this could turn into World War III, and oh fuck me, the heating, and oh the climate's changing. We have a couple of fucking weeks of hot weather, and suddenly, oh, it's all fucking climate change. Meanwhile, it's shown that the polar bear population is actually increasing, etc., etc. It's just fucking. We're all being the entire population. Oh, eat grasshoppers, and you'll have being MK Ultra. We're just living in a mind fuckery, mind fear based every fucking day. Well, God knows what's coming next, because there's definitely something coming next, and it's going to continue until the entire human race is afraid to walk out their front fucking door.
If I walked out my door and accidentally killed Justin Trudeau, I wouldn't even feel sorry.
You get away with it, bro.
I feel like a lot of people would want to cover up for me, but I would gladly claim that absolute victory for humankind. Somebody who spends that much money on being a stupid fucking douchebag, they don't deserve to be in this reality. Like,
I don't understand how he freezes people's fucking bank accounts with the convoy, with the trucker convoy and everything. He just freezes bank accounts and everything, and people just sort of, and then what do you call it? The pay thing where they donated. What the fuck was it? Anyway, millions of dollars.
I've seen a meme.
Oh, like that company went, no, we're not paying it. So where did that money go?
So I've seen a meme, all right, and it was very leftist, made truckers look bad, and then I seen an actual video. Now, these truckers, they're not racist. They love their country. They don't cause violence. I'm sorry. Like, do I even need to go on, Justin? Like, you're a fucking Cuban goofy cigar of a person.
What they're doing is they're trying to push people to the fucking absolute edge, because people are just gonna like go, right, that's it, we've had enough. Fuck it, I'm not paying my bills. Millions of people just go, fuck you, gas company, I'm not paying the bills. Blah 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 blah. Great reset. Blah 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 blah. I mean, it's just so ridiculous. They bail out banks and all kinds of things for the last couple of years. It's just, I think they're just pushing people. They want people to fucking go over the edge. But before you do that, just have a little think. Just have a little think. You know, it's fucking clown world, bro. It really is.
When you're that brazen to attack your economy directly by calling truckers that want to have a living wage, when you call those people terrorists, you've declared war on your own country.
That's right. He called them that, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. And there are no truckers that are terrorists. Like, excuse me, like, do you know what terrorists do? They suicide bomb, and they literally create problems that no trucker is trying to do. They can't sustainably like operate on that kind of level. All they want to do is have some fucking gas like in their tank where they can go all the way back home without losing money.
Yeah.
And Like, what is that? Like, it's so fucking hard, and I don't honestly look, dude. I'm American. I don't know. I've paid $7.50 for a gallon of gas, of the shittiest gas you can imagine. Now, this is nothing. This pales in comparison to what people in Canada are suffering through. Like, this is.
Our leaders called us deplorables. I think they're just projecting.
Yeah. I mean, remember all this happened, that the trucker convoy thingy happened before this Putin price hike. So what are they going through now? I mean, they're just going to give up their jobs. Fuck that. This is before all this shit. It was just before the massive price hike in energy. So if it was bad then, what the fuck are them people going through now?
Yeah, I don't understand exactly the scale of it. Because like I said, dude, I don't understand how there's even a possibility of transportation in Canada with the prices. Like, it's everything's got to be like inflated so badly just to make up for it. Like, in just that one sector of, you know, of the economy. It's if shit doesn't get transferred, you don't get your product, you don't have an economy. Like how do they hold that economy hostage for so long, and still at that point, like, it didn't even snap, but they went so far. Or they call them terrorists. Like, you're like, you're going too fucking far, man. Like, this dude is just literally like, I can't. It's not a dude. Fucking female.
It's disgusting what they did, what he did.
Yeah, Justin Trudeau, you're a dickless little perv bitch. Nothing in that dick sack at all. You're a pussy. Absolute woman.
We'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, 100%. That is just 100% like sabotage your own fucking country. And you can't get around it. It's just I'm at a loss for words. It's unbelievable. I couldn't imagine trying to kill my own people like that. Like, that's literally what it is. Like, it's the first step in execution process of the entire country. You're putting them in depression. You're bringing down everybody's morale. And you don't ever do that as a leader. You don't fucking do that. As a leader, you boost morale. You don't bring them down. You don't break a country like that. You don't lead a country like that in a successful manner. You don't ever take that step. And this is what people need to realize. This is what good leaders do. Good leaders, they bring you up. Good leaders, they educate you. Good leaders, they make you happy and healthy. Those are synonymous. If you and your body is doing well, your mind is going to work well as well. Like, you're going to be successful in your endeavors. Don't ever put down all of the people that are supposed to love you and expect a real country.
It's just
Everybody
a pity.
should be.
It's just a pity that a lot of the countries today are run by sociopaths. That's a fact.
Everybody, it's like we should be building castles. This is de-evolution at its finest, and this is what they want us to fall into. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to really stay close to each other, and if I was just to come in the live stream and say, hey, y'all are retards, go ahead, find a tree and pick a strong branch because that's the one you need to hang yourself from. Then we're gonna all fuck up. We're all gonna be doing bad. But I'm telling you, don't ever feel like you need to do anything that anybody tells you if it doesn't make sense. Like, don't do it. You are a conscious being that can make decisions. The decision could be as easy as saying no. Say no to this nonsense and negativity, and I want everybody to know that this is something we can change. Like, it's not a ingrained system. And maybe you can see this because you're in a flat earth server. You're starting to realize that it's not we revolving around others, but it's others revolving around us, because we are important and they're not. There are some people, yeah, there's, of course, they're your family members, your friends. You have to be there for them, and be there for yourself. Maybe, like, we can't just say no and take this bullshit. I don't think we need to. And
They want people relying on the state is what they want. I mean, for me, if you look from 2020 onwards, there's definitely something coming down the pipeline. I would guess within the next 5, 6, 7 years or something, there's definitely something coming along because, like you said, de-evolving. It's one thing after another. The human race is going in a completely fucking crazy direction. There's all kinds of shits happening. You wake up one day, you wouldn't be surprised if aliens landed on the White House lawn. It's just there's this kind of this theory about they want to bring order out of some kind of chaos. I think the world's going to be a real fucking mess for 2-3 years from now. It's going to be such a fucking mess. People will be crying out for some kind of order or savior or something, and they'll show up.
I think at this point, it's pretty much been foretold we're gonna suffer 1,000 years for this, and it's because some stupid motherfuckers think that it matters to vote. And this is why we have to go through 1,000 fucking years of misery.
Well, there's a passage
100%.
from the Bible that always made me think is that men will seek death and not find it. Okay, so how is that a bad thing? Like, if you can't die, shouldn't you be fucking happy? You know, I don't know what that means, what's an allegory for, or fucking whatever it is. But to seek death and not find it, you must be going through some fucking real shit, bruh.
Well, it's as simple as this for me. Well, not everybody lives 100 years, which was supposed to be the predetermined.
I think we used to live a lot longer.
Yeah, for example, there is a tortoise that is probably, I think he's about 190 years old, Yeah, a lot longer than most people live. Yeah, for 100%, like probably twice as long as most people ever live. Yeah, that's undoubtful, but like, this is the thing. Like, we don't have to study the turtle. We don't have to study like the math. Like, we just have to study why it happened. And it's pretty simple for me. Like, the turtle, it leads a very sheltered life. It
Did you say?
doesn't.
Hey! Did you just say the turtle lives a very sheltered life?
a, a sheltered life.
Did you just
A
make a joke, but
shell.
you didn't even realize it?
Yeah. I didn't realize it, dude.
This tortoise lives a. It's a really. Did you say it lived 184 years?
I think it's about 190.
That's
It's
184.
really
Yeah,
close.
yeah. I just googled it, but as I was googling it, I heard you say, "Well, this tortoise lives a really sheltered life."
Putting the shell in there, bro. Like, yeah,
That
it's
was kind of.
I love it, dude. The thing is, like, we 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 do have to kind of like think more simplistic, like this whole system shit. Like, all
I
right,
thought
like,
you
what
meant
is
that.
this?
I'm sorry. Hang on. I'm sorry. I'll be right back.
It's the bat phone.
So, like, we need to go back, right? Not like to monkey, you know what I mean? Like, you don't have to go that far, but we just really need to start retracing at some point, that these steps that we've taken in society, where we're starting to, I don't know, give everybody the go ahead to do whatever they want. Like, stop doing that. Just, like, I don't really care. Like, what they say, you realize that when you start giving somebody that kind of position where they can execute your grandmother for being a witch, then we need to absolutely avoid these kinds of situations. Like, I've I've got no mercy for anybody who votes. I don't care why you did it. I'm going to eviscerate you and tell you that you had no right to do that. You had no right to even express your opinion, to try to express another opinion on a whole entire population. Never was an option. It should never have been.
I'll tell you something. Over here, Boris Johnson had to leave office, and for the last 2 months or month, they've done nothing but talk about it. It's fucking everywhere. Who's going to be the next leader? Blah 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 blah. What have they got to offer? Blah 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 blah. Woman, man, his history, his past, her past. But it's so fucking sickening because all it's doing is reinforcing a reality upon people that this is a necessary thing. It's a necessity. This government thing, and I'm completely anti-government, right? I am a full-on anarchist. I don't believe in governments at all. But you see the what do you call it? Like when you run something like the programming in place. The all over talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio and I watch some news, and that's all they talk about. And all that does is reinforce it to people that this is part of life. This is a necessity. It's not. They're all full of shit. I promise this and I promise that. Not one of them have held any of the fucking promises.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Is
Rant
Gary
over
Johnson going to give you world peace? Like, no.
Boris.
Boris Johnson. I'm sorry.
Boris.
Yeah. So, like, is Boris? Is he going to fly over to Russia and make it all better the next day?
No.
No. Maybe give him the whole term. Maybe he'll finally do that. No, never happened. Nobody ever did that.
I'll tell you a wee joke here, and it's kind of a dark one. But I was at my work listening to the radio, and the guy says, and this is a true story. You heard there's a Russian soldier he's been done for castrating Ukrainian soldiers that he captured, and the radio presenter said something like, "There must be a joke in there somewhere," and I thought to myself, "Yeah, there is. His name is Ivan Erdikov, the Russian, yeah, cutting off Ukrainians' privates. His name was Ivan Erdikov." Oh man, it's a bit dark.
That's really crazy. I'm sorry.
I told that to my friends. They laughed. They thought that was good.
I think they make up these names, though. I think they're throwing it in our face.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to put this out there. Now I watched the video. I've seen the Russian dude cutting his dick off.
Oh, you did?
No, 100%. I watched the video.
Oh, okay.
It was recorded. Yeah, it's
Oh, really?
I think the guy, the Ukrainian, he was gagged up pretty good because I couldn't hear a lot of screams, but that was real. Like, ooh.
Shit, dude. Really? I didn't even know there was a video out there. You seen that?
Yeah, I literally watched the dude separate his dick from his body.
Russian's name
Unbelievably
was
gross.
Ivan Erdikov. Yeah.
Not gonna lie, I
suppose
probably would have. I probably would have, if I was a Russian dude, I probably would have just bit it right off.
I'd rather get killed fighting before they let somebody do that to me. But that made me think about.
He was alive. No, he was alive when this whole dismemberment was happening.
Okay, Jesus, no, man, that's bad. That also reminded me of the photo. Remember the photo of the American Marines taking a number one on dead Afghanis? Remember that one?
No, I don't.
Oh, right. Okay, you don't remember that? A quick Google will probably find it. But yeah, that was horrible too. Like it was American soldiers actually taking a piss on dead bodies. That was bad, bro. That's how fucked up this world is, man.
I saw them tying the people that were looting to poles, and they were using like saran wrap and duct tape and stuff, and like taping them to the poles for stealing in Ukraine during the war.
Oh.
Well,
I'm
a very peaceful person, but I know for a fact that there is only one objective in war that you should ever follow, and it is to absolutely boost up the morale of your soldiers to kill the others. And if you can, at best, you want to have the higher percentage. You want to be more morally obligated, and you want your soldiers to feel morally obligated to continue this campaign. And if you don't, then it doesn't matter.
You
Like
see, there's
nothing else.
There's bad apples in every barrel. There's actually videos of Australians in Afghanistan, and one of them was like, "Do you want me to kill this fucker?" Whatever Australians talk. But there was a gunshot after. It was an unlawful killing. Even the Australian army, Australians, I think it's that peaceful, swim with dolphins and all that there. But yeah, they that was bad too. That's a thing as well. You could hear him. Do you want me to kill this fucker? Or something about fucker and put him out of his misery or something. But yeah, there's bad bastards and there's bad apples in every fucking barrel, right?
Well, it's the thing is, like, is it a good apple or is it a bad apple, right? Like, it's the thing is, like, for me, like 100%, like I swear to God, like, it can be summed up just to the fact where do people want to keep fighting? You want your people to keep fighting, but you can tell them to stop at any time. And when the opposition, when they see that video of somebody's dick getting cut off while they're still alive,
I wouldn't even watch that, bro.
it's not so bad. Like, you don't even hear the screams. It's just like a really weird, like, piece of meat just getting sliced off. Like, at like razor sharp, like, I'm sure, like, razor sharp instrument. But
why does YouTube allow that to happen? Do you remember was it an American? The guy with the beard?
YouTube it doesn't even matter. Like, YouTube, like, better keep promoting Flat Earth before I start talking about how you promote little child sex services.
Yeah, they would ban a video. They'd ban a video about Flat Earth, but they would show a video of of an American getting his head cut off by some fucking jihadis.
Yeah, it's no, like, for real. Like, I would just love to go in. Like, trust me, like, YouTube, I don't give a fuck, dude. Like, go ahead, do whatever you want. I'll go right after you. I'm like a fucking Yorkshire Terrier on your heels. I'm the fucking greyhound that doesn't stop running. I'm right here, bitches. Like, fuck you mean? Well, you got my interests. You got my advertisements. Like, I don't give a fuck. I don't even look at that. I got things to block that. Fucking stupid.
Did you ever see that video? The Flat Earth guy where he has this great theme tune. It goes like, "This world is not what you think it is." Do you ever remember that one? This world is not what you think it is. In reference to Flat Earth.
Get me singing now. Oh shit.
He's singing and rapping. Yeah. Well, I think you can apply that to basically the world. It's no matter what shape, color, whatever you fucking think it is. I think this world is not what we think it is.
I'm just here trying to make you sound more American, bro.
Who, me?
Yeah, bro.
Aye.
This is not the world that you think it is.
No. This world is not what you think it is. Boom, boom. This world is not what you think it is. Boom, boom, boom. I think it's something completely different, but that's just my opinion.
I think you're right though. Like it's sounds about accurate. I want bread and muffins and lemon bread muffins.
So with the drones and the whatever they're putting up, do you think that low Earth orbit is accessible? With some sort of sticky, like honey or something up there that like holds things up there? Some sort of part of the atmosphere that they can like make
Well,
things encased.
for me, it's not possible because of it seems like a whole gravity situation. Now, back when I was still a globe earther, I had done a simulation, and if you're to take in the laws of gravity and apply them to some kind of form of a video game, and
Okay, well, I don't even know what you're talking about with gravity because I'm being told gravity isn't a thing.
low Earth orbit, right? So, like, if you were to try to put something into low Earth orbit into a simulation, it just crashes. It's like yeah, you go down on the slide. You sit down on a slide and you expect yourself to stay there, but it's just too bad.
What do you think it means in the Bible when it says they will attempt to climb into the heavens or something like that? So like there's something up there that is,
Well, for me, it tells me that these people are trying to be heavenly. That they control our reality, right? They try to at least, and then they try to put themselves up as higher beings, but they're not. And for me, like I said though, it all comes crashing down. It doesn't stay up there. It doesn't just get stuck in the honey. It comes down and it comes with a bang. Like that's the end.
There has to be some kind of shell because you cannot get what they're saying. Even if fuck's sake, is there space out there, whatever? But there must be some kind of dome, maybe some kind of dome. But at the same time, can I ask a question? I had a little thought that it's really strange. I walked outside of work, looked up at the stars, seen the stars, and I always thought, what if they're just pinpricks in the sky? What if it's just little lights coming through and whatever. Okay, so they're not what they say they are, right? They're not fucking planets. They're not stars. They're not this thing. They haven't. Their light hasn't traveled billions of light years to reach my eye. Right? What are they?
Right.
So what the hell are they?
It's really hard to tell because I've seen all these shapes that I can zoom in with on my P900, and like it's very difficult to explain it. When I try to explain that I've captured triangular stars out of this contraption, right? And oh my god, of course, like I'm me being a flat earther where the camera everything is wrong. Well, it's very hard to be wrong when it's triangular. And you can even ask the Egyptians. I don't give a fuck. They know what triangular is.
I don't give a fuck. You can even ask the Egyptians. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Walk back in the
It's literally like I'll tell them, dude. It's not non sequitur. It doesn't even follow anywhere. Like the Earth is just non-moving. It's 100%. It's just stationary, and you don't need to suck out of a cat's tit to figure that out.
It's a clock / nightlight. That's what the heavens are. Like it's, to light up
Yeah, it's a
the
clock.
night.
It's for here perfect example like I was talking about earlier. It had a I had been reading into Buddhism and I realized at this point, okay, they're not calling it August. This is the month that we're in right now. But they called it they numbered the month, right? Did they not? And they had given it a 28-day cycle. At least from what I think is the truth. Maybe it's 29. It could be 29 a couple times. 28 usually. And this is the whole cycle of all these ancient texts. And then all of a sudden came this naming thing. It's a cycle of naming things, like what we call this, what we would say would be the 8th month. It should be the 8th month if we were going to name them. But it's not in the Bible. In the Buddhist texts, all
Well,
these.
I would say that your great 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 grandpa and mine, Adam, he probably named them.
Yours and mine.
Yes. Our
So,
ancestor.
so it's obviously not a spinning ball, and all that there, right? Vacuums and barriers and stuffs.
Yeah,
So my
because like
question is,
Adam and Eve got that right too, and then they changed it 500 years ago
yeah, I suppose they could change anything. What do you mean they changed it?
to ball.
Oh, right, yeah. Oh, okay, I see. Suddenly it's a ball.
Yeah. And suddenly it's Tuesday or,
But
August.
there's no proof of motion. There's no proof of curve. That's basically not. It doesn't seem like it's a ball. And they're telling us that these lights out there, all these stars, that they're in the same pattern every fucking night as it travels along, are just stars and just like things. For hundreds and millions of years, right? But so I understand that the Earth is not moving. I understand it's not the shape they tell us it is. I understand that we're probably living in a fucking fugazi. They're making shit up as they go along. They put us in some kind of fucking crazy fucking world where they make the rules. If you don't know where you're living, if you haven't a clue where you're living, then you've no way of working out where you are. If you don't know where you are, you have no way of figuring out what it's all about. So my question is, those pinpricks in the sky, those are the lights. We know they're not what they say they are. What are they?
Hey, with crap, tell us what more it looks like with your P900. I wish I had one of those.
Did you say Aurora? I'm sorry, there's a lot of noise on my side.
There's a lot of noise on your side, Witchy. Well, stop fucking shouting, man.
Just I'm blowing shit up, dude.
Usual.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Chrissy, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, I was just going to ask you what you've seen with your P900. I wish I had one of those. Or some of them seem closer, or do they all seem about the same distance? Like, I'm curious.
Well,
stars, not the aurora, but it is weird you brought up aurora because I was just talking about that yesterday.
Excuse me, I just
blowing stuff
I was
up.
kind of snacking. You caught me in the middle of snacking. So, the stars, like everybody knows that stars are twinkling at all times,
No,
and
they're not.
okay, retard. But they're twinkling at all times, and they're always just changing colors, and like 100% changing shape, and I've got like, bro.
You're a fucking retard.
All right.
I'm just kidding.
I'm gonna take whatever size that word is, put it up on the live stream, and I shove it down your throat. And now this shape of the star, it'll shift. I don't know what exactly it is. Cymatics might be a good explanation, but I have for example, not even a month ago, I'd taken another set of pictures of stars that are triangular, and it's really funny when people think about stars as a circular thing. They're not. They're not steady in their color color band.
Spectrum.
Yeah, spectrum, right. And it's ever changing in the spectrum, and it's pretty much ever changing in shape. Now, this is pretty much true for every kind of star, and even wandering stars. Maybe not in the shape with the wandering stars. Yeah, it's definitely crazy. For example, if you want to hear crazy, all right, well, here it is, you and me.
Yeah, just listen to you for fucking 2 minutes.
Yeah, there we go. And that's how you get crazy. You start you start listening to the truth for too long, and you start really having issues. And I'm sorry, you're just casual. You're just casualty. You know, I mean.
Hang on, Octane Weasel wants to say something here.
Wait, what?
Octane, he's a grand champion in this server.
Oh no. I don't know, that's a good or bad thing.
What's up, bro?
A whole lot of nothing. Just chilling. I'm just listening.
Where you from?
Good old California.
California.
Did you know that I'm in California now? I just moved.
Oh, hell yeah.
Everybody's in fucking California, bro.
Quick, so what city did you move to? I mean, if you don't mind.
From?
Nah, from Chicago.
Couldn't stand the cold, huh?
Yeah, the wind was too much, bro.
Oh, yeah, the wind.
It blew me all the way over here.
So Octane.
So PMAC.
So what now?
I have no clue.
Me neither.
I mean, I expect to say anything.
Oh no, brown cow. Octane Weasel, bro. What do you think about the surface area of the Earth? Like, What is the size? Do you think? You think it's bigger or smaller than what we tell you, or what you are told?
I mean, I think we have the size right. I mean, that's the question. I don't know this question.
Could you rephrase the question?
Yeah, what do you think about the size of the surface area? The surface area of Earth. Is you think it would make more sense if it was a globe if in opposition to a flat, right? Would it be better if it was a surface area on a globe?
I have no clue.
Me neither, bro. We're
Me
there.
too.
Like we're literally brothers now. We can.
Can I join? I have no clue.
We're all brothers. We all agree.
The no clue club.
Yeah. Somebody make that. Somebody make that as a role. And I want a private channel too. You know.
I haven't a clue club.
We're globe retardation's not allowed. I want that channel. Just kidding, bro.
You can be anything you want. In our channel.
Did you know I had taken this picture right here out. This profile picture. It's my avatar. That's a P900 picture.
Where what picture?
My P900. I'm a picture of what though? What is it?
Yeah, what picture, man?
Oh yeah, that's what I exactly wanted to hear. That's my homeboy over here. All right, Octane's on the up and up. He's ready to hear this. This is a fucking UFO, dude. 100%, no doubt.
You're a fucking UFO.
I am. I'm absolutely out of this world at this point, because this picture, it was not a single. This is a single frame out of a series, right?
And you're about to post it, right?
No, it's in profile picture. It's everybody can see it. It's that black dot, with a white dash. But if you look at it closely, you can see that it's possibly a craft, a witchcraft, and
witchy.
that. So I had. No, here we go. We're gonna go break down the whole scenario. This is what I did. I had gone outside and I had been on a break while at work, working pizza place. You know what I mean? Dude, I flipped these fucking saucers, dude. Like you wouldn't believe. Dude, I lay the sauce like a boss. I spread the cheese like a G. You know what I mean? All the way, 100%. I'm on a fucking break though. No way. Like on a fucking break. Took my fucking camera outside. I just fuck it, right?
Was this in California?
No, it was right by south suburbs of Chicago.
Yeah.
I just fucking decided I'm just gonna take these pictures because it's just so beautiful out. 7 series photo, you know, you hold it down. It's called rapid. It's called rapid fire. Or rapid mode in a shutter kind of situation in the camera, and it takes 7 photos and really fast, like click 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 click. There we go. That's how many photos, and then that fast. That's how it does it. And then so like I decided for some reason I'm gonna look at this cloud formation. I think it looks beautiful. Man, point the camera. Yeah. Hold down the button. That's when the 7 clicks go click 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 click. Man, in between those photos, there is a gap in the clouds, and in this gap, in one frame, there is this photo. Boom. That is what is my profile picture. I've seen aliens before that.
Yeah. Oh, you have?
Yeah, before that, when I was younger, I had gone down. I think it was kind of hard 67th Road because that's what it was, and we're driving down there, and transmission tower is visited by some kind of ET kind of being with a craft that is witchy, and I saw it. Like it was crazy. I had never even like experienced any kind of this discussion sort of stuff. This is, and I'm like,
wait, how would you know it's an alien?
I didn't. I thought I was a dragon. So those were the words out of my mouth. I used to see that as dragon. Alright,
You look like a ninja. Your profile pic, it looks like a ninja.
Yeah, it does, right? I think we're definitely making it makes sense. Like it does look like a ninja kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
Like has some kind of white bandana over, right? But so this sighting I've had that I have a witness, and trust me, you'll never talk to them. They don't give a fuck about this. But they 100% will agree with me that I and them had seen an alien UFO sighting. Now, it's not too crazy. Think about like all these people who want to be naysayers. You think that's not you I mean, like, if you don't think that makes sense, just 10 more seconds, wait for it. Look at life. I rest my case.
Damn. Crazy, bro. It's crazy. Crazy. And your point is? I'm just kidding.
I was about to say, well, I don't know.
It's your fucking point, bro.
Look at life, bro. My point is look. Just look. Completely focus. Shift your focus away from me and think about something else. And that is my point.
Oh, that actually works. Life's much better now without shifting my focus onto fucking witches.
Yeah,
you like it, witchy?
I like it. Yeah.
I aim to please.
You're my best friend, P-Mac. You know that, right? Yeah.
I'm your best friend online.
Yeah, 100%. Without caps.
I would do it in caps too. I definitely do it in caps, bro.
You're awesome, dude. They're serious.
I'm fucking awesome, bro.
I'm
actually amazing. Me sing.
I just like P-Mac all over me.
Wait, okay, let's not go that far.
No, come on, man! Don't draw some lines.
What the fuck are you talking about, man? You see, whoa! Put the brakes on. Put the brakes on. Put the brakes on that fucking shit.
Damn right, dude. Put the brakes on his ass.
You don't want me over you? I'll fucking crush you.
No, I'm not. I'm not ready to become a blueberry muffin. I'll eat a blueberry muffin though.
On Blueberry Hill. On Blueberry Hill, I found my thrill. The night was long. How's that now? Isn't that Blueberry Hill? I found my thrill on Blueberry Hill.
Yeah. Oh my god. That's. Oh, no way, dude.
You way.
I can literally. It's like somebody's throwing blueberries in my mouth right now. Like mentally. Oh, so many blueberries.
I can't take any more blueberries. Stop with the blueberries.
Blueberries over Jewberries, everybody. You heard me. And it's not a joke. It's 100% for real. The Blueberry Testament and y'all better obey. Because if you don't, you're not going to hell. You go to hell and you die. You don't want that. I seriously do want some muffins, though, for real.
This world is not what you think it is. Bow, bow.
This world is not what you think it is. Yeah.
Bow, bow.
Hey, Withcraft, if you accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior, which I don't know, maybe you already have, but if you do, and we get to heaven, I'm going to make you the best blueberry muffin when we get there. It's going to be amazing. Just wanted to tell you that because I'm making everybody their favorite meal, and I will remember.
Oh. You're like the sweetest. That sounds so tempting.
I think she likes you.
I think she likes blueberries just like everybody else. Like this is the obvious answer. I mean I like Christy too, but I mean like not a weird way. She's she's a good muffin. Okay.
I'm a good muffin. I am a married muffin. So, just so you know.
Well, they're very blessed, okay? Cuz I mean, like I'm having a good time. At least your husband can have a good time with you, and probably I'm sure I'm almost 100% sure that they're really enjoying life, okay? So keep that up, you know. That's what I have to say. That's the good thing that we can take away is make your partner's life an enjoyable thing.
That's
And
really sweet.
like blueberries.
Yes, like blueberries.
No, like absolutely very very lucky man. And this is a kind of relationship like, you know, not me and Christy, like I'm not saying we're in a relationship, like don't get that in your mind. I don't want to feel the wrath from hubby, but this is you know, happiness is really what matters.
PMAX, a troublemaker.
I am not. I resent the remark.
No, seriously, you really crack me up, though.
I've led a sheltered life. Actually, I had a wee box of wine there, and I was like trying to pour it out, and I was holding the glass a certain way, and then I realized, holy fuck, what are you doing? Just put the glass there, hold the box up, and fucking pour it out. Anyway, you had to be there. I am not a troublemaker. I fucking love everybody, bro. I haven't got one hate in my heart for anyone. No, I actually don't. I love Witchy.
Yeah, I love you too, P Mac. You're a really great guy, dude. I mean,
hey, everybody
seriously,
agrees here.
How can I dislike somebody who loves what I love? And bread is what I love. And you love bread. I love bread. Come on, let's all get together and sing a bread song. I don't know. I'm done. Oh my god. But truly, bro, you're a really good guy, dude.
I think
In a lot of ways.
I think the word you're looking for is legend. Just kidding.
Dude, I'm gonna start tickling you, dude. When I freaking find out where you live, I'm gonna tickle you into oblivion, okay?
I'm gonna tickle you back.
Yeah. Oh my god, that's the part that I can't reach, dude. Please tickle me in the back.
No, I said I'm gonna tickle you back, not in your back.
Damn it. Oh man.
Nobody can reach your back. Hey, do you know the one part you can't reach? Is your back.
Oh my god. Somebody please tickle me in the back. PMAC's not gonna do it. I'm accepting applications.
I'm gonna tickle you in your brain.
What brain?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Oh,
you
come
have
on, dude.
you have a brain, bro.
It's a hell of a nut to crack. I'll tell you that.
I'm still looking for the question, right? I'm still looking for the question. Fuck, I haven't even found an answer yet. What the fuck am I talking about? I'm still looking for the answer to the question. If stars are not stars, what the fuck are they?
The Bible says stars are angels sometimes.
So there's like angels that have been living there for like thousands of years, just like sitting there.
Just like singing and worshiping God who was and is to
Always
come.
shall be. Well, that's possible. But here we find
He
ourselves in a
never
world
gets
that's not so
tired.
fucking lovely. Yeah?
I think they would be honored to worship God day and night, all day long. Worthy is the Lamb that was slain. Worthy to be praised and glorified forever and ever. Like they would just be in awe of him, sparkling in their little container of whatever it is, and like putting off a light show. And really, God can see into everything, the micro and the macro, and like he can see the way that he created the angel to just like contort and change shapes and really give off like a digital movie or something in there. I don't know. That's my idea of things.
Okay. It's kind of a strange way to be, honestly. I don't mean to be derogatory about it, but like the worship and man, that's hardcore. I don't think. Okay, I'll be honest with you. I do believe in a God. I do believe in a higher power, but I don't think that where we are is anything to do with that at all.
Wait, say that again. You don't think what?
I don't think where we are has anything to do with God.
Oh, really?
Yeah, well,
So,
I suppose everything has to do with God, right? But no,
I mean, I'm just looking at my chickens right here, and I'm like, man, God was really creative because they're like little dinosaurs.
yeah, but the devil can be very creative too, you know, or
Oh
aliens.
man, the devil wouldn't create that. Well, maybe the devil created a snake or something. I don't know, or mosquitoes, or maybe certain things. I don't
Have you
know.
seen the shit that goes on here? Have you seen the shit that goes on here? Have you seen the world that
Oh,
we're living in? Huh?
that was people. That was people that did that, and the angels that fell. They were part of this choice of evil.
I think it's a false narrative we're being fed. I do, but let me just first stipulate that I do believe in God. Okay, so everything is not
Yeah,
doom and gloom. But I
but
think
do
that
you believe
I think
that
that
one day things will be like perfect and restored and like what I said to Witsit or not Witsit,
it's a possibility. I don't
Lisa,
know. Yeah, yeah, it's a possibility.
where
I
you
have
could
no
have
idea.
the most perfect blueberry muffin ever?
Oh my god! Don't. Oh yeah. Oh, the most perfect
I'm
blueberry.
gonna start the Great Flood if you keep talking about this. I'm gonna drool all over the place.
Stop it. She's laughing. She knows she's got us with a blueberry muffin thing.
I'm sitting here cutting up tomatoes, getting ready to can
I
some.
honestly, in my humble opinion, I think that God, whoever that may be, sent somebody here to tell us, "Hey, hello, you're trapped. This is the way out."
Oh,
You know?
this comes back full circle, right? we should stop wearing clothes. Like just at least expose yourself to reality.
Witchy, you are such a fucking nudist, bro.
Hey, yeah,
Just let
I
it
don't
swing
care.
high and low. Do your balls swing high? Do your balls swing low? Can you pick into a throw? Can you put them over your shoulder like I put them over your shoulder? Do your balls hang low?
Do your bullocks hang low? Do they wobble to their flow? Mate, I think we're Americanizing you over here. All right, you know, I can hear it in the accent, dude. It's going down. We're gonna change you over, and
Oh, I'm fine, honestly.
you're gonna be in the can with those tomatoes. Christy King's put you right up in there.
I don't want to go to America. America is fucking. It's fucked, bro.
No, it's not. Over here, not over here, dude. Not with me. Okay, come
So
over here.
can I come over?
Yeah. So Christy, are you in California too? Because I am. A lot of people are, and
No, I'm in
a lot.
Tennessee.
Oh, well, my grandmother's in Tennessee. She used to live in Fremont, and that's really close to the Bay Area. Amazing place. And I believe what's his name? The dude. The dude. Oh, yeah. Is like it's a Western actor. He he lived in this area. I don't know if he's still here, but it's, trust me, like when you get to this place called California, like it's not an ordinary town. It's like, all right, it's, for one thing, like you're driving on perfect roads. You're looking at looking at redwood trees all
Perfect
over the
roads?
place.
Did you say perfect roads?
Yeah, it's perfect. 100%. I don't need to buy
Full of
water.
people, right?
You know what I do? You know what I drink? I drink holy water out of the mountain. I
Oh wow.
Out of the ass of a saint.
Yeah. It's untreated, which means that I wasn't treated poorly. So it's absolutely safe from indoctrination. It's not going to indoctrinate me. And from this beautiful spring of water, a lot of people are absolutely just thriving and happy, and they're not sad about a lot of things. Nobody has anything sad to talk about, and they live each other's lives like together as a community, and they share these
This is a
beautiful
cult?
experiences. Yeah, okay, yeah. Welcome to the club, dude.
I'm scared. I watched the thing on Netflix the other day, a guy who believes he's Jesus Christ.
I'm drinking holy water, bro. I'm basically, everybody here is Jesus Christ with me. There's
Well, that's new.
There's Francis John Paul, freaking Saint Germain. There's the goddesses, the gods, the days of the week. Everybody is here, and we're all drinking the Kool-Aid. Now, what is the problem, really? Like, why don't you drink the Kool-Aid too? It's so good.
Okay. Because the Kool-Aid is fucking poison.
No, it's
it's fucking poison.
Yeah, it's the poison that everybody needs, and they need to give themselves that chance. Spiritually, take that drink of Kool-Aid.
I don't need to go anywhere or listen to anybody to know that we're living in a fucked up
Except
world.
for me. You're going to drink the Kool-Aid, bro.
No, I'm not.
No, dude. Do it.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up, you Walmart.
Yeah, go ahead. Drink the Kool-Aid.
All right. All right. I'll fucking do it this once, right? Fucking taste that Kool-Aid.
Yeah, Kool-Aid is Kool-Aid. And
Jim Jones.
I'm not the leader of some head organization yet. So I've
Not
got a
yet.
long ways to go. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm aspiring. I'll get there someday.
You're trying to be a cult leader?
Yeah, actually, I'm very big promoter of cults. And
Culture.
no,
That's good,
it's
yeah.
though there is a lot of culture around here, but there's a cult battle, so yeah, of course I've got to promote the good one. And you wouldn't believe, in this area where there's a big leader of cults, there are a lot of flat earthers. So over here you are welcome. Friends and family. Bring your loved ones and live in this area and soak it up. Whatever you need to soak up. I'm not telling you what to do, but in this area, there are flat earthers. There's a more open community. Like I said, free water. It's holy.
Californian girls.
Yes, exactly. And like there's bouncing boobies like all over these mountains, and
I'm
you
there.
just would not even believe. Yeah, as sold. Get me the ticket, good sir. And I
I'm there.
I couldn't really explain to you how amazing it is, like where I'm talking to you from. I'm in the wilderness right now, dude. There's nobody bothering me. I've seen one person, one
In
on a
2 years.
motorcycle. Maybe not that long, like 2 weeks. But
Fuck.
I'm secluded. There's
You
so much
are.
space. There's so much area for us to cover, and we don't need to be secluded, right? Like we can be surrounded by a beautiful, loving friendship of dancing and music and what have you. This could be a city. We could buy our own flat Earth city. The limitations aren't there. Limitations are a fictional thing, and we can really have our own community. Really,
It's a very materialistic world, isn't it? Like everything
and
is
yeah,
like
when you get
material.
into that,
Well.
and you get into the whole owning a city thing, yeah, very materialistic.
Yeah. When in actual fact, there's a whole other kind of maybe spiritual thing going on. Nobody's aware of it. We've been hijacked, bro. This life is not. Honestly, I believe this 100%. We are. It should be something completely different, but we're living in a world hijacked by I don't know, not even other beings, other fucking humans, in order for them to make profit.
It's crazy, dude. How much is it worth, right? Like, oh my gosh. Since I finally got this opportunity, I want to say, like, since Christy King's not here, I'm gonna talk some crazy shit.
Oh
So you can't.
Jesus! Like you haven't started talking crazy shit already.
No, 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 no. Not even started yet.
Not even close.
Like,
Okay. We're fucked.
we're not even we're on the tip of the iceberg over here. Like, okay,
Tip of the top.
we're just scratching the surface. We're just absolutely tickling the monster's balls, and in this whole type of film. Right now, the commentary is on. We're at the director's commentary right now. Christy King's not here. We're gonna talk some crazy shit. Okay, like,
So you are.
you wanna know some secrets, man, bro? Like, what is fucking secrets? Christy King's awesome, and I really want some of those muffins, like, bad,
I
like,
gotta say,
crazy bad.
right. Listen. Forget muffins, bro. I didn't even realize I was a dickhead until I realized I was a dickhead because I realized that I believed everything I believed in was a fugazi. People told me, and I put my whole heart in it. Uh, Here, white coats and all that shit. Bang. No, I took the authority of other people to tell me what the world was. Pretty soon, not too long after, I worked out it's not what they say it is. Now I'm trying to figure out what the fuck? Why would they do that? Isn't that
That's because
crazy?
they don't want you to be smart, dude. They want you to be so bad at life, and
They
then
don't want you to
it's easier to
smart,
control.
easy to control. Control. I think you just said the two words there. Actually, as one, right? Control. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah. I never thought about it in those two separate words before. Actually, before you said that, that's see, this is the good thing, man. We're making these connections, and I don't know what it is that runs our bodies, but it seems electric, right?
Yep.
There's some kind of connection like that, right? Like we are electric, and I don't care. Like at
And
that
I
point,
don't
like
care. That's a fucking terrible way to look at things, bro. Yeah. So
yeah, I don't care what there is to say against what I'm saying. I guess this is the best way for me to finish that.
okay.
I don't care what anybody else has to say
No, I
against
didn't
what I had to
say that
say
again. I says
myself.
okay. Okay. All right.
Yeah, fuck
Yeah.
you if you disagree. Basically, yeah. I mean, like
Whatever, bro.
we're making a connection. Electrics, like it's, dude. Like, what else is driving my muscles besides an electric impulse, right? That's the obvious scientific answer. In To me, I guess this is the answer, anyways. Like, without science
Okay.
involved.
Do you ever think of you might be a robot?
Yeah, I'm 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 a robot in the fact that I
Independent
have
thought.
conditions that I need to meet a condition, right? I need a power source, and I need a
Well,
creator.
wait, hey, we're operating at 36 degrees, bro.
Fahrenheit.
Probably wrong. Probably wrong. Whatever.
My heart uprights probably at that temperature, 36 degrees Fahrenheit. It's almost frozen.
No, not Fahrenheit. Celsius.
If it was Fahrenheit, though, I would
No, you
I'd
couldn't
probably
operate at
agree with
36
you.
degrees Fahrenheit. That's like minus fucking 20.
Yeah, that's my heart rate. I
Oh, yeah, it is. Okay.
I'm a heartless robot.
You're really laid back, bro.
You read my mind. What the fuck?
Stop it now. Yeah, anyway.
Yeah, dude. What do you get when you cross a lemon with a bird? A meadowlark.
You get a. Ooh. You get a very gay person that believes in God.
You get witchcraft.
Fuck off.
I'm gonna take the piss out of myself before you can, dude.
Wait. I love Lemberg, man. Lemberg is he's a dude. All right. You're a fucking Meadowlark.
Meadowlark.
Meadowlark. Okay. Lemon bird. He is a dude. Well,
Lemon bird. Lemon bird.
He's not here. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about us.
He's a faggot. That's why.
Fuck off.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Look at this! This area is filled with books about pretend people!
That's right, Grover. This is the fiction section. Fiction means it's a made-up story.
Oh, goody. Right, can we stop it now?
Fiction means it's a made-up story.
Fuck you.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
This world is not what you think it is. Bow, bow. This world is not what you think it is. Bow, bow, bow. True story.
They just give away DJ roles. True story. All right. So, just to be clear here.
Yeah.
If you don't have a fucking microphone, don't use DJ. Anything. Fuck off.
Do me a favor.
Fucking stupid ass goof Negro with that fucking cue. The fuck were you thinking? God damn, dude, your fucking dad must have left you when you were fucking not even born. When he didn't even meet your mother, he must have left you. Fucking shitless ass goof.
All right, calm down. Calm
Neolithic.
down. Calm the fuck down.
Hold on. Middle of some Neolithic, Neanderthal, goofy, globetard, centric, fucking helio faggot type of ass clown. Would you ever fucking do that for? In the middle of my conversation? Are you fucking stupid?
Helio faggot in the middle of my fucking conversation.
Can I fucking get an amen? Where the fuck were you when I was talking? Exactly where you should have been, in your own fucking place.
Amen.
Don't fucking DJ ever
Amen.
again.
Amen.
DJ yourself into a ditch. Get the fuck out of my lane. You stupid, inconsiderate, nincompoop fucking globetard faggot.
Right.
I'm done.
I'm down.
That was it. That was all you get, and that's all I have for you. Dish that shit up one more time.
That was pretty good.
Is
It's
that
okay.
the,
I mean, like,
is that the part that I missed? Is that all you got? Like,
yeah.
well,
Do you have another clip you want to play, you fucking nincompoopy, stupid, goofy? I don't even have to go any further.
While I was away, you were gonna do something, and I've been here the whole time. I haven't heard nothing until then, and that's it. That's what I missed.
I disco dance right out my pants, baby. Like that's just how I roll.
I'm sitting here thinking he's gonna say something really like crazy while he thinks I'm away.
I was talking mad shit, like P-Mac. You remember that?
Yeah. Yeah, I remember
And
that.
that would probably been the best time to play that. But when I'm in the middle of an intelligent thought the whole time, and that shit starts playing, I can't stand for it. Like, dude, like, go ahead and
Where
hang
did that
yourself
come
with an
from?
anchor and jump ship. Like,
Who played
don't do that.
that? Who was playing
Every-
that?
I don't know. They're absolutely dead to me though. They can get fucking stretched.
They can fuck off.
You
Come here,
fuck
fella.
off, mate.
Come
Because
here,
I'm
fella.
telling you, I was telling you when I was trying to tell you, mate, it was fucking playing, it was fucking right up in my ears. I fucking flipped out, mate. Absolutely bollocks.
Flip the fuck out, mate. That was fucking actually
Okay.
very, very fucking good, man.
I'm actually fucking pissed too, mate. Now you're fucking playing.
Right.
Or fucking. We can put this over our shoulder. Well, get over it, alright? Hey, no problem. Well, it's just a bunch of faggots, no problem. Seriously though, see yourself to the door if you did that. I don't know, man, like, because here's the thing, like, that's what that does, is that it just discourages people from speaking. And if we're not speaking in a channel like where we can be like uninterrupted, like, then what do I like? We're no better than bots. Like, we're just Discord losers at
What
that
if we
point.
are bots? What if
I
we
just feel
are
like a
bots?
top. I just feel like a top at this point, and I'm starting to spin. You know what I mean?
Is there a possibility we could be bots?
I won't be replaced. They're gonna have to fight. I'm not gonna become part of the algorithm, if you know what I mean. Like,
Sure. But there's a possibility we are bots. Biological machines that repair themselves. You ever think of that?
I don't think I'll be replaced, bro.
Bro, it's not about you being replaced, but you put your ego in the fucking shelf, right?
Yeah, I put my ego on the motherfucking shelf with your
Motherfucking
motherfucking
shelf,
mama,
man.
baby. Yeah.
Maybe
You
it's
see
the
how
fuck
that
all do that,
works out? Fuck it. I will magnify this glass all up in your ass. Always stay in top class. And
You can't.
I come back with the sass, right? Yeah, that's the thing.
It's not the thing. It's a terrible thing.
I'm so ready, dude. I'm
so bad.
over it, dude. I'm ready to drown myself, just absolutely just for fun, and come back. Just
For 1
come back
second.
talking so much.
For 1 second, just imagine yourself not the person that you think you are.
You're really
I'm
starting to
literally.
make me trip out right now because, like, I did this Bible code where it was artificial intelligence and it was saying, I will become you. And then it said, it will be too late. So I'm wondering, I mean, it's kind of like a puzzle, though. It's not like a big, long sentence. Like, I found those things right around each other, but I got to thinking about that. And it's just really a trippy kind of thing that we are that important. Like, you're like, put your ego to the side. I mean, seriously, though, if we realized how important we were to the creator who created us, and that we're giving up our dominion to these technological algorithms, and Like, I don't want to be I don't want to be a battery. I don't want to be in the matrix, like with some sort of nano crap in my body with something taking over my mind. You know, like that kind of stuff really creeps me out.
Yeah, it totally makes sense though, Christy, because we do matter, and the funny thing is, we don't just matter, we are matter, and we're electric, right? We're a lot of things. Like for a good comparison, Jesus said we are, and he said he is the Alpha and the Omega.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth
Turn
shall
that
make you
shit
free.
off.
Please stop.
Oh my god.
Thank you.
Who's doing that?
It's you.
It is just.
We just hit 100 million subscribers, and from the bottom of my heart, thank you everyone that subscribed. And to
I muted the bot. I don't give a fuck. So when you go
Is
ahead and
it
do
something
that,
that triggers that, or does somebody push a button to do that?
I don't care at this point because I can't hear it. So next
But
time
I
that
do.
shit happens, and I come into a room full of just absolutely bored as fuck people, I'm gonna
we
come
just hit
in and
100
say,
million
I
subscribers,
don't
and from the bottom of my heart, thank you everyone
know,
that subscribed.
whatever
And to celebrate,
is
I
on
bought
my
this
mind,
ginormous private island, and I'm
and
giving
this
it to
flat
one of
earth
you in this
fucking
video.
bot
So I
is
brought
not going to get in my way because I've muted it. And that's probably what everybody needs to do. Mute that bot. Don't ever. It shouldn't be allowed in the live stream. The fuck are you guys doing?
Somebody play
do
it
you
so I
even?
can use it.
Who the fuck runs the server? Fucking get this bot the fuck out of here. Stupid shit. Dude. How many fucking members do you need to fucking tell you this? Like, get this retarded crap out of here. Never on the live stream. I don't even hear
You shall
it.
know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
It's a yellow thing. Hey, we probably should ban this guy. Like, whoever's doing that. Like, it's basically PMAC. PMAC, sorry, bro. You're exposed.
Oh, P-Mac's doing it.
Yeah, I don't think he is. He's not. He doesn't have the. Yeah, you don't have the perms. It's not him. There's only a couple of people in here, and they probably wouldn't do that. There's somebody who really begged for it, and they were really desperate to try to interrupt a real good conversation. And it should never happen in live stream. Never have a bot in live stream. Okay? Like, I don't know where you came from, what kind of place this was, where you think a live stream should have a bot doing all of the conversation. No. You're better off shutting down the live stream. I don't care, dead air or not.
I did hear that this artificial intelligence is
To be honest,
gonna call
yeah.
you on the phone
Witchcraft. To be honest, yeah,
to
you're
interrupt
more
you.
likely to get the live stream shut down. You're more likely to get shut down, right?
Is this the one right
After all
here?
that shit you're talking, after all that shit you've been talking, you're more likely to get shut down, innit, mate?
Hang
How about you shut
on.
the fuck up? How about you shut the fuck up now, mate? Yeah?
Yeah, how about you?
Yeah?
How about you shut the fuck up?
Shut the fuck up now, Witchcraft,
Who you talking to?
Shut the fuck up.
Do me a favor.
Shut the fuck up, Witchcraft.
Do me a favor. Fuck off.
Did you get your blueberry muffin today?
Oh yeah, the C word.
Shut up, you cunt. You cunt. Shut up.
Oh, you fucking
Did you not
absolutely
get your
marvelous
blueberry
bastard.
muffin today?
What a twat. What an absolute twat.
Wow,
Would you like a
I
blueberry
was not
muffin?
expecting that.
No, neither
Of
was
all
I.
things,
Hey, he's back. Hey, Cuddy, you absolute cunt. It's funny your name's begins with a C, like cunt. What's up, bro?
Would you like a blueberry
What's up,
muffin?
Furthermore,
motherfucker?
witchcraft. Who
Ooh,
the fuck?
get your
Who
words
the
out, bro.
fuck are you calling a stupid Negro? That's what I want to know. Who you
Nobody's
calling a
calling
stupid Negro?
anybody a stupid
Who you
Negro.
calling a stupid Negro, cunt?
What the fuck are you on
Who?
about, bro?
Who, cunt?
Are
Who,
you
cunt? Who
fucking?
are you
Are you
calling a stupid
delusional?
Negro? Your
It's
mum's a
probably
stupid Negro. Don't talk shit,
yeah.
mate.
You're a
Don't
super
talk
fucking
shit,
Negro.
mate. Don't
You big.
talk shit, mate.
See if he's
Don't talk
global.
shit, mate. You're out of
What's
it.
wrong with you, bro?
Cuddy,
You're out of it, mate. You're
Cuddy,
out of
I'm
it.
right
You're
here.
out of it.
Mate,
You're
Hello.
out of it, mate. You're out of it. Yeah, keep talking. Keep talking.
I'll tell you why I'm fucking You fucking little bitch. Get your bitch ass right the fuck back in here right now, Cuddy.
No.
Don't you fucking leave me right now. Don't you fucking leave me, cause I will fucking eviscerate you in front of everybody, and you will fucking lie down and take it, okay?
All right.
Fuck,
So
pussy.
moving on.
When this guy comes,
so-
I am waiting. I am waiting right now. Like
fuck him, man. Fuck him.
he's a sitting duck.
The silly little ball bag. It's a silly little ball bag. So
I'll
the Earth,
fucking mince. I will mince that little bitch ass meat of his.
Somebody
Oh.
did something to his cornflakes.
if the stars aren't fucking stars, what are they? Mold that for
They're
us.
muffins.
They're not fucking blueberry muffins.
Blueberries, bro.
Are they blueberry muffins? What about the stars that aren't blueberry muffins?
Well, what did you
Well,
think
there
of
it is.
my illusion of what the stars are?
Say it again, please.
Well, you didn't remember what I said?
angels. Did you say angels?
Yeah, and like a light show, like
Well,
praising God with like all these like
Right.
visual, digital type
right. So
movies for
God
God,
didn't.
like
God
a
didn't-
painting, but it's like a light show inside there for God of things that like a painting, but a light show.
Okay, so they're willing to sit there for thousands of years and just be there.
Until the fall. I mean, but see, to them, 1,000 years is like a day in heaven. And if they're in this realm, then it's not that long, like till they fall. And then once they all fall, then they'll be part of this war in heaven. And then they get cast down to the earth during the Great Tribulation. And
You understand that it sounds like a fairy tale?
but then there's forever. That doesn't seem like a fairy tale to me.
Where's
like
forever?
this is just a
What is-
temporary
what-
thing.
Okay, what is forever? Are you going to live forever?
What is temporary? I
Are
mean,
you
you know
going
what
to live
temporary
forever,
is.
honey? Are
Yeah,
you going to live forever?
not in this body, but yeah,
Oh, so a different
Yep.
body?
yeah. This
Right,
body's
so-
decay and all that because of sin, you know.
Right.
But this
So-
is all temporary, very temporary.
Yeah, it means absolutely nothing. It's so temporary. It means fuck all.
It means It means like you had a choice. Like here's
No.
here's
That's
a 1-day test. It's very temporary.
a 1-day test.
Yes. I
A
mean, 1
1-day
day
test.
is like 1,000 years.
Right,
So
you have
really,
to test,
you
you gotta
think
get-
it's 80, but it's
So you
really
either have to perform perfectly here now, or you're fucked for eternity.
yeah, because
That's
it's
a
like
1-day test.
father of lies. You either choose that one or you choose the father of love. So I go with love. I go with God. He's almighty and Satan's a little prick.
Okay.
It's an easy test. Come on.
I can see I have a bit of work here to do. All right.
It's just a tiny little test. Yes or no. It's, and then you got a purpose, of course, for the rest of your days here. So,
Well, how long do you think that our days here are? As if the years go by so quickly, like if I'm here, like now I'm 55, right, and I realize that my
well,
life's
the
going by so
Bible's
fast, and then in the next 10
like
years
a
is
vapor.
probably in the next 10 or 20 years is probably when I'm going to expire, and it all went by so fast. What was the purpose of that?
Like a
Holy shit.
cigarette, you just take a puff and
Holy
then you
shit!
blow
No, it
it
wasn't
out,
holy shit.
and then it's like goes and it's gone. That's what we are, a little vapor in the wind.
Yeah.
And then our new life is like forever.
We see while you're here, there's no reason to start making fucking grandiose ideas of why you're here. Maybe you're just here because your dad impregnated your ma, and then bang,
Well, yeah, I
here
mean
you are.
that's the cycle of it all.
Yeah, no, but if you
Keep it
logically take
going
that
and
back,
be fruitful.
it looks like we're in some kind of some kind of. See, people tend to accept. See, this is the thing, right? If you go through something long enough, it becomes normal to you, right? But this is not normal. What we are going through is not normal. My existence here is not normal.
What
And
is normal? Isn't
exactly.
isn't before the fall
No,
supposed to be the normal?
Christy, you got to forget about the fall and about God and about the devil, okay?
I
Because there's
know, I
probably
know.
no such thing. What we're living through here is something otherwise to that. The whole reason why you are thinking that is that's the purpose of it, to make you think that there's a this, that, and the other. There
What good
probably is
would
not.
that do those that made it up? What good would that do them?
Well, this is the thing. This is the question, right? And a good question.
I can tell you it does me a whole lot of good.
They're harvesting things. I don't know how they're doing it. I don't know why they're doing it. I don't know what. But this world is not what you think it is. It's
It's
got
not what
nothing to
you
do
think
with
it is
Jesus
either,
and God and the
obvious.
devil and all this other kinds of things. This is something completely different.
But what do you
And
think
believe it
it
or
is?
not, no matter how fucking left field that sounds to you, it's probably closer to the truth than your Bible.
Well, what do you think it is?
You got to understand the words I'm saying. This
You
world is
haven't given
not,
an alternative that's better.
and it's probably alien.
Well, do you think there's something better on the other side of this life?
Sorry, Christy, you trying to talk? I see you. I see you light up. I can't hear.
Oh, okay.
Yep, I think you went on mute. Get the popcorn out. You're going
now.
Hey, I want to say hi over there. Go ahead, Cuddy. Why don't you go ahead, grab your popcorn and your clit, and why don't you strap yourself down for this one? Because I'm telling you, I don't give a fuck how drunk you think I am. You're just so fucking mentally challenged, and you have to find help. This guy is going off in live stream
Cody,
voice
could you do me a
text.
favor? Cody. Who the fuck's Cody? Cody, could you do me a favor? Go fuck off. You stupid, racist, silly fucking bastard. What the fuck, bro?
He's calling me racist. I have absolutely no
Nobody
idea
said
where he
anything about
has
fucking
found
drunk
this.
black people about racist behavior until you fucking showed up. So,
Well, I
yeah.
did hear you say the N word. Oh, my dog. Hold on.
All right, yeah, he's a ball bag.
Yeah, so what am I, black or white? 100% certain you have to answer it correctly.
Which, yeah, I can hear you. Can hear, yeah. I can see you're lighting up. But yeah. Anyway.
I'll reconnect.
I'm sick of people getting drunk. Even know where the flower shit.
So, PMAC, what do you think? What do you think happens after this
You are
life?
so wrong, bro. I mean, do you know how wrong you are?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah, hear you now.
Yeah, blueberry muffins. I really I think those are just a work of art. I don't know.
Every word out of
That
my mouth should
that
begin
just
with
makes me happy.
Mm-hmm.
Central, yeah, we should centralize it about flat Earth.
That's not fucking
Because
well. Are you all right?
Okay. Go back to the
You don't
boring
seem well today.
weather.
What?
What?
You started about the racial. We weren't talking racial. What the fuck?
What are you calling me?
So nobody mentioned racist, but suddenly the server's racist because of Cuddy. All right.
Well, I think what it is people that play video games, they hear that all day. Like nigger, 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 like that. And then they just get used to saying it, and then it's like a cuss word. So maybe if Cuddy, cusses,
Right.
if
I'm gonna
he.
leave. Come back and try talk again. We'll see how that goes, right?
Can
Hopefully,
anybody
yeah,
hear me?
they won't be here. What the fuck?
yeah, I hear you, Christy. I hear you
Motherfucker.
also, PMAC.
You
You know
wife.
who I don't
That was
hear?
bastard. You.
I don't hear Cuddy right now.
Mm.
They're pretty quiet. By the way, Cuddy, I have nothing wrong with you, but why don't you fucking offer yourself, fucking little bitch?
Cuddy, you stop being so racist, you fucking white motherfucker. You.
Yeah, you stupid ass fucking clown ass, trailer trash, bitch ass, goof ass, nigga ass. Fuck is you saying? Trying to talk shit about me, bitch ass. You fucking come up in this fucking voice
You're
channel
still
right
talking,
now.
yeah? You're still
Shut the
talking, yeah?
fuck up.
You're
You're
still
a
talking,
fucking
yeah?
bitch.
You're still talking,
Yeah,
you
yeah, yeah,
cunt.
yeah. I'm fucking still
You
talking
cunt.
because I got
Hey, cunt,
fucking
hey, cunt,
balls,
hey,
bro.
cunt, hey, cunt, hey, cunt, hey,
Nobody.
cunt. Go
You sound
fuck
like a
your mum.
fucking
Go fuck your mum, you
psychopath.
cunt. Go fuck your
Yeah, that's
mum
right.
in
That's
her
right.
ass,
Let
you
it all
cunt.
out. Let
You
it all
cunt.
out. Fucking
Shut the
loser.
fuck up, you cunt.
You're a
Yeah?
fucking
Keep
cunt,
talking, you
dude.
cunt. Yeah, keep talking, yeah?
Hey, dude, you absolutely fucking lost your mind, dude. Go ahead. Yeah, bitch. That's what I thought. Anyways, that was really funny. I knew it was coming, and God, that felt great to listen to him. Like absolute madhouse up in there.
Sorry. Get out.
I kind of just make people mad for no reason. You know what I mean? It's probably because he's just, I don't know. You know what? He's playing a bit. That's not the real Cuddy. And
Well,
the
maybe
real
we'll
the
get
real
on the
Cuddy
side of the bed.
the real Cuddy would come back in here and not puss out. But obviously there's something going on.
Something.
Get this piece of shit out of here right now. Look at him in text. Oh my god.
I can't see the text right now. Got my hands all over some maters.
Oh my gosh. So I used to eat a lot of tomatoes back in the day, and He's just literally spamming to get me out.
He wants your attention. He wants you to talk to him.
Oh well, I did. Like I tried. But
he wants you to talk longer.
Dude, it's crazy. He's absolutely 100% asserting. I don't understand. Like, what is the real reason? Like, I actually thought we were homies. Like, I really agreed with them in a lot of things, but now all of a sudden it's just all right. Level up. Shut your old old ass 80-year-old ass up. Level up. You don't come in here typing shit. You look like.
My bad. I should have turned the volume up. It was on mute. Fuck you. Could all the black people just piss off? This is a white only server.
Oh no. You're not allowed to say that.
Oh, sorry.
That's racist.
Can I say I'm only joking?
We have a new guy just joined the VC. If anyone want to take care of, we are all here.
Say that again?
A new guy just showed up in the VC. We are all here. If anyone want to introduce him or something like that.
Hello, new guy. Go.
Hello, new guy.
He doesn't have a role. That's why I highlighted that he joined. He needs the VC verified so he can talk.
I am not a mod.
Is Cody still here? Because he's fucking metal, bro.
Can gold pluses give them a VC verified? I'm not sure.
Oh, well, I could just unmute him. That's all power I got. But my hands are in tomatoes right now.
I see.
What the hell happened to Cody, man? Cody, what's up, bro? We love you. Huh? Despite your color.
Yeah, why do you got a white guy on your picture if you're black?
He's confused.
Witchcraft isn't even black.
I think that was just a misunderstanding.
Oh, I think it was a meltdown.
Yeah.
That was some kind of meltdown. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but that was fucking crazy.
Is he drunk? Like, what just happened? I just got in here.
Yeah, read back. It's crazy. Piece of shit now.
Oh, look back! Oh, unmuted? Oh, god damn! What are the niggers gonna do now? Oh,
Hey, wait, you got muted?
You can't say that word. Fuck, why'd he say that word? You can't say that word, bro. Yeah, you can't say that word, man. Cody, can you speak on the mic? Cody,
would you like a muffin?
a blueberry
Would you
muffin.
like to find a thrill on Blueberry Hill?
I found my thrill on Blueberry Hill. On Blueberry Hill.
All right, I muted him for 7 days.
Oh.
That's all I did. That's all I needed to hear from him.
For Cuddy?
He's having a bad day. Not 7 bad days, just a bad day.
He's had like a year of bad days.
Oh, okay. I've not been around. Well,
Fake.
what happened to Withcraft?
Whoops. I think California?
Yeah, what's up?
Did you mute Witchcraft?
Yeah.
Okay. That's a shame.
Yeah, he was entertaining us.
He's a good guy, but yeah, you can't say that.
I didn't hear what he said.
No, I'm not going to repeat it. Otherwise, I'm going to be fucking banned.
I want to listen to him. I'll be back. I'm gonna rewind the stream.
All right, bro.
He learned his lesson. Bring it back.
It was just a fucking aberration. It was like a temporary lapse of reason.
Too many tomatoes. We had so much rain, and then I have bees that are from May. I bought some bees, and they did their job. Like, the amount of tomatoes that I have this year is insane. That picture that I put in the chat room earlier, those are my tomatoes.
You say tomato, I say tomato.
It's too many.
Let's call the whole thing off.
Well, what do you think the stars are, PMAC?
You still talking?
No, we're not talking now. I'm not talking. This is not me talking. It's somebody else. Yeah, I'd love to know because fucking that's really captured my, what do you call it, zeitgeist. If the stars are not the stars, what the fuck are they? Angels? Perpetuity?
And how do they make time? Like, how would a clock work if inside of us was clock was some sparkly spinning thing? There might be something to do with the spinning that has to do with time.
Here's the thing. If it didn't exist, you wouldn't find it. But because it exists, therefore humans found it eventually. So therefore, it's a thing. Time is a thing, right? Because we can put it in months and days and weeks and years and seasons and all that shit there, right?
I mean, time is a man-made construct.
Yes, but why does it follow exactly the construct that we're in? Almost as if it was there for a purpose, right? And we were supposed to find it.
I don't think anyone disagree when we are saying that the sky works or has been designed in some way as a clock, but I guess that's more like a question to the day you meet the creator, if such a thing exists, you know?
Well, here's the thing. If it is a clock, if time does exist, if we can quantify it, therefore it must obviously, therefore it is a creation. right? Now, here's the thing. It's a creation that is built to trap us. We are caught in this time, in this construct. Because if you can define something, if you can measure something time and time again, pardon the pun, it has to be real. You understand what I'm saying?
I do. I just don't think it's that easy of a question because it's something we really can't get an answer on in the end. It's just like
No, it is. It's really that simple. It is. It's really that simple. It is something you can't get an answer to because it's a construct that was built, and we have figured out how to define it. Therefore, it's a time. Therefore, it's a construct. We're not living in the world we think it is. We're not, whether it's a spinning ball or a flat Earth and fucking space or space not, or maybe not, astronauts, yeah. It's something else. It's something else.
I agree. The world is a mysterious place.
Good. So we're on the right track.
Yeah, I mean, if we weigh it like this, compared to what we know and what we don't know, there's a lot more that we do not know compared to what we know, aka the mystery.
Yeah, we know fuck all, bro. We know nothing. We're like Jon Snow's. You know nothing, Jon Snow. And it's very, very quick and it's very, very fleeting. Time goes by very, very fast. Your life is insignificant compared to everybody else's life. There's millions and billions of people. So your life is actually, it seems meaningless. If you should maybe accept it as that. Once you accept it as that, you realize, no, then you would free yourself. Like it's not a big deal. You live, you're born, you live, you die. Well, how is something that quick and that insignificant have any purpose? You understand what I'm saying?
I do. And I have had these thoughts, but I am not getting anywhere like fiddling with that idea because it's beyond me. It's something I can't comprehend. Just like can't comprehend infinite, can't comprehend like creation itself, for example. That's, to me personally, that's a hen versus the egg question. So I'm always stuck in a loop, so it just doesn't. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm trying to say, but
yeah, no.
I've had those thoughts before, but they just don't do me any good.
Yeah,
just try to get the best out of it,
Yeah, exactly. It's like a loop. So you get the best out of it, you live day to day, and you don't worry about it. Your consciousness is your being. So to sit and worry about the future and the past and what's going on with the world, it's nonsensical. It's not helping.
I know, but we are all different. For example, like there's some people, they're workaholics. They cannot even take a weekend off. Then they're bored and just have to go back to work. It's the same with us. Like if we are just chilling and living life, we are maybe getting bored, and then we start to read something because that is interesting to us. We find joy. We find, it sparks something in us, and that is why we are coming to places like this, because that is just what is it? My English sucks right now, but I think you get the point, ish.
Zeitgeist. Oh.
No.
Not.
It's just yeah. I can't really find the word right now, but yeah. We're just different. Like some people, they. Yeah.
It's almost like how do you put this? It's like a meaningless existence in a yeah. You
can also turn it like this. Like on one side, we have an idea of a meaningless existence, but on the other side, you also have a meaningful existence in some sort of way, because we are not here for no reason. We are here for a reason, no matter what it is, you know.
What makes you say that?
Because we are living in a dualistic world. So if there is something that is good, there is also something that is equally bad in terms of that. So if there's something that is meaningless, there's also something that is meaningful.
That's pretty good. Yeah. Let me think about that for a second.
So, for example, you say that cycle of life is kind of meaningless. But what about the experiences you have in this life? Are they meaningless? For example, you have family, your loved ones, you have good and bad experiences. They're all meaningful in a sense of way. I know that it just ends abruptly at some point with death, but that doesn't mean that those 70 to 100 years you are here are meaningless.
Oh, yeah. No, I get you. That's a good point. But can you think of a worse thing to be in, where somebody is aware of their mortality, and watch other people, watch the suffering of other people pass away into mortality and just pass away? Could you think of anything more cruel to do to a conscious being?
That raises the question again: are we mortal being, or does when this experience stops? Like,
do we
stop? Are there something beyond that, you know? Like, and if there is, for example, the question about a creator and stuff like that, we know that there is something beyond what we are experiencing. So that could give hope to some people. Like, people have heaven, people have reincarnation, all these kind of ideas about what happens after. And that's very valid, but yeah, we will first figure out the day this experience stops.
I would say there's probably a very, very real possibility, probably bigger than like 90%, that we do go on after death. But that's just my belief. We probably do.
It's a lot of speculation for sure, but
oh yeah, and we hate this. I hate to speculate. I hate it, man, because I've come to understand that speculation is fucking shite. You have to have proof of something in order to believe in it or know that it's true. Well, the Earth ain't moving. There's no fucking curve. But the one thing we know for sure, the Earth's not a ball.
You need hope. Hope is faith is the evidence of things hoped for.
But
your first step is hoping that there's a beautiful place that's perfect after this. And then the Word of God builds your faith because it tells you all about it.
But I would be very, weary about books and people telling you what life is and what comes after. I'd be very weary of that. Because possibly you just like, you believe in that? And hey, God, how you doing, God? And he sends you straight back into the fucking thing. I don't know about that, bro. This is not a nice place.
It can be.
Sure, if you meet the love of your life and have a couple of kids and live as a billionaire, that's fucking brilliant. You like that? But most people don't. In fact, do I have to recite the entire horror of human history to you in order to make you understand that this is not a nice place?
The place is amazing, but there is some historical individuals also living right now that is making it a bad place.
It's always been a bad place. What are you talking about, Wills?
But I mean, just look at nature in itself. You know, we have these majestic animals and stuff like that, and they are going around killing each other just for food, for example. And we are doing the same thing.
Yeah.
So I guess you're right. It's not a good place, but then again,
Oh no,
it's
sorry.
all relative.
Sorry, you just proved my point. you just proved my point.
I'm just
everything is eating everything else to stay alive.
But then again,
what the fuck?
If you then drive it a bit further, it's a part of the cycle of life because they're eating, their left carcasses is feeding other animals, and they are becoming grass, and the grass is what the antelopes is eating, and we are eating the lions is eating the antelopes.
It's a part of life that you've been conditioned to think that this is a part of life. This is the golden circle of life. No, this is not life. One thing eating another is not life.
I mean, if humans left this place, don't you think the lions would still eat the antelopes?
Honestly, no.
They would eat bugs, Hakuna Matata.
Hakuna Matata. Actually, that's a good question. If humans left us, would lions still eat antelope? Yeah, no,
I just don't think like.
That's a good question.
I just don't think it brings anything to the table to like establish. Oh, this is just a bad place, because if that's your base belief or your base line, like then everything that you experience will be bad. You know, it's what you do with what we have, and you can choose to look at all the bad things. You can choose to do that, but you can also choose to know that these bad things are here, but there is also so much good in this. There is so much joy in life.
Those are good, yeah, but
those truths right now. Well said, Tim. I like this, man. P-Mac, what's going on, homie?
What's up, Killy? So those are good outweigh the bad.
I don't think it's something about outweighing. I think it's a balance.
You don't?
Like I said, like I feel like this place we're in is in a very dualistic scenario. So without I believe that if there was no bad, we would actually go insane and create those bad things, because I just think it's a balance, you know, in some sort of way. It's hard to put words on it because it's so out in the weeds.
See, now this is what they want you to think, that you need a balance. But what if, there's no balance, bro. What if there's no balance?
But there is this, for example, this is an experiment about rats. They were put into this environment where all the rats, they had
rats? What's the rats?
Rats, you know, rodents. Like they had all they could eat.
Oh, rats.
It was basically the rat utopia. But over time, these rats just grew bored. Everything was so perfect, and they started to basically act like gladiators, fight each other. And after a certain while, like it's prospered for a while, a lot of kids, but after XX time, like they didn't produce any more kids, and they started to fight and kill off each other. And after XX time again, all the rats were gone. So if we are in an utopia, I believe
no, we're definitely not in a utopia, Tim.
No, I'm saying if we were put into an utopia kind of a place, we would go insane and we would destroy it in some sort of way, because that is just nature. nature needs that balance. We need some suffering before we can feel joy. Because if you have no suffering, we don't know what joy is.
I think that's bullshit. I think it's absolute. Listen to me. Listen to me for a second. I think it's absolute bullshit. I think if you infuse people with joy, and you show them joy, then they have joy. I don't think you need fucking whatever you're talking about in order to show that they're the reason that's why they have joy. I think no. Listen to me now. I think you're talking shit. I think
that's fine. That's all good.
That's fine, and I appreciate it, Tim. But you're living in a dualistic world, so you think that dualistic, in order you have one positive, another positive, another proven negative. Bullshit. I don't believe that, bro. Not for 1 second.
It's not about believing. I'm just telling you how I experienced this place.
I think it's stupid. I think it's stupid to think that in order to feel positive, you need 2 fucking negatives.
But you have something to weigh it up against. So if you
no, fuck off.
Yeah, if you got introduced into a world where you don't know any suffering at all, that is why I'm trying to paint the picture with these rats. They had everything.
Okay, yeah.
They had everything, but they ended up killing off every single rat in that environment, and there was no joy. That did.
So according to you, there was no possible way in this life or any other to make fucking joy from not experiencing joy. And you have to first experience the negative in order to feel joy.
The thing is, how would you know joy if you don't know the opposite?
Listen, what if somebody said to you, "Hey, listen, bro, I got a little thing for you here. It's called joy." Bang. What if somebody did that? You don't need to feel negative. You don't need to feel shit. I got a feeling for you. It feels joy. Here you go. Bang. How you go?
And I love that thought. I just don't think it's realistic.
It's fucking true, though. I think this dualism shit is bullshit.
I think you're putting too much in the dualistic statement I made, because I think there is more nuances to it. I'm just saying that in a very rough state, like, the world is dualistic, but there is, of course, nuances to everything. Like we said, we don't know what is beyond life, but we are most likely thinking that there is something beyond everything, because something created this place, for example. So there must be something more to our reality in some sort of way. So it's not just like up, down, and life, death, because we also have the nuances of beyond death and creation and all these kind of unanswered questions.
I like this thought. Hold on 1 second. I want to tell you something. You guys are really making my mind work. So, in heaven, before, man was made and everything, Satan didn't know evil yet, right? Well, it says you were a murderer from the beginning. Well, maybe, though, looking at God, there was always God and there was always good. And that was the plan, but he had to introduce it because the way he created him, he knew that he would mess up. So to bring about, so we weren't robots, so we had a choice, like you said, of, seeing sadness, so you know what you can compare sadness and joy. But there was a time, I believe, in heaven where it was just all good. And then, there was an insurrection kind of thing happened. I don't know. But you're making my mind think. Thank you for that.
My main point is there's nuances to everything, and there's so much we don't know.
There is. I think it's probably a higher power. And I think that I probably know shit. So there we go.
Yeah.
Hey everybody, apparently I hate white people for enforcing the rules.
God damn!
You bastard!
It's comedy, bro. The Cogdish channel is great. Y'all should check it out.
Oh, he's mad witchcraft?
Yeah, bro. Apparently I hate white people. Apparently.
No, let witchcraft back in, bro. I love witchcraft. Come on, man. Come on now. What you doing, man? I like witchy. Which is fine. But he said one thing that he didn't fucking understand, right? He's fucking.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I've been here for like several hours. I left for 30 minutes. I come back to Cuddy, like being real mad, and yeah, these two going off on each other.
Which is the man, bro? The earth ain't flat. We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. Ba-da-ba-dum. Ba-da-ba-dum.
Hey, King Deeks.
Hey, bro.
Hey, what's that? What's that picture that Kiwi posted?
Which one of them?
The last one he posted.
Two
What
pictures
is
from
that?
the Go Fast rocket, the Arizona Go Fast rocket launch from their video, just screen caps. So you got the moon in the first picture and then the sun in the other one. I was just tagging on to what Logie shared off his video.
Oh, okay.
Go Fast. You can check it out on YouTube if you want. On just look up Go Fast rocket launch. If you haven't seen it, it's worth checking out.
All right, sure. Thank you.
Yeah, I always thought it was more of those, maybe not rockets in themselves, but just flat earthers around the world, like sending up balloons just to see where we are. I would love to see like the tip of South America, and with a camera pointing south, and just let that balloon fly up and see what we can see that direction.
It's shit.
Yeah, I'm just saying it would be interesting. I'm not saying we would see anything, but it is the closest point to, aka the outer perimeter of the pond. So it would be very interesting to see what we could see, if we could see anything from that direction, from that point in that direction.
I had a pretty good idea a few years ago where if everybody had an airplane in different parts of the world and we all head south at once, I mean, we'd probably, all die because they don't want us going that way. But like if everybody was in on it and they made like a big thing about it where it was like, we're going to let the world know.
Like Area 51 invasion?
Yeah, something like that. Probably all die though.
I mean, that would definitely also be interesting, but an innocent balloon in the tip of on the tip of South America with camera that would show to the south or on every single side of whatever that we are sending up, and see if we can see something. If we can't, we can. We are just getting some nice pictures of whatever 120 feet up, but yeah, I feel like there should be more of such things. like people in the very north of Norway, they could do the same thing. We're pointing north to see what we can see there, or even from Greenland in the real north regions. It'd be super interesting.
It doesn't matter, but the world is a fuck up place. The fucked up place.
But you'd only know it's fucked up because you know that something is not fucked up.
Possibly. You're getting more mass shit, man. This world is not what you think it is. This world is not what you think it is. Bow, bow. It's not just when you think you think you know, you don't. That's about it. Could be ruled by aliens. Or other sources. I'm kidding.
Hey, have any of you guys heard the argument that plasma being contained by a magnetic field is proof of gas pressure without a container?
Can't say I have.
Yeah, I just heard the argument pretty recently. Somebody showed me a video of plasma and forgot what exactly it was. I think it was like some sort of nuclear fusion type shit. But anyway, the guy claimed that the plasma is directly next to the vacuum, and there's no physical container between the two. But yet the plasma isn't spilling into the vacuum. So I find that kind of interesting. Alright, so here's the video I was talking about. Apparently, this is evidence of gas pressure without a container.
I'm gonna check it out.
It's in the live stream voice text.
It's hard to tell what's really going on, to be honest.
There's an explanation by the poster in the description, and I hope you understand more about it.
Is everybody still watching a video of some sort of gas in a container?
Not at the moment. I just finished watching it a while ago.
Right? What do you think?
I think it's. I don't think it proves gas pressure without a container for two reasons. Since it's plasma, right? It's basically ionized gas, so it's not unionized gas, which is a gas we breathe. And ionized gas can be contained with a magnetic field, which is what you're seeing in the video. So yeah. I'm sure oxygen and helium and other different gases can't be contained by a magnetic field unless it's been ionized. Especially that they behave differently.
Hmm.
It's just I think it's just more bogus.
Sounds like a wonderful video. I am interested in this plasma though. How could we get some?
Just just put helium in a glass tube and put it next to a Tesla coil, and you'll get plasma.
Helium and what?
Helium in a container, like a glass container, and a source of a source of electricity, like a Tesla coil.
I'd probably blow myself up.
I'll post a video to demonstrate what I'm talking about.
What kind of experiments have you guys done that was like dangerous? Like lighting a barbecue with propane? To me, that was dangerous. As I turned it on full force, I didn't know what I was doing.
Sounds like used fuckery. Like when you just put a lot of gasoline on the fire and you just light it and yeah, something
Yeah.
like that.
It singed all my hair. Yeah. I can do it now, though. I don't like to. I still feel like I'm going to do something wrong.
I posted the video. It's a pretty good one, and it's pretty educational for plasmas.
Okay, so is this the same kind of plasma we're talking about that could be up there in the air? Or is
Yeah.
this just a different kind of plasma? How can we tell if we've never been up there to see it?
Doesn't doesn't helium make up some percentage of the atmosphere that we breathe in?
Yeah.
That's what they tell us.
Yeah. So I think there you go.
I mean, from what I understand, is that all the gases pretty much is in the atmosphere, and
Yeah.
but because of buoyancy and density and stuff like that, they create semi layers or something like that. You know.
Yeah, close.
Do you think they could put a city up there, like Elysium?
That's a sci-fi film.
I mean, they just have to attach enough balloons.
Possibly. Enough balloons.
They're probably all up there laughing at us
Probably.
with their med beds. I don't know about that though, because then the Bible says they're going to go into the bunkers.
Well,
You
see,
know,
what
they're
the
going to hide in the caves.
don't believe everything the Bible tells you,
Why?
because it's a book written by mankind.
Aren't they making bunkers in the ground in the caves?
Yes, they probably are.
Okay, well,
Well, just don't believe the Bible.
but it says it would do that, that they would do that. They would say, hide me from the face of him who sits on the throne and from the wrath of the Lamb, for it is come. And they'll be like, yeah.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Like Hunter Biden. Can you imagine all those people getting along down there?
You mean Peter?
Yeah. I don't think they'll get along. I think they'll kill each other down there. Be like, you deplorable. No, you're the deplorable. No, you're the deplorable.
No, you're definitely the deplorable. No, you're definitely more deplorable than I.
What was that Hunter was getting out of the carpet?
Hunter Biden?
He was smoking something out of the carpet. It wasn't like
Crack.
his.
No, he's smoking the crack.
And the carpet.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, he smoked the carpet too. Hey, how am I getting away with this? I like carpet.
I'm going to be at this all day.
Good. So am I. Are you ready? You should change your name. Not California Nightmare, California Dream.
Nah, bro, it's a nightmare.
Oh, it is?
California, don't come here. It's a hellhole.
Why is everybody going to fucking California?
Well, there's a lot of bums in the streets doing fentanyl, heroin, crack. The police won't do anything about them. Hell, even the government protects them here. So
See?
if you're a bum and a drug addict, your best place to go to is California.
What happened to America? What happened to the fucking American dream? What happened to fucking doing shit until your shit got real? It's crazy. America used to be the land of the free, home of the brave. Land of the free, home of the slave. No, nowhere safe. Nowhere. Pew. Fuck up. I am Killy. Killy. Worse than that. Nowhere safe.
What?
Ah, fuck. Oh, he's got my side, guys. We're safe in this motherfucking world. I am what I am. I eat spinach, bro. Right, so what are the stars? If they are not, right, they're not planets. Obviously. So they're not planets. Okay. So vacuum of spaces and other things. So what the fuck are they? Please tell me. I'm sure, you know what? We'll figure it out. I will eventually figure it out.
PMAC, we see through a glass darkly.
That's a book. Scanner darkly, glass darkly. I mean, I'm sure it's not.
The King James
I
word. I like
mean,
what the Hebrew says.
why did I say I mean? You said I mean. Right. It's not. What are they? So if they're not stars, right?
They are stars.
Oh, they are.
But does that mean angels or does that mean lights?
Well, they're not stars.
Or is it both?
Well, let's disagree on what they're not.
It's to light the night for you. God thought that much of you to give you a little light before there was electricity.
So what
so
are
you
they?
can see in the dark.
What are they?
I think they're angels. That's what I think.
I know that's what you think, but that blows my mind. If they're not stars, right, shining in the pale moonlight, what the fuck are they?
Well, they are lighting in the moonlight or in the light or in the night sky. So, but that's all we can really get from that. It is that they are fixed. They rotate with the celestial sphere, and they light. That's all we pretty much know about it.
It's not lightning bugs.
It's not lightning bugs. No butterflies, no. Are you sure? So what are they?
Too high up. Well, I mean, it could be something else we don't know. I don't know.
Could be fireflies that got stuck up there. According to
Could be.
Lion King.
It could be a grain of sand that's 1,000 times brighter than the sun, right? It could be. Who cares? It's all speculation.
Is this the guy that woke up on the wrong
matters.
side of the
It's a
bed?
question. Crab. What are they? If the world is not what
He
we think it is,
doesn't care.
what are they? What are the stars? If they're not stars, what are they? There's a question. Make you think. Smurfs?
I don't think we get anywhere with that question. Like, we can establish that they're light.
Wait a minute. You can get somewhere with that question. Of
Not
course you can
really,
get somewhere.
because we can't.
Yeah, of course you can. Of course you can.
But we can't confirm. We can.
If they're not stars, what the fuck are they?
How will you confirm that they are something else? That
Well, they're
what
not
the
stars.
light we
You
see.
know that.
You need a star ship.
It's
a feedback attack.
Attack. You have to, at some stage or another, try to make sense of shit, right? or not. Okay, if you don't want to, that's fine.
It don't make no sense at all.
If it don't make no sense, then just put it in the pile that says that don't make no sense at all. If they're not stars, what are they? Nobody can answer that one, right?
If you smoke enough, maybe you'll get high enough to find out.
I wish I could smoke.
That's a good wish.
But it's a sober wish. It's a sober wish.
How many people wish for a well at the wishing well?
I'm
Right?
trying to figure out what that is, right? So I figured out that it's not what they say it is. So we're not moving. We're not spinning. There's no such thing as outer space. But there's still these multiple fucking shut up, phone. Things in outer space. Well, what are they? What are they? Do you understand the question? Am I making sense here? Yes, it is.
All right, if you're there's one thing, a video that you can check out, PMAC, if you're serious about it. There apparently is a connection between the energy points in the Earth plate, if you will, and the stars. There's some alignment. I will share a video for you in the chat. If anyone else wants to check it out, please feel free.
It's a genuine question. There is a lot of support for cancer. Once you find out you have cancer in your body. Anyway, so if the lights, yeah, fuck up. What are they? If they're not stars, billions and billions of light years, what are they?
What about you tell us?
Angels.
Listen, Christy said it. They're fucking angels, man.
And I guess that leads us to how will you confirm or disprove that? We can't. So that is why we have concluded they are just lights in the sky and we can't really do much more about that subject.
Well, fair enough.
I mean, there is those sonoluminescent light experiments and stuff like that that could suggest that this might be what it is, but can we confirm it? Because we can we travel up there and actually see if that is what's happening? No. So it's just like speculation again, which is what most of what is in the sky is, like what is the sun? We don't know. Speculation. What is the moon? We don't know. Speculation. What are the stars? We don't really know. Speculation.
Yeah.
I can answer that question for you.
Go ahead.
They're all just lights in the sky, dude.
What's your take on it, Lemon?
It was Rookie, 1973.
That's me.
But you see how one question bamboozles everybody. If they're not stars, if the light didn't come from them, what the fuck are they? People start to think, yeah, what the fuck are they? Angel? Right. Okay. So it's not that big a deal. You don't know what they are. Nobody can explain what they are, right? Just pinpricks in the sky.
They try to say what they are based off the color they give off. But it would be nice if we could get a sample or witness the creation of the star, whatever it is.
It's definitely not a star medal. Holy shit, bro. Have you been paying attention?
Yeah. If you talk about the sun, I think it's a class in and of its own. I don't lump it in with stars myself. I go with the categories of the sun, moon, and stars being separate.
Separate from what?
Separate from one another. The sun is one thing. The moon's another thing. The stars are another thing.
Different layers?
What'd you say?
Different layers.
Different layers. They appear to be moving differently. I guess they're in different layers of the firmament.
So that would explain it. Jesus, no, fucking, I'm so popular tonight.
Answer that.
Hello.
Hello, this is P Mike talking.
Hello.
If I had to say what the stars are ontologically, I'd probably say they're angels or something like that, since they sing out for joy according to the Bible. I'll probably go with that account.
Do they?
They sang out for joy, which may imply sentience if it's more than poetic language or whatever. Perhaps it's more literal.
Be careful what they say.
Well, sometimes they say the truth. More specifically, I guess the prophets that the Holy Spirit were dictating the Bible to. You see a lot of typology that point to stars being personal entities as well. You're a Hollywood star. I guess they say that you shine like a star, but maybe like a star, you speak, you have a will, you have a sentience like an angel. I remember an old movie with Michelle Pfeiffer. Well, I say old now, probably 2003. One of those fantastical, fantasy movies. There was a star that fell from heaven, and the witches wanted to cut out her heart for special spells that they were trying to weave. Coincidence? I don't think so. I think the stars are sentient angels. When we see a shooting star, it's probably something up there moving.
Anyone been looking at the
Stars
stars recently?
don't shoot. There's no such thing as a shooting star. Stars don't shoot, dude.
I've been seeing stars moving moving around slowly and changing direction recently.
Who's riding the vehicle with the backup button?
It's me. Seatbelts are a thing.
Damn it, quit it. I'm just kidding.
Hey, Lemon. Good to see
Hey,
you.
Christy.
How you been? You
Hanging in
okay?
there. How you been?
Good. I got my hands in tomatoes right now, canning some tomatoes.
Ah, that sounds delicious. You cooking something?
Nice.
Just I learned how to can last year, so this year I went overboard with the amount of tomatoes, and they're just everywhere.
Poor thing.
I
Tomatoes are
saw
the
a
best.
meme with a monkey that was helping with green beans. I was like, I need one of those. I
Green
got
giant.
way too many. I might just give them away at the street or something.
People would probably kill for some fresh ripened tomatoes.
Yeah.
It's the
And I
only
put
way to help.
magnesium on the ground too, so because the magnesium's gone from our soil.
Oh no.
So Epsom salt. You just put a little Epsom salt around your tomatoes, and then you get a good amount.
Ah, tricks of the
Interesting.
trade.
Yeah, so I'm learning how. I learned how to pressure can too. Some green beans and potatoes and bacon.
Oh, bacon.
Yeah. I
That
didn't
stuff.
realize that. Huh?
I said, isn't that bacon stuff bad for you?
I'm
gives a
sure the
shit?
green beans and the potatoes cancel it out because they're so good for you.
I got you.
It tastes good, so it probably is bad for you.
Everything's bad for you.
Lemon bird.
Well, if everything wasn't bad for you, you'd never die.
Uh-huh. That's lemon.
I think they say that the parasites in pork are hard to get rid of. You can't really ever get rid of those trichinosis eggs that are in the pork because of the way that it's
Oh.
grown and stuff. Yeah.
I
They
wonder
say
what
it
they'll do
causes
to the
joint
bug.
pain. Yeah.
I didn't know
I
they
wonder,
grow pork.
Trichinosis worms and stuff like that. It was a big Nation of Islam thing, not eating pork. And they were talking about the problems with pork and how you can't really get rid of all the stuff that's in pork or something to that effect. Talked about how the pork stores most of its urine in its tissues and doesn't really get excreted or something like that. It's sweat. It's sweat. I'm sorry. Stores most of its sweat and doesn't really excrete
Sweat.
it. Yeah. Salty bacon.
you're
Fucking
really
salty
making me
bacon, man.
hungry. Isn't he making you hungry, P-Mac?
I am starving.
I love me some bacon. When I heard about this, I was like, dang it. But yeah, they say pork's got a couple issues like that. I guess you'd be fine if you found like a wild boar. But if you're talking about a pig, stuck in a pen with all that mud and its own, waste and stuff, it'll just eat anything.
Did I tell you guys about the time that I killed the boar?
I think
Nearly.
so.
You did.
I killed a boar with my car.
What was it?
Free food. Well,
Yeah.
repairs for the car, but free food.
Yeah, the first person that went by, they were like, that's good eating. And then the next person that came by was like crying, "Oh, that poor boar." And then we came back by and it was gone. Somebody got it.
They're like, oh, boar's head meat.
Yep. I was getting ready to go to a work party and I thought about heaving it into the trunk. But my luck, I didn't kill it, but its legs were like doing this, shaking thing. All four legs were like shaking. So I think that was like death throes or something.
Poor thing. I bet that was some fresh bacon, though.
Mm-hmm. Somebody ate it.
Unintentional hunting.
Yeah. That'll never pass me by again, probably.
No,
Yeah. The scavengers do their thing, but I think they say we're not really supposed to eat them like the vultures and the clams and stuff like that are really like the waste disposal. But gosh dang, some of them taste good. I love me some fried oysters. Those are delicious. Love them.
We've been talking about food all morning. Withcraft or Witchcraft, whatever he calls himself, was in here, and we were talking about blueberry muffins and
bread,
all sorts of stuff.
Blueberry muffins are pretty good. But most of the stuff that they call blueberry muffins, it's just sugar with blue food coloring. You don't actually get a blueberry in it per se.
Yeah, you'd have to make them yourself. I told him if he gets saved and he makes it to heaven, I'll make him a blueberry muffin when we get there.
Mm. Those blueberry muffins up there are so heavenly, so divine.
Yeah, I looked up Heaven Blueberry Muffin, and they actually name them that online. Heavenly Blueberry Muffin. So I put a picture in there so he could see it, and guess what it had on it? Lemon.
Nice. Lemon and blueberry? Delicious. Yeah, I've been going to some of the other servers. Trying not to be so bitter. So, acerbic, I think that's a fancy word they say for bitter and caustic. I'll try to be a little nicer.
Well, I enjoy hearing what you have to say, Lemon. You have a fantastic mind.
It's nice to hear you too, Christy. So peaceful and so loving.
Thanks, Lemon.
Lovely.
Thank you.
So lovely.
Lovely. I love that word.
So
Lovely.
fucking lovely.
Lovely.
It's bloody lovely.
I used to like the word precious until that movie came out with the Gollum. My precious.
Precious.
My precious.
Yeah, they know how to hijack words and destroy them.
Yeah. Unfortunate, isn't it? Like, what did it do to your taste buds for pizza?
Pizza.
And hot dogs.
The other code words from those horrible Podesta emails.
Yeah. I guess everybody already heard. If you haven't, you might know now. The Epstein thing. Well, there was a lawyer that Epstein had for 20 years, and he became a judge. And that judge just approved for the FBI to go into Trump's Mar-a-Lago place and take all his papers, and they broke into his safe and took Well, they say nothing was in there, but yeah, right.
They're trying to get dirt on him because they don't want him to be elected in 2024. People are still looking at him as basically the only viable candidate, based out of the people that they have so far. Biden is out to lunch. The rest of the Democrats are uninspiring. And the Republicans, showed their fake Republican rhino anti-Trump colors. You got Pence that certified that fake election. The field is pretty much clear for Trump, pretty much, right now. And they're trying to disqualify him by impeaching him 3 times, even though he isn't in office, prosecuting him now, even though he ain't president. It's just ridiculous.
We got criminals in charge.
Yeah. We really
Over the
do.
whole world. The whole world is.
Well, I guess it's expected because these satano-atheists, they're imperious and they like to rule, but that doesn't mean that they want to work. And so what's the closest thing to being a king, in a time without kings, at least in America? You go into government because you like telling people what to do. You like ruling. You like, enslaving the masses. You just go into government, but that doesn't mean that these people are moral, that these people give a damn about the people that they're lording over. And it doesn't even necessarily mean that they're competent. It just means that they want a high position, a high, lofty position.
Well, they see their light at the end of the tunnel, but it's actually, Satan, and he's wanting to enslave mankind. And they're like, now's our time. It's all set up now. We could go for it. No one's awake. Everybody's just lazy, and we could starve them and kill a bunch of them and put them in a slave system with a QR code that traps their mind inside of a matrix with some nanotubes and stuff.
Yeah.
It's time. I think it's time. That's what
Well,
I
some of
see.
it is a controlled rollout. That's why they keep on talking about this simulation theory stuff, to basically get people acclimated to their fake digital world that they're trying to give us with VR, the metaverse and all this other stuff.
Yep. It'll be too late, though. Like, this is the end. This is it. They think they're gonna replace us and like steal our identities, and the AI will become us, and everyone will have their own. I mean, it's all patented and everything. It sounds like sci-fi, but it's all patented.
Yeah. I think it's the demonic palette to replace humanity because that's what demons do when they possess us. They take on a replaceable, body, temporarily upon human possession. So it could be a machine, it could be us, it could be anything. It's very transhuman, using humanity as a husk to discard and, interchange with something else. Or in many ways, we're taking on the demonic palette and the demonic way of looking at things.
I think CERN has a lot to do with it too, because I didn't know this, but the other day I found out that all of the internet, like the internet, was invented by CERN, and all of the information goes from the internet to CERN. And then they started putting CERN up in the or some sort, like the space ISS or something. They put its name was Simon. Like Simon Says.
Mm.
And they showed a cutesy little robot that was like floating in the air. But really, they could be putting something up there to communicate with the stars, which could be the fallen angels.
More than likely. satellites, watchers, watching our every move.
Trying to be all knowing.
I think we see something like that with the latest Jordan Peele movie, Nope, not of planet Earth. Nope.
That's a new movie? I haven't heard of that.
Oh, yeah. Just came out.
Nope. I'm going to have to watch that.
Yeah, it means nope.
Nope.
Absolutely, categorically. Nope.
Have you seen it yet?
Nope.
Nope.
How you call that?
You guys ever have movie night
That was
here?
funny.
Like, that would be so fun. We'll watch a movie together. It doesn't really work all that great,
Sundays,
but
Preston. If you come Sundays down in Chill VC, we do movies all day.
really? On Sunday?
On Sunday, yeah.
Is that your Sunday or my Sunday?
Even on a Sunday.
Whichever Sunday it is, that's the one we do it on.
Okay, because sometimes, like in Australia, they're a day ahead. But you sound like you're from the UK.
Yeah, I'm English. So yeah, join Sunday.
No. Sunday, okay. I'll do that. Can you play Nope? Say
yeah,
Nope.
Yep. Anything you want.
Yep.
Yep.
Nope.
I would love it if you could play Nope.
That was hard. Yep. Nope.
To Logi's movie days. They're awesome.
Meadowlark didn't tell me about scalar waves.
Scalar.
Tell us about scalar waves. Lemon.
Scalar waves?
Tell us your secrets.
They're basically like waves that accumulate energy, getting bigger and bigger and bigger and stronger in place. I think the underlying theory for scalar waves, based off of what I can infer, is that you use resonance, waves that are in sync as opposed to trying to wildly wave a thing up and down. It would be like you and me holding a jump rope. A wild wave would be like you and me shaking the thing like crazy at the same time, but nothing's really happening. A scalar wave would be in sync where I send you one complete nice wave, and then when that wave is done, then you send me back a wave, and we're in sync. Now we have a nice flow of energy that allows things to accumulate. We can get in sync even more from there. I can send you a nice wave that's faster, and you can send me a nice wave that's faster, and it's in sync. This is sort of the idea of scalar waves. Waves that are synced up, resonant, and highly powerful and focused.
Are
As
scalar
opposed to
waves
this weird mess.
are scalar waves gay?
No, it's just waves that are nice, organized, sync, and highly powerful.
Is that what you think of, PMAC, when you hear about scalar waves?
Yeah, I was wondering if they're gay.
Wow.
I know it's wrong.
Your mind is like, woo!
Woo!
Basically,
my mind is like, blue.
Well, Misty, the way to think about this properly is to think of us being in the ether, essentially. If it's waving like crazy, nothing's really happening. But if it's in sync, energy just flows out of nowhere, seemingly, and just accumulates very rapidly out of the ether that we're surrounded with.
And there is ether. It's fucking everywhere, bro.
And basically, if we vibrate in sync with the thing, energy and, information just flows and accumulates very readily. If you're vibrating in sync with the surrounding medium, the surrounding ether.
No. Shut the fuck up. I'm just...
Okay.
This is the thought process that allowed them to develop these scalar waves. trying to basically vibrate in sync with the surrounding medium and allow a huge amount of energy accumulation for energy weapons, lasers, and stuff like that.
I've been thinking. Sorry, go ahead.
No, nothing.
Somebody gonna say something? I was just gonna tell you, Lemon, that I was thinking about that conversation we were all having the other day about the radioactive, and the cell phones put off radiation. So would that alone cause you to be able to be detected of what your gamma, delta, beta waves are? Because you would have them if you're being radiated, you said, right?
There is some stuff coming off of the phone, but they say it's negligible, supposedly. But they say it's basically such a small amount you don't have to worry about now. With sometimes they say people do get cancer from these phones or whatever next to their head, depending on the phone that they're using. But I mean, people say that it's so negligible you don't have to worry about it. But I'm on speakerphone right now. I don't put it next to my head. But they say it's negligible, so you don't have to worry about that sort of stuff, alpha, beta, gamma, or any sort of radioactive thing like that. I need to see what sort of emissions your phone is giving off with its radioactive battery specifically.
I'd like
I
to
think it
get
would be
an
like what,
EMF
gamma
detector.
radiation or something like that.
Yeah, and so if the 5G is going to be used by Tesla technology, and it's only like it's all been hooked up or something now for 3 years, but they're only using 5% of its capabilities, then when they do the Internet of Things and everything's all connected, then they might up all of that stuff. And if they're able to already detect, I'm just wondering, what can they do if they can detect your delta gamma waves? What could the phone do to you if it had like more power? Like, what kind of weapon is that? I just want to know how I'm going to die. What is this weapon that they have? And how do we stop it? And did I get cut off by the artificial intelligence? Yeah. Can't hear me?
We can hear you. Carry on.
Okay.
Sorry, what were you
So,
saying?
so I was just saying, like, what's the capabilities if they have all this technology when they turn it all completely on?
Probably gonna cook us to death, potentially, but we may be okay.
Okay, cooked to death. Well, I mean, if it's quick, that would be good. Well, not good, but better than, slowly.
Well, Dana Ashley talks about the 5G connection with the latest C virus thing. And it looks like this 5G grid, particularly with its millimeter waves that it's giving off, could have the potential to be weaponized to kill, cook, that sort of thing.
Yeah, but what are stars, man?
What was that?
Oh, I was just taking the piss out of P-Mac.
You see things in a different way. Don't stop. You should be here. You'll be here. Better than before. Yesterday's gone. Yesterday's gone.
Someone please take care of that cat. It sounds like it's dying outside.
The things we have.
Just Fleetwood Mac, calm down.
That's such evil music.
Stop.
What are you into, Tim?
Tomorrow.
Honestly, I don't listen to much music. I did back in the days, but I really don't. Like maybe one day here and there, I maybe listen to some for like an hour or two, but that's it. Like it's really not a lot.
What did you listen to?
I mean, often I just go nostalgic back to like the early 2000s or even further back, but the 2000s is where the 2000s was where I was young, you know, like 15, 16 years old, and there was a lot of memories from there. So that kind of era.
So that was the stuff you got dragged into, was it?
Yeah, kind of. But I mean, I can listen to everything, but I don't listen to much music.
Thinking about tomorrow, don't stop. It'll soon be here. Better than before. Yesterday's gone. Yesterday's gone.
Yeah, I listen to my Human Resonance most of the time now.
Yeah, I mean, we had a music session one of the Sundays, you and me and some other guys. I showed you, for example, like some of the Einar Selvik, the one writing the music to the Viking series. He's making some authentic,
Don't you look back.
Old Scandinavian music with old instruments and stuff like that. I like
the Vikings.
But yeah, I can listen to everything. Like
Vikings.
I just listen to positive things, uplifting things. I stay away from negative things. You breed negativity that way. That's why I don't hyper focus on certain subjects, because you need to kind of learn about it, get a gist of it. But if you hyper focus on it, you empower it. You're putting energy into it, and you're making it worse. That's what I think.
Yeah, I get that. There is also like when you learn stuff, it's good to get the basics, leave it, come back to it later, and then it is like stored in your memory, kinda, and it's easier to advance from there.
Yeah, people just got to be
patient,
doing the hard work.
Get your way.
But
can we moderate this one?
No. Christy can. Christy can mute him if she gets her hands out of tomatoes.
What do you want me to do?
Mute P-Mac.
Anything.
P-Mac?
Check it up, so you want to.
Okay, hold on one second.
Thank you.
Did somebody do it?
Somebody did it.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
I got tomatoes all over my fingers.
That's fine. I wasn't sure if you were still splotching around.
Yeah, I'm almost done. Just a few more.
Cool.
3 more jars. This is work, man. Just really appreciate the farmers and the food if you've never had a garden, because
I just live on butter and beef tallow and water and salt, basically.
Okay.
Makes life a hell of a lot easier, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, this work is for the slaves. I'm being silly.
That's fine. Rookie, it was an advert from the 90s where he went and slapped somebody. So That's why I posted it, because PMAC needed a slap.
PMAC.
Bad PMAC.
Bad PMAC. You have to go to the corner.
You're on the naughty step. Correct, rookie jokes. Well done.
Hey, GMC.
Hey, Gemsy.
It's good to hear everybody's voices. Been a while.
Yeah, it's good to hear you.
What?
What? What?
I don't hear nothing.
What?
What? Hello?
What? What? Hello
You what?
there.
You what?
Oh, turn the music down.
Well, at least his phone isn't ringing.
That was Meadowlarks. Nobody would phone PMAC. He's been delisted by the government. Because anytime he gets a phone call, he tries to flat smack them and tell them shit.
Yeah, why he's still on the live stream.
You know, they're just coming
He
time.
thought the phone call was Discord, so he started flat smacking them.
I thought he was muted.
Shit.
And just like that.
You killed the chat, rookie. Fix it.
We could talk about the Earth.
What about
we do have a new guy in here. We are all here without any roles.
Hey, Rectangle, how's it going?
Subloggers.
What's going on, dude?
Oh boy. First thing in the morning.
How's things?
Ban.
Hey, Rectangle is straight. Leave him alone.
Ban.
Hey, don't be banning dudes. That's so uncool.
Rookie, you wanna be banned, Rookie?
You know who that is, right? You know who that is, right?
Yeah.
So why are you asking me why I say ban?
Why do you want to ban him?
Why would you ban him?
Yeah,
Oh,
bad.
geez. Really?
Really bad. Bad rookie. Banning all the newcomers.
What's wrong? Did he do something?
Yeah, he's not allowed here. So they got to ban him all the time. Hold on, I'll message you about it.
You guys are mean. Have you guys ever heard about forgiveness? Have you?
They don't know any forgiveness now.
No,
They have no
not
compassion.
a word.
You know, holding hate in your heart is bad for you.
They
I don't think I hated anybody.
hate. That's what's
No,
led them
hate
to the dark side, you see. Their fear and their anger and their hate led them to the dark side.
You have to let it go. Let it go.
Let it go.
You can't hold it anymore.
Okay, let's just let him in here and talk then, and then we'll just see how fast that goes.
Yeah, it's fine. We got nothing else going on. Go get from the lobby.
Nothing else going on.
Right into this.
Do you know what I mean? Let's just sit here
that
in
was good,
silence, eh? Cool beans, bro.
I mean, we do have a new guy in the VC. We are all here. He has been here for a while, and no one has taken the time to unmute him and stuff like that.
Oh, he needs a role. We are
He's
real
going
here.
on.
Can somebody unmute? We are real here.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
No, not Lord Jesus. The full moon.
Why did Rookie run away?
I've been looking for the moon. I couldn't find it.
You're not allowed the moon in Ireland. It's banned.
We're not allowed the moon.
They took your potatoes and now they've
It's
taken
actually, you wouldn't believe this. I was actually standing outside looking at it. Where is the fucking moon? I couldn't see it.
Oh my gosh.
It was crazy. It was
Rookie
crazy.
is so butthurt,
You know,
man.
the one moment it was there, on the horizon, every day, day after day. The next moment, it's fucking gone. It's a new moon. That was strange, bro. I was actually standing outside my work going, where is the fucking moon?
Well, that guy just left, so...
It's not hard to work out. There is no moon.
Aww.
Hold off there, bro. I don't want to know.
Well, I hope Rookie's enjoying this. Now we've got no one to talk to. Oh look, Rookie's in chill chat. He wants logical conversation. He's now no longer in chill chat. Oh well. Jackie, how did you get into those crystal experiments?
I've been into crystals for a long time, so I was just trying to test a theory that I had with the difference between a new crystal, a charged crystal, things like that. So I was testing my own little theory. But it turns out they all still emit a type of energy. It's just that it's stronger once. I would say, I said charged. I used to always say charged, but I realize now charged might not be the word. I think it's more like program.
Oh.
So a cleansed crystal would have, would be like sort of like deprogrammed, I would say, and very just basic and a flat energy. And then once you charge it or program it with energy from somewhere else, you can do it from yourself, you can do it from the moon, you can do it from the sun, different ways to charge them or different ways to program them up. You can do it with your own emotion. It's a lot of, none of this is obviously, provable. Well, except for the fact in the experiment, you can see the crystal that was in the solar eclipse was like, you can see the energy coming up out of it. Like, it's undeniable. Like, people can say that, I tweaked the experiment or whatever, or did whatever, but I didn't do anything. I did it for my own curiosity, and then I only shared it with a few friends, stuff like that are people that I talk to.
Yeah, that's
I was trying
really
to prove
cool.
a point with them, actually.
Yeah. So how did you find this server?
Through Kiwi.
Ah, okay, so it's his fault.
It's his
It's all
fault.
my
What?
fault.
It's all his fault.
Yes, it's all his fault. What? That I'm here? Yeah, absolutely.
What have you got to say for yourself, Kiwi? Oh, he's
You might.
gone all quiet now.
Well, I know he's at work, so he might not be able to.
The office, I'm just quiet. I'm here.
See,
Nothing but love for you, baby.
I told
I
you.
appreciate Logie. I appreciate Logie and all the razzing he gives us because he keeps us entertained. So appreciate you, man, and always putting on movie days for the community and stuff, man.
It'll be done.
I mean, quartz crystal is pretty much a conductor of energy in like if we didn't have quartz crystal, we wouldn't be having TV screens and the computers and stuff that we have now. I mean, more people don't realize how much crystal is used in electronics.
Yeah.
If they're using them as an energy conductor, then people should be able to too, as long as you have an energy source. And I'd like to say we are an energy source. So why can't we conduct the energy in those crystals in some type of way also? Maybe it's not a way you can observe with your physical eyes, but I can personally physically feel them. Like, I can feel it when I put a crystal in my hand. So I know a lot of people can't, but I can. That's how I kind of really got into crystals, because when I pick them up, they vibrate in my hand. So that's what made me interested in them in the first place. Otherwise, they're just pretty pieces of, shiny things.
Never.
So they have different vibes on you, do they? Different ones?
Every single one has a different vibe that I've ever touched. So even if they're the same crystal, they each have a different vibration. And some a little bit stronger, some a little less. And I think it just depends on where they are, where they've been, or if they've been, put in a drawer and not maybe touched or out in the air and things like that. When you put them away, it feels like away from the light. They don't have as much energy when I pull them out, I would say. They feel like they don't vibrate as much. Now, the crystals that I leave out in a space, have an area where I leave my crystals that I consider my personal use, they always seem to have a charge. Now, the ones I put away and store, when I take them out, they don't seem to have any type of. They always have a vibration, but they don't have as much of a vibration or charge, or it depends on how you say it, to them when I touch them personally. But I've also worked with the crystals, whereas I feel like you can program them yourself, and it's like they have their own little jobs. Each one has a job. It's like it has an overall energy, and then you can imbue it with what you would like it to work on, I would say. But we're getting into metaphysics and stuff like that, so
Yeah, yeah. No, that's fine. It's all interesting, because again, we don't have all the answers. We're not omniscient, So
I agree. I just know that, this chat likes to be very,
yeah, flat Earth,
yes,
science.
and observe it. If you can't observe it, then,
I get that.
that's
So what
why
do
I
you
stay in
think
the
about
background.
what do you think about flat Earth then? Have you looked at any of the resource materials at the bottom of the server?
Oh, yeah, I've gone through a lot of it. I mean, I personally just know that it's not what they're telling us it is.
Yeah.
And I don't know exactly what it looks like, so to speak.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I've told people before in here, like I personally had a meditation and I asked God what it looked like because I was confused, because it doesn't feel right to me to say flat earth, and it actually feels roundish to me, and it actually feels more, but I didn't know if that was more of my cognitive dissonance, and the programming. I want it to be round. I don't know. But me, I was telling the group that I went to a meditation, I asked what it looked like, and what I saw was something that kind of looked like a snow globe with a
Pretty
with a
much.
with a photo like this, but not exactly, because something that like a snow globe that was kind of like had water, but like you could stick a photo up in the middle of it, like, is the best way for me to describe it. And then I was just like, okay, it looks kind of round, but the round area would be more, it was more like a clear, like a bubble. So I don't know.
You've
I
just
don't
got
know.
to understand the basic principles of water, because
Mhm.
that will kind of help you. So you always know that when you leave water standing, the surface will always be level, horizontal, right? So
Correct.
if you've got a glass or a bathtub, they're always horizontal, they're always level. If you've got a swimming pool, if you've got a lake, and then you think about Earth being 71% water, which means 71% must be horizontal and level, right?
Okay.
So that basic argument there, the principles of the surface of water when left at rest are horizontal and level, gets you to understand, like, yeah, they can't ever show you bodies of water that bend. They can't show you lakes that bend or oceans or anything.
No, I agree. I, I that's just the truth, right? They don't even have to agree. So
It's a basic truth, it's observable, it's repeatable. It's a simple one, but they like to pull you into the weeds with a lot of their word magic and their word spelling, and they argue sophistry. But use reality. If you use reality, it will tell you everything you need to know. But yeah, they like to take you off into the imagination and run you around in circles and all of these things. But yeah, reality debunks it all. So that's a very simple one that almost
definitely
any
debunks their model. That's for sure.
yeah, and anybody can understand that, because once you start getting into these other things, there's a lot of homework to do to understand the actual answers. Like, you wouldn't go to university and just start doing the tests, right? You'd have to do 4 years and then a dissertation and so on and so forth, right? So the problem is a lot of let's say model afflicted people that come in here, they're not even really willing to give it a chance and be objective and say, okay, let's look at the evidence, let's try to understand it, and then weigh the two together, right? Because now you've got two options. One, you've been told by authority figures from birth; it's placed everywhere around you, and yet we have this other side, which is using reality. It's observing reality, it's measuring reality, using basic principles of natural law. And when you weigh those two together, one is of the mind and one is of reality. So the choice is yours, basically. You can choose the one based on reality, or you can choose the one based in the mind. But yeah, I think
Well,
sometimes it's
absolutely. I don't think there's positive proof either. You know, like there's no positive proofs either way. The problem is that you can completely debunk their model. You can't. I don't think there's anything that can 100% prove the quote unquote flat Earth model, but you can't. You can disprove theirs, and yours is more likely. Like it has observations. You can see, like you said, you can prove a lot of it. It doesn't mean you can prove all of it, but it's more, you usually tend to go with the more likely than not scenario when it comes to observations. Like, that's just, I don't know, that's just the way I was taught. I don't think they teach that anymore, but that's the way I was taught.
yeah, the trendy teaching methods have come into full effect, and I guess that people are frightened of standing up and being counted. They want to be a part of the group, so they limit themselves to stay a part of that group, even though they might start waking up thinking, this is ridiculous and this is stupid. But yeah, so the group kind of keep them inside, and that's where you have to find your own confidence and individuality to go along with reality and the truth. And basically, you don't have to talk to the group about it because obviously it's not their journey and they're going to reject it wholesale. But I think as an individual, you kind of need to do it for your own curiosity and sanity and things like this, because it will gnaw at you otherwise. It will kind of gnaw at the back of your head.
Of course.
So it's good to embrace these things and go with the flow and see where they take you. But yeah, there's a lot of people who, sadly, because of the left-brain prisoners and left-brained indoctrination, which is what the school system does, it's very difficult for them to kind of see the wood for the trees, so to speak. So they kind of are fixated on the kind of TV CGI models and stuff, and they don't actually observe the real world anymore. They don't go outside anymore. They don't play outside. They barely move 3 miles from the house these days. So there's a lot of it's easy to fool people without experience and without elders to guide them. There used to be grandparents and things, and they would obviously guide the younger ones and the grandchildren, and a lot of those things have been removed. So these younger children, they don't really have a lot of experience or people that are experienced to try to help them. They've never used a level, they've never used a tape measure, they've never done anything. So the model afflicted, they think things make a lot of sense, but they're really just repeating things they've been told. They've never tested it, they've never actually thought about it. They've accepted it as self-evident truths. And it's only when you do a little bit of homework, like the basic thing with the surface of water, and you start thinking about these things, and then they've got real problems. But then you obviously get into more complicated stuff with the black swan, because they try and trick you with things that they don't really even understand. So that's why they actually use it. They heard somebody else say it, so they parrot it. But when you actually ask them to explain it or to dig into it, they've got nothing. They just know that if you say this, then they say that. And it's just literally repetition and regurgitation. It's
Exactly, which is why I don't even debate it, because I'm like, I understand what I understand, but I don't, I'm not someone who was into, I guess, like, quantum physics and quantum mechanics and all that. And there's actually, I feel like there's a lot of parts of it that get a little bit like, I'm like, okay, it's a little bit, I don't understand. So I'm like, if I don't understand it, I'm not gonna try to explain it to someone else. Like, unless you can comprehend exactly what you're saying, you should never repeat it. That's the way I feel. But I mean, that's the way I was taught too. But I don't think anybody learns anymore. Like you said, it's just a regurgitation of information, and that's how they're taught. That's how our kids are taught right now in school. They don't learn anymore. They don't actually experiment. They don't put what they've learned actually into, we used to do science class, right? And we used to have experiments, and I remember, when they told us a concept, they put it into play in real life right in front of you so you could see how it physically works. They don't do that anymore. They just show you pictures and you're supposed to imagine it.
Just believe. Don't question.
Exactly.
Don't think.
Well, I was born left-handed, so I came here right-brained, and I don't know how to just do that. So I've always been different. I've always been, felt different. I've always had that, they tried to take the pen out of my left hand and tell me to write with my right hand because, somebody even told me I was a devil child when I was a kid because I was left-handed. Like,
Yeah, that's
crazy crap,
There's a lot of strange, and again, that's just about the group, because they want everybody to be like factory pressed identical to everybody else, and when you stand out and you're a little bit different, there was a Chinese saying, the nail that stands out is the first to be hammered. So it's very easy for that group to attack that singular person, yeah, a lot of
Huh.
that isn't
I
being
never
done.
heard that saying. That's a good saying. I like that. I'm gonna use
Yeah.
that.
So yeah, it is about doing your own homework and your own personal journey, irrelevant of what anybody else thinks, believes, or says. Everyone's on their own path, kind of heading in a similar direction. There is no one size fits all. Everyone's got a different life, a different experience, and so basically we come to these things at different times. A lot of people just aren't ready, and a lot of people might not be ready for a few lifetimes. Who knows? So at the end of the day, I mean, it's like they say, you can only show them the door. You can't do the homework for them. You can't do the reading and the watching for them. So
Yeah, I have a cousin who actually has I've sent her things, and we're actually really close. And when I started to talk to her about this a little bit, she's like, "That's it, you went off the deep end." She's like, "That's it. I can get behind your crystals and your tarot cards and your psychic stuff because you've proven it to me, and stuff you've said has come true, and I can even agree with you on that, but can't." And then when I started sending her the information of especially the stuff with where you can just see that NASA is just faking crap, she's mad at me now because she's like, I'm sitting here thinking about the freaking Earth being flat, and I don't know what to do about it anymore, and it's all your fault,
well,
So
that's commonly
I said, it's called cognitive dissonance. You'll get over it. Just keep watching. You'll get over it.
Yeah, it can be a painful process to most people because it's uprooting them. They've kind of been a certain way. They've had you've knocked the foundation from under them. They thought they had it all sewn up, that they knew everything, so to speak. And yeah, when you kind of hit them with something that big, they can spiral.
I have to tell you, I'll toot my own horn, damn it, because I'm going to. I was the person that brought a little bit more info to Jackie, and now to see Jackie flat smacking other people, bro, I feel so proud of her. Well done.
What have you done, Kiwi? You've unleashed the beast.
I've unleashed the beast. It's so good.
Well,
Can I do a quick
what
mic check?
I don't like to smack people with information. I like to slide it in slowly, underneath the radar. People don't think of me as that type of individual, I think, and so they come to to me with other things, more of a personal and, emotional nature and that type of thing. So, like I said, I work more in I'm an energy worker, so I work more in the esoteric field, and people come with me for that. Come to me for that, and they trust me because they know that I'm telling them other truths, truths that I shouldn't know, that I know about them and about their families and people around them and things going on. So when I kind of sneak those little tidbits in there, I think it hits them a little bit on a different level, on a different, in a different area. It's like, wait a minute, if everything else she's saying is true, like, is that true too?
Yeah. Dave, you were going to say something, bro?
Yeah, I just didn't want to interrupt. Y'all are having a great conversation, but we are all here. Y'all said hi to them.
Hey, buddy.
How y'all doing? We have a person here with no roles. Want me to try to unmute them? We are all here.
Let's
Have y'all
unmute.
talked? I got it. You're hard. Hello, we are all here. You have access to your mic. Would you like to say hello?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, hello.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What brings you by the Flat Earth Discord today?
Yeah, I've been watching you guys for, I don't know, like 5-6 years now.
Oh, wow. So you don't think you live on a silly spinning ball zipping around through nothing?
Oh, hell no. Yep.
Well, you've been listening that long and don't have any roles. You just don't want to get into Discord or.
I just can't ever figure it out, man. I'm a duck. I'm stupid. Sometimes I can't figure it out.
Well, let's give you VC verified so you won't have to go through this again. You can
Cool.
come in here and listen or whatever you want to do. Or do you have anything you want to say? Go ahead.
Nah, man. I just listening and just kind of getting into Discord because I've been watching you guys on YouTube for a long time, so I figured I'd get up in here.
So just real
Awesome,
quick,
man.
you want to
Hey, welcome.
participate in a quick little thing. Pretend I'm a Glober you just walked into on the street and you had to give me your best proof that the Earth's not a ball. What would you say to him?
All right, so I'd tell him to check out NASA's STS-8 missions, where you can see them making a model of this ship that's supposed to be detaching a satellite to another satellite. I'm not sure how to explain it, but you can see a giant face behind the shuttle. And how is that possible if it's real, you know?
Can I give you a little critique real quick?
Yeah.
When you're first talking to somebody, just imagine this is the first time they've actually seriously put any thought into this subject. You don't want to start out with stuff in the sky. You want to talk to them about water, some observation here on the ground. That's just my advice. But go ahead.
Cool, man. Yeah. Yeah. I got into a lot of the NASA stuff. Them saying that they use 25 million, in tax revenue for helium every day. That's wild to me.
Yeah, I'm not saying that wouldn't work with some people because NASA is obviously fake, so it is easy to point that out. Right? Now you got a valid point. I'm just saying maybe you don't want to start in the sky, but it depends on who you're talking to. Now go ahead.
What made you start listening in the first place?
I was using YouTube to fall asleep a lot of the time, and I documentaries, and so one night I wake up and Rob Skiba is sitting here talking about flat Earth, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? You know? And so I got into it, and I went through this period of a lot of discomfort, you know, trying to talk about it with people and trying to you know, get people to even conversate with me about it, because half the time they just nope.
Yeah, they don't conversate on anything much, bro. I mean, I've tried to talk to people about technology or, you know, wildlife, and if it's not their interest, it's just get blanked, you know.
Yeah, it's like it's almost like, you know, there's no ability to entertain any kind of idea, whether it's theory or not, you know.
Yeah, I think Jackie was going to say something. Go ahead, Jackie.
Oh, that's okay. I was gonna say it's, you know, when you first start talking to people, it's like you got to get past that. It's almost like there's a little bit of shame inside of you, you know.
Yeah.
That's, oh, why I shouldn't even really believe this. What's going on? You know,
Mhm.
like you got to push past so many emotions when you finally like figure it out, right? Really
Right.
hard to try to start to talk to other people about it because you feel like, oh crap, they're either gonna look at me like I'm a nutcase, they're gonna, you know,
And
or
they
they're gonna
do.
call the loony
And they
bin on
do.
me. What's gonna happen? You
Yep.
know. So, but I like what the other gentleman was saying before. If you kind of like start with like, you know, did you ever notice that they say, you know, the world's round, but how does the
Yeah.
water stick to that, you know, ball? Like
Yeah, stick to a
when you put
ball
water in
flying
a
through
cup, it
space.
doesn't
Yeah.
do what they say it does. And then I I the NASA stuff, I find, like you said, actually kind of like brings it home for people. Like when you get them thinking
Yeah.
about, is it possible, and then you hit them with the NASA stuff that's like legitimately fake and it's so obvious, like that just kind of like, I feel like it's like the nail in the coffin. They're like, holy crap, like that stuff is really all fake. So then people have a point, you know, like, and then it makes them really go down the rabbit hole. That's what I found. Like anyone I've talked to it about, that's like you start talking about water, then hit them with the NASA videos, and then they're like, oh crap.
Yeah. I like the you know, the perspective videos too. Those are the ones that really brought it home for me.
Exactly, but people end up finding those perspective videos like within the whole NASA stuff looking, and then they get deeper, right?
Yeah.
And the perspective stuff is good too, but if you don't, you know, you don't keep a camera and a, you know, telescope in your pocket, and you know, like when you're talking to
Yeah.
people.
Yeah. The videos of them bringing ships back into view. That one kind of was like, yo, wake up, because it's here. They're lying to you. You know. I don't know. I got into a lot of confrontation with my father because he was military, and so you know how that goes.
Not very well.
And he's like, "Oh, the Earth can't be flat. You know, you're crazy." And I'm just like, "All right, dude, I'm done talking to you."
Just ask him about the surface of water. When did he
Yeah.
ever see a lake bend or a swimming pool bend in the middle?
Yeah.
Frozen water bend, you know? It's these basics that people really have to kind of, you know, you don't need some special guy in a white coat to tell you everything. You can figure things out for yourself.
Yep, exactly. Do some critical thinking and keeping that intellectual honesty for yourself, regardless of whatever you find. And yeah, you will come to the truth. That's for sure.
Christy, I saw you on mute a minute ago. Did you have something to add? She's still playing with tomatoes.
I just sat down.
Yeah, I thought you had something to add. So
I've been doing that all morning. Yeah, just sat down. Ugh. No, I don't really have anything to add except for the lady that was talking. I didn't get to see her name.
Jackie, that is.
Jackie. I just wanted to tell you, I don't know if you know this, but in heaven there's a crystal sea. And I wonder if it's like, something to do with information and stuff. So the crystals are really interesting.
Thank you. I think so. I appreciate that.
And I think Jackie had something to add as well.
No, I'm good. I'm just unmuting and muting because I'm just jumping in with the conversation, but I'm also doing I think what probably she was doing. I'm about to start cooking, so I'm muting myself so that I'm not. There's not a lot of background noise. That's all.
Okay. I'm just keeping an eye so people can hopefully remember their points, And,
Oh, no problem. I'm not shy. I'll jump in. Thank you.
No
Appreciate
worries. Yeah. Go on, Christine.
I like the perspective thing, where people are like, oh, the horizon, it's going over the horizon. But if you could just tell them, get you a telescope and look out there and bring it back into view, it's just from your perspective. So that's one of my favorite things. And then it's definitely a lie how big the Earth is, because they tell you when the curvature is supposed to start, and you can obviously do experiments with lasers and things. Those are my favorite things. And planes, right? Because an airplane flies on a plane and they'd have to keep tilting it down, the plane, to go around the curvature of the Earth. Otherwise, they go off into space if they just went straight without taking into. And those gyroscopes don't take into consideration any curvature. And they don't tip the nose down to keep going around the ball. So
Gyroscopes are designed to maintain their position in a 3D space. So they actually are designed to keep you on a plane at altitude. You can't, any little movement would move the horizon in your crosshairs. So, yeah, very good. Very true.
Have you guys seen the video of the guy flying over the sun?
No, I don't think I've seen that one.
Yeah, so there's a video on YouTube.
It's on the phone.
There's a video on YouTube of this guy flying over the sun. The sun's in the clouds, and yeah, that one really amazed me.
Yeah, it's exciting in a sense because we're figuring out what this place is, and what these things are, and I find that exciting and curious and interesting, So yeah, it's nice that we don't have all the answers sewn up like scientism tells us.
Hey guys, I had just joined in and I caught the end of the conversation. I heard the lady Christy say something about a crystal lake in heaven, and I was just wondering because somebody just asked me to describe heaven to them last night, like what she envisions and where she came across that information. But Christy, like, describe heaven for me if you could.
What?
Can you not hear me? Like speakerphone.
I can hear you. Did you just ask somebody to describe heaven?
Well,
Yeah, she said there's a crystal lake in heaven. I've never heard nothing like that before. What
yeah,
else?
there was a conversation earlier, Glotflake, where Jackie was talking about crystals, and then Christy just got around to finish playing with tomatoes and talked about the crystal heaven lake thing, and that's what Adam was referring to. She's just dipped out at the moment. She might be back soon to answer the question, but usually that stuff is dealt with in biblical and things like that. But yeah,
I'm aware. Yeah, I was just curious because, like I said, my wife actually asked me last night. We couldn't fall asleep. We were talking about stuff, and she wanted my description of what the place might be like. And I haven't really heard much. And then I jump on here and I hear that lady describing something that sounds pretty mystical. Curious to what else she might say.
Well, the structure that is up in heaven is a pyramid shape, four-sided, four corners with the corner top as well. So that's the structure.
Kenzie, come on, don't mess with these people.
I'm not messing around. I'm serious.
When did you go and confirm that to yourself?
Shut the fuck up. I'm just talking to him, not talking to you.
Okay. As you were, guys.
I'm not saying
Carry
that
on.
for you to ask me questions and trying to confirm it. I'm just telling him. So yeah, the shape of creation is observable from the ground up in heaven. It's in your face as well, and it's everywhere. Everywhere you can see it. It's a design, and it's here on the ground and everything around you, and it's also up in heaven. And yeah, scans of the sky, electro-optical scans of the sky depict pyramid shape, just like the pyramid that you see everywhere in many depictions from, I don't know, almost every single company in the world, and the higher up they depict pyramids everywhere, and people have emulated pyramids, the biggest, the most impressive structures, and also the relation of the rainbow with the pyramid. Yeah, it's the structure up in heaven
Do you have
is
any videos
definitely
linking that?
100% a pyramid.
Do you have any videos that link that, like that, what you're talking about?
Yeah, well, no videos, but no, I don't have videos, but I do have some research. They did some scans of the celestial north region of the sky.
Can you post that,
And,
please?
yeah, I'll send it to you. I've posted here before. Most people ignore it because people don't understand the ground, therefore they're not gonna understand heaven for sure.
Why do you think the sky is blue?
The sky is what?
Blue.
Because they're light. I don't know. The colors of the light. That's why it's blue. Colors of the light. When it's evening, you see it's kind of orangey or reddish. So the light, and also at the end of the sunset, you see green. You see green.
Yeah,
So,
but you also see that reflecting on the water at sunset.
yeah, you see the colors of the light in the air. That's why we see blue sky. It's part of.
You don't think it could be anything to do with water?
Sure, there's water in the air. There's many tons of. Probably unlimited, big amounts of water in the air. So yeah, it probably has to do something with water.
Oh, and gases.
Yeah, ultraviolet light passing through gases creates certain colors, like argon makes it blue or something. I can't remember exactly.
It's 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. Shit, TV.
Have you seen those meteorites that are supposedly part of the sky? Mostly oxygen.
Mom and Dad are here.
Do you say meteors in the sky? Do you say that?
These were blue meteorites, and people have try to figure out what they are. I'll post a link to it. It's quite unusual.
I actually in the Caribbean, when I was younger, I saw this phenomena, and it was I've seen multiple, but the ones that I remember the most, it was a green color that illuminated the clouds. It was coming straight down, like basically like 90 degrees down to the ground, illuminated the clouds, and fell in the mountains, up in the hills, up in the mountains. And the other one was I'm saying green, but you're saying blue, and I will say it's kind of like a color between green and bluish. So yeah, I could describe it and label it a meteor, but I don't know exactly what it was, but or what they were. But it was a light falling from the sky, bluish or greenish color, illuminating the clouds, illuminating the mountains and the hills, and just falling straight to the ground.
The video's been deleted. I can't post it. I'll try to find it elsewhere.
The thing is that there is multiple phenomena, many phenomena that happen in the sky, and people might label them the same, but there's different phenomena that happen in the sky, and they're not the same, all of them. So some people see multiple phenomena and label it meteors, and there's different things happening. So yeah. And things falling from the sky, like ice falls from the sky, and rocks might fall from the sky. That doesn't mean a globe and flat earthers say, no, nothing falls from the sky. Whatever, dude. Things do fall from the sky. So whatever your opinion is, the observable phenomena, it's different. It's definitely there. It's
We haven't got it
observable.
all figured out, so I don't know why they're making such a harsh judgment on things. They need to be a little bit objective.
No, this stuff doesn't happen because I've never seen it. Of course, yeah, you never seen it, therefore it doesn't happen.
Yeah, there's also that weird jelly stuff that falls from the sky as well. There's lots of like strange phenomena like this. Red stuff as well that falls from the sky. All sorts of strange things.
Yeah, even ice, like big chunks of ice fall from the sky too.
Satelloons dropping down.
Yeah, satelloons do fall from the sky as well.
Right in the fields, Tim. Right in the fields.
But the thing is, the satelloon wouldn't illuminate like miles of clouds and hills and mountains and you know, clouds on the ground, like a huge light illuminating everything, falling straight from the sky, really high distance. I don't think aluminum satelloon would have such an effect.
I have a
everywhere.
hypothesis. I think that might actually be frequencies because they change. Like when you change a frequency, at certain frequencies, it changes the color of light. Each color has its own frequency. So to me, I was hypothesizing that it's possible that there's certain, sound frequencies that are going through the air and you're seeing them in these colors.
Yes, that's a thing as well. Like the aurora borealis, that's some type of phenomena that it has to do with, I guess, frequencies and a phenomena that is between Earth and heaven and the layers above. That's the aurora borealis. There's something to that, to what you're saying. But there is multiple phenomena. So the color that we observe from some things that fall from the sky, because I seen color things going across the sky, and I seen things falling directly down, which is different. So, like going like an airplane left to right in the sky is one thing, and then falling straight down is another thing. So, yeah,
The last time I rode an ice crystal down from the sky, I took a look around and it was flat from all the way up there.
You rode an ice crystal?
Yeah, man.
Why are you
Totally
lying?
did. Huh?
Why are you lying?
Oh. Well, I was just talking about stuff that's unfalsifiable, like you guys.
No, you're lying. It's different. I'm not lying. You are.
Okay.
Did,
Yeah.
did you roll a crystal across the sky? Are you saying I'm lying? That's what you're saying, that I'm lying, that I didn't see this stuff?
You saw something, didn't you?
I did. Did you roll the ice crystal through the sky? Did you?
No, I didn't ride an ice
So you
crystal.
lied. You lied.
It's more of a
So
joke,
you
but if you want to
implicated
call it if you
me
want to call it a lie
saying,
to make yourself
you're
feel
saying
better,
that what I'm saying is lying, just like you did.
I'm making fun of you. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah,
You're
but
making
Glock,
fun of me. Isn't this like a serious server? Didn't we ban someone the other day because they were kind of like joking like that?
Glock, what you got to remember is right. It's okay to have a discussion about things because we don't have hard answers. So yeah, he's talking about something that fell from somewhere, and he's trying to like figure it out. And it's fine to kind of, there is a basis of evidence. He's got a lived experience, right? So he's not just talking complete shit out of his ass like you were. And so from that, he's now trying to figure out where this came from, where these objects came from, where it fell from, what it is, So
Do you
there's a
think that
difference.
you're going to be able to figure any of that stuff out by just sitting in a chat room and talking
No,
about it?
I'm actually not trying to figure it out, but I saw it falling from the sky, so there's no question about that.
Super duper. Continue.
But why will you kind of compare a lie to what I'm saying? Are you saying that I'm lying?
I'm saying you're talking about something you don't know happening in the sky,
Did I
and I'm making fun of
claim
you.
that I know what it was? Did I ever claim that I know?
Oh, and that's kind of the problem. You're just talking out your ass.
I'm talking out of my ass. So my ass saw this phenomena happen in the sky.
Might
That's
as
what
well
happened.
be. It might as well be.
My ass saw it, right? That because your ass also see things, right? You have eyes in your ass, right?
I don't know. Do you have
You
eyes
don't
in your
know?
ass?
You haven't checked?
I mean, I'll give it a look.
Yeah, give it a look. Give it a good look because I think you're making stuff up out of your ass.
Sorry, go ahead and
You
continue with your.
you're discarding people's experiences just because you haven't had that experience.
No,
I mean,
it's just sky stuff. But if you want to keep talking about sky stuff, go ahead.
why don't you just mute yourself if you don't want to talk about sky stuff instead of talking shit like out of your ass?
Way ahead of you, bud.
So what? Propose a topic. Come on, say something.
Hey, Syndrome, how's it going?
I shared a video in the voice text about maybe sky ice. I was looking for another video of someone who claims to have um, found sky ice, sky stones. You were saying like what gives the sky the color, and this person believes that it's the sky stone. It is like a pale blue color, and videos about how it's hard to research because it melts so fast, and some type of like silica compound, and water, and pretty interesting stuff. This it's not well spread. It's not well known. Only flat earthers really know what firmament that they've been trying to drill through it and shit like that. So for there be any information and pictures of what it looks like, it's hard to come by. But interesting, I'm not going to say that I think it's 100% true because, like I said, it's kind of like a one-off thing. There's not much else to even research about, but there's one video out there.
Yeah, I heard something about they claim it's like frozen oxygen or something like that. But yeah, I haven't really seen much about it.
Yeah, if
Yeah.
you observe something falling from the sky and it's illuminating at the night on the complete darkness of the night, illuminating the clouds, illuminating the ground, and falling really high up from above the clouds. Do you think you just imagine that? It was like your imagination or something, and it happens more than once. So I don't know. Maybe I just imagined it because it stings from the sky. So probably it was in my mind that I saw it. And all the phenomena that I've ever seen in the sky, all the different phenomena is just imagination, right? Must be. We can't discuss it because Glassflow doesn't like it. So since he doesn't like it, guys, ladies, sorry, Glassflow doesn't like it, guys.
Don't be so butthurt. I just like to talk about things we can prove.
So don't be so butthurt if people are not talking about things that you don't like.
It's not. I don't come here to talk about things I like, dude. I come here to talk about factual stuff.
So you come here just to talk about what you like, right?
I just told you no.
But you don't like people talking about what they're talking right now. So that's why you
It's
opening your
not that
mic
I
and
don't. It's not that I don't like it. It's irrelevant. You can't prove what is falling from the sky, where it goes, what it is. So, so why talk about it? The next Glober that hears it, that wants to fuck with us, will be like, "Oh, they were talking
you know
about sky eyes."
you're not the arbiter of the topics in this server, right? You
Oh
don't
no,
decide what
I
people
know
have to
that.
talk about. You know that, right?
I'm very clear on that. Thanks, Gemsy.
Okay. Just try to remind you that like there's other topics that people can talk about, and they don't need your permission to do so. Just letting you know.
As if you did need to let me know, but thanks again for once again
It sounds like
reiterating that.
you need to be reminded of that because I told you before, and it sounds like you know you want
You
to
know, when
just
you tell somebody something and then they ignore it, maybe it wasn't that important in the first place.
yeah. It sounds like you do the same thing every day, almost.
So is Earth measuring flat comparable to sky ice?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay,
You
well,
just you just
then I'll
you just you just said that since you said yeah, it is. Yeah. I mean, you just said it, so it must be true.
Yeah, Tim's right. We need a Glober or two or 10 in here so we can stop fighting about nonsense. It's true.
Yeah, why are you fighting about nonsense?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
I don't know either.
I like to poke the bear.
So don't call people liars just because you don't like what they're talking about.
You're not a liar, and I didn't call you a liar.
Yes, you did.
No, I said you were lying about something. If you make claims that you know what's falling from the sky, but you didn't let me finish.
You did finish.
I'm finished now.
Yeah, you are finished. So just stop lying and stop thinking that other people lie just like you. Because you lie doesn't mean that everybody lies. Come on, Glad. I thought you shush everybody up so you can talk about something more important, bro. Come on, bring it.
No, there's nothing more important, apparently. So I wanted to say that I have empirical evidence that Bigfoot kicked a piece of sky ice down into the Loch Ness, where the monster, Nessie, carved it into a beautiful sculpture.
Why are you lying again? Bro, this trend that you've been having lately about lying about things,
You just like to call me a
annoying.
liar. You just want to call me a
It's
liar.
annoying. And you've been lying constantly.
All the time, Jamesy, and I do it just to piss you off. Is it working?
I mean, people were having a perfect conversation about what they wanted to talk about, and you jumped in just to, yeah, people. I don't like what you're talking about, and please move on. And now you don't want to talk about anything.
No,
So
it's not that I don't like it. I'm making fun of it. It's actually that I do like it so much that I'm going to continue the fun.
you just call people liars because you don't like it.
Depends on the claim.
So if you don't like something and you don't know about it, you never experienced it, you just call people liars because you never seen it.
Is that a question or I'm not sure.
That's an actual statement because that's what
Oh.
you just did.
Oh, so your opinion of what I just did has been noted. Thank you.
It's recorded.
Yeah, it is. So go back and see that I didn't do that if you'd like.
Okay.
So anyway, say the word liar a couple more times in regards to me, and then we can change the topic. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Bring the topic that you want to talk about. Go ahead.
Earth measures flat. What about that? Remember earlier, the guy, we are all here, started talking right away about NASA fails and stuff. Which when I first saw it, I didn't even know what I was seeing in that video where the guy's face is behind the supposed spaceship in space. There's a huge human face. I didn't know what that was. It took me a while, then I figured out what it was. But that still didn't help me understand the nature of where I stand and upon what I stand. It just helped me understand that it looked like NASA got pretty sloppy on one of their videos. That's what that looked like. But yeah, it was in the midst of finding out that the Earth measures flat against globe math that everybody expects to have match reality. that, I was also finding out a lot of stuff about NASA lying about things, speaking of liars, and all kinds of other stuff too. But yeah, if Dave had a good point about not starting off with NASA lies and stuff, because they'll get to that. If somebody appreciates what it means that the Earth measures flat against the globe math, my guess is that they'll be curious about, you know, the implications therein, right? NASA lying and all this other stuff. But the great part is it starts with the really easy understanding that Earth measures flat everywhere we go. We can't find the curve.
Everywhere you go, the Earth measures flat. Have you ever been to, like Montana or the Himalayas?
I've been to Montana, not the Himalayas though.
You know what they call it, Montana? Montaña in Spanish, mountain. A lot of hills and valleys, up and down.
Yeah.
That's not flat, bro.
Well, that's local topography.
Why you lying again?
Crazy.
Man.
I guess people's main problem with the shape of the Earth is they think NASA has seen the whole thing by photo as a ball. But our empirical experience based off of the limited data we gather compared to that presumption of, NASA taking a picture, quote unquote, if the whole thing is a ball, appears to show flatness. So I guess based off of that, we would tend to infer from the small to the large scale that it's flat. And NASA is giving some sort of bullshit, barrel distorted photo. But, that's a tall order. I mean, I think for the flat side, they like give us a picture of the whole thing like NASA's fakery, or we're not going to believe it. I don't know if that's possible, though, with the firmament dome in the way. So on that level, we may not be able to satisfy their desire for a picture of the whole thing compared to NASA's photo trickery.
Plus, I also envision that it's a lot larger than they say. Like, we don't know if it's an infinite plane or just really round and large. It'd be hard to take a picture of it. There's 20 other continents we share this plane with.
There can't be anything such as anything infinite. As far as I can tell, things in life are made by processes. And by processes, I mean sequential steps that have a beginning, middle, and an end that allow you to stop, finish, and move on to something else. If it was an infinite plane, say, made by a creator, this process would continue but never end. You wouldn't be able to go on to anything else, one would assume, unless he's taking simultaneous action. It's a possibility, but I don't find an infinite plane really worth exploring. I'd go with a dome capping it and limiting how far you can go beyond Antarctica, and that being about it.
That's what I was saying earlier about them trying to drill through the firmament. That was a long time ago, but obviously if they'd reached the outer edges and or trying to break through, that wouldn't be possible unless, if it was a lot larger or infinite, they wouldn't be at the edge. Unless there's other domes. I think there was some Irwanian videos, if I'm saying that right, where he showed that the planets in, we have our small circle and then the dome, and then there's outer reaches, more land continents, and they have their own dome and like their own planets. If you know what I'm talking about, maybe you've seen that visual.
Yeah, I have. It's sort of as above, so below, but I don't know. It could be. I mean, really, ultimately, I don't know outside of the faith of the revelation of Scripture. I just don't think that there can be anything infinite because that would tend to imply a process that never stopped and is ongoing. So, as far as I can tell, there's some sort of limit. The question is, can I reach it or not? Or know about it beyond revelation and just being told by the person who knows, like God or something?
And yeah, you were saying if it was infinite, there'd be like no way to escape or to change from this reality. But if you think of like higher and lower dimensions, then that's a possibility. You could elevate to a higher dimension and leave this plane.
Yeah, but that implies traveling to a terminal endpoint. That doesn't imply infinite travel or travel that never ends or never reaches, an endpoint. How many places can you go to? Even in our life, we go to a limited number of places and that's it. Unless we can go to all of these infinite places, we can't even determine if it's as infinite as that. And even if we were able to go to infinite places, we would never stop traveling. So for me, that's just problematic on a philosophical level.
Yeah, and then if you believe, I think Winter has some good visuals of it, of our plane being a toroidal field, and we're somewhere like in this middle line of it. Obviously, that's not infinite.
Because I need to hear a witness account from somebody who was there. And the Bible from God who made the thing appears to say that we're on pillars on top of a watery deep surrounded by limitless water above and water below. Limitless, I guess, in that it's bigger than what we can explore. But I imagine that God, erected some sort of boundary, but I don't know. Perhaps he's up there just generating it as soon as we travel to it or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's station theory, rendering it as we approach it. But yeah, thinking about the toroidal field, everything is a toroidal field. It's not infinite. It has, where it folds back in on itself. That would be the outer reach. I guess that's a really hard thing to envision, us being on this middle line of a toroidal field, kind of the center spout of it. It's even hard to describe.
I guess it's like the eye of the storm. In the middle of a swirling tornado, you have a still zone in the middle where you could have a fixed motionless plane, I guess. On that level, I would agree, but I'd probably go with the biblical cosmology, covered by a firmament with sun, moon, and stars within said firmament, the firmament being a solid dome of sky, like glass or something, solid and shine to perfection under the waters above, under the heavenly throne of God. That would be my preferred conception. A toroidal field is a bit more metaphysical for me.
Right on. I think I agree.
I would agree on an electromagnetic level. We do have a toroidal field, though, but I'd probably add those other bells and whistles, though. That's all I'm saying. I think the electromagnetic field needs something solid to give it shape and solidity, and that would tend to be the dome, pillars, land, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Plus, what you're describing is what's been described by all the ancient cultures besides ours. So, that's not something that I ignore. That, if we can trust history, that they've all said the same thing about where we live and depicted it.
Yeah.
You said if we can trust history.
Yeah. I guess we need to say why we do or do not trust history.
Well, if you've done any research into, resets and, I don't know, just alternative history, like there's a lot unanswered questions, and obviously the victors are the ones writing it. So, yeah, nowadays it's hard to tell what's factual and what's not. Just wanted to mention, like, you can relate today's what we're experiencing nowadays with the censorship and just erasing things. And, I doubt that's the first time that this has happened. With stuff that powers that be, or whatever you want to call them, they don't want to be exposed for, or they don't want people to find out. They just erase it. It was a lot easier to do back a long time ago, but it's happening right now. It's a telltale sign that it can't be trusted.
I'm late to the combo. What's being removed and who can't be trusted? What's going on?
I was saying that you can't. I don't feel like I can personally trust all of history, right? Like what's in the textbooks. I don't think. Maybe it's half true, but the victors write the history, and if the people that are trying to take over right now have their way, I'm sure there's a lot that they would remove from our history if they could. So, but you can carry on the conversation. I actually got to run. Okay, one last thing. It's like, about trusting history is like we can't even trust what the date is of today because they've perverted everything so much, right? Like they screwed with the calendars. Like it's not the year 2022. I can't remember what I figured it out that it would actually be, but you can't even trust that. So.
Technically, you can't trust any date because time is a man-made construct.
That's funny. I said that to my wife last night. She's like, "Do you think time is real?" And I'm like, "It's a man-made concept. If you divided it down 1 second into a trillion, it's not even really moving, is it?"
Right. Yeah, I bet she was happy with what you had to say on that. I love those arguments where they get to a point where someone asks, "Do you even believe in time?"
Yeah, actually, that was early on. We couldn't go to bed. We went to bed at like 11 and talked till about 4 in the morning. And the only thing that bothered her was sometimes in defense, I would say her name. And she was like, you call me babe. Don't call me by my first name like that.
Hey, you know what? If that's the strongest part of the argument, you guys sound like you have a pretty good relationship.
Yeah, thanks, man. Been married 17 years. 37.
Very nice, man. Congratulations.
And yeah, I'll just add that I haven't been on here in a few months. I tried to re-indoctrinate myself through my wife. She made me go to Disney World, and that's like headquarters for space and dinosaurs and stuff like that. But what a weird place! Like once you're awake to all that, to actually be there, and well, yeah, it's a cool place. I don't think it's magical at all. I think most of that stuff is rooted in evil, but brainwashing children and shit. There's nothing pure about that. But I tried to have a good time. Roller coasters are cool.
It's a very well kept, nicely manicured, creepy place.
Creepy being a really, really loosely used word.
Yeah, and don't forget expensive. You pay a lot of money to torture yourself in the Florida heat. I was like the only one that wasn't turning into a zombie and just wandering off in confusion. It was kind of weird, you're trying to keep a group together and then like their face just goes blank and you just see them start to wander and you're like, oh shit, I'm gonna lose everybody. have to go track them all down. Like that was pretty much the experience, is like losing people and then trying to find them again. And then feeling like you wasted, I don't know what it was, like $700 a day or something. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, you can drain your wallet at that place. That's why they say it's a trap set by a mouse.
House is ridiculous. But yeah, I gotta go now. Gotta make a delivery. See you guys.
So things falling from the sky. Continue.
And that's one thing that happens in this place out of many. Some people discard that phenomena because they think, oh, if things fall from the sky, therefore spinning globe. No, not like that. There's many phenomena that we experience, including things falling from the sky, and that doesn't mean the place that we're in is a curving, spinning globe going through the vacuum of space. But some people do believe, hey, yeah, meteors, phenomena in the sky, therefore spinning globe. Don't let them do that to you.
I guess we just have to rename stuff like meteor because that's like in the heliocentric vocabulary, you know. So maybe we should
Yeah.
call it something else. Unidentified falling object.
Or iron dioxide, the material that they're made from, mostly of it, iron dioxide, and other materials that are not foreign to the earth. You find that stuff on the ground as well. I mean, that's where we found it, on the ground.
So
Call it what it is. So, hey, even if you don't like sky phenomena, it happens. Sorry to tell you. Maybe we shouldn't speak about the horizon because you cannot grab the horizon and put it in a cup and paint it purple, can you? Therefore, we shouldn't talk about it. Trividi. Trividi. What is the horizon? What is it? Anybody knows what the horizon is?
Where the earth and the sky apparently meet.
But you said sky, and we don't talk about things in the sky. So give me something else that doesn't include sky.
The earth and the heaven.
But heaven is above the sky?
It's the line with the Earth's surface and the atmos appear to me.
I like that one. It didn't include sky, so that one passes the non-sky talk test. Yeah, let's rename everything and make sure in the definitions remove the word sky from all of it. Gonna start banning people if you say sky.
Okay, why are we not using the word SKY?
Because Glassflow doesn't like people talking about the sky stuff, so we're gonna have to start banning people.
What? Really? Like,
yeah.
Did the sky disappear?
Yeah, we won't be able to talk about the horizon anymore because sky is in the definition, so and you cannot grab the horizon and put it in a cup and paint it red, so we're gonna have to remove it from the talks.
Okay, that's fine. So where the gases meet the earth. Where the apparent place where gases meet the earth. How's that sound?
I know what I'll do. I'll just talk about what I want to talk about, how I want to talk about it, and if somebody wants to question me about it, we can talk about it.
Sky.
No. You can only talk about the things that are approved by certain people. That's it.
Sky.
Bro, you're getting close to being deleted from the internet if you say sky one more time.
Completely deleted. My friend.
Yeah, I have my finger on top of the delete button.
Gemsy's got a button that will delete you completely from the internet. You could never return after that either. Either
way, let's not go there, please.
Either way.
I don't want Quantum and Glassflow to yell at me again.
Where the ether meets the earth. I'm going to use that from now on, okay? I think that's a good idea, actually.
No,
what is the hey Jim? What is the sky anyway?
Nothing that we should be talking about.
But why? Why? I need to know why.
Because we are here to talk about curves. Have you ever seen curves in your life?
I have. I mean, I have a nice
we are here to talk about something that doesn't exist, like curvature of the earth. We're here to talk only about that, about something that doesn't exist. And if you don't talk about that thing that doesn't exist, we're going to have to take some measures.
Only about measures. Okay, no pun intended, I'm sure. All right, fine.
It was intended.
I'll stick with the curvature.
Yep.
Wow, I love all the curvature that I do see is very appealing. to the eye.
You know, talking about curves, I only see curves in the sky and at the
Really,
beach. I see a lot of curves at the beach, but
curves of
we're
the
not talking about
curves
that
of the
kind of curves.
curves of the clouds.
Curves of the
The
clouds
clouds are
can look
curvy.
curvy
Sometimes
sometimes.
they look a little curved sometimes. They could have
Also,
a cloud could have a cloud could have a
the
bulbous
sun and the
section.
moon, the sun and the moon, they look kind of curvy to me, no?
Yeah, they look round.
Yeah,
Round doesn't mean ball.
I'm on mute for.
Especially if any of these Globers have ever gone out and take their own images of some of these things and bring them to share them with us like we do with them. They seem to look at all our stuff, but I've never seen anything from a Glober. They're talking about things, but they should be able to provide some reference image to go with what they're talking about, and they never have, or documentation like we always ask. Never seen any of that. Not for refraction, not for whatever they're saying that curvaison is, not for any of this stuff. A scientific experiment for gravity, no, doesn't exist. That's a sad state of affairs. Did you guys talk to Syndrome?
He does not seem to want to talk. He wrote a little bit in the chat, but that's it.
Okay, well, that's kind of going around lately.
But Rai was just in the VC check-in and got approved, and I think Proton too. I don't know about him.
I've been approved before. I was looking to hopefully interview for other roles.
Roles don't come by asking.
No, I think he said he was in the position to be a 3-point participant, maybe.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, I don't know why I came here tonight. I got a feeling that something ain't right. If I'm spinning, why don't I fall off my chair? I'm wondering how I get down the stairs. Clowns to the left of me, globers to the right. Here I am, flat in the middle with you. Flat in the middle with you.
Nice.
Yes, I'm flat in the middle with you. And I'm wondering what it is I should do. It's so hard to keep the globe in this place. It's so hard to keep the smile on my face. Clowns to the left of me, globers to the right. Here I am, flat in the middle with you. Well, the globe started off with nothing, and you're proud that you're a self-made man. And your friends, they all come crawling, slap you on the back and say, please, please, bring some globe proof. Yeah, I just thought of that out riding yesterday. I thought that'd be a great parody, man. That stuck in the middle with you. And then I thought of the words real quick. I'm like, clowns on the left of me, globers on the right. Here I am, flat in the middle with all of you. I'm going to have to record that. I'll find a karaoke version.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Finish writing the lyric. I just made all that shit up. And my voice feels all raspy. I hope it didn't sound terrible.
Nah, it brought some crisp to it.
I mean, it's a great song. Check out these words. It goes, trying to make some sense of it all. But I can see the globe makes no sense at all.
I agree that'd be a great parody, but hold on. Before you go on, did Jemsy finish his tantrum about me?
No.
Yeah, I
Oh,
think we're done with that.
No,
you
I'm
might
just
need
kidding.
to let him finish before you
No,
start singing.
No, it's okay. He finished.
I know. I'm just fucking around.
I'm fucking around back.
Hell yeah. No, but seriously, it would be a good parody. Stuck in the middle. Is that Steve Miller Band?
No, it's called Steeler's Wheel.
That's the name of the band?
Wait a minute.
Steely Dan.
Steeler's
Steely-
Wheel. No,
That's
it's
the
not
name of the
Steeler's
band, really?
Steeler's Wheel is the name of the group. Steeler's Wheel.
Oh, damn.
It's in the live stream voice text at 8 minutes after the hour.
Sean, you don't know the famous scene with that song.
The famous scene.
Reservoir Dogs.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's a few of them, but yeah, Reservoir is one of them. Yep.
No, don't know why.
I'd like to go through all of Tarantino's movies now and see if I can find the any of the flat Earth references, because
Yeah,
we've all done the 33 and the orange and all the other stuff, but I'd like to really sit down and pick out the references about what Earth is, what we do or don't know about it, and stuff like that.
Hey, listen, I'm glad that's a really good idea. And one thing we can do, which they've done before, they've done before here, we can go to like the cinema and play it, and we could comment during the film, and talk about it, and we could actually record that.
Yeah, I'd love to do that, like a Mystery Science Theater 3000 kind of deal.
Exactly. I love that, man.
Hang on.
Yeah, I
Hang
agree.
on.
I'll be right back. I agree.
Does Quentin Tarantino know the Earth is flat and puts it in his movies? Where?
Well, we don't know. That's why we're asking. That's why we're talking about it.
I think it's a truth that just comes out, whether they know it or not.
Yeah.
It happens to be ingrained in nature,
Yeah, and
in
think about
media and movies as well. So, yeah.
Back to the Future. There's a flat Earth freaking map in the background in one scene, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it's flat. I'm pretty sure it's Back to the Future, one of them.
Anytime they do the globe thing, it's forced. You can always tell it's forced,
Mm-hmm.
right? It's like flat Earth is like normal, right? Like it's the normal position. So forcing curvature and stuff like that, you can always tell
Yeah.
they're putting it in there on purpose.
That's
Yeah.
great idea. Listen, force the curve.
Like I just posted 13 minutes past the hour. It's like water only curves in shows and movies. So
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why people have such a hard time discerning fiction from reality these days. I don't think that many people think there's a Batman around in your downtown somewhere. If you
Mm-hmm.
put a bat signal up, he's not going to show up. But they tend to like look up at the sky and think that like the fiction of outer space is reality. So when I see people do that, I basically picture them shining a bat signal, like waiting for Batman to show up.
That's a good one. Exactly.
Just like people, you can still keep your globe in your outer space. Just leave it for the movies and the shows.
Yeah,
Doesn't have to be real.
leave it for where it actually really exists in
On
the TV.
TV. Yeah, coming to a screen near you, outer space.
Right. But it's pretty incredible that we have this many adults. Well, we were all one of them, but it's so strange about the awareness, because then you go, holy shit, all these people believe this stuff that is not proven. It's a complete fantasy. And I've been told by people, you're out of your mind for some of your beliefs. And I'm like,
projection.
Okay, really?
Yeah, that's a clear projection because all I'm saying is my house doesn't move, but I'm the crazy one.
Yeah,
Relax. You're the
exactly.
one who thinks your house moves.
Yeah,
So
every
don't.
night it's moving a million miles or something. Now
Right.
you wake up in your bed and you've traveled like, how would you ever get any
Yeah,
rest?
it's a mile. Yeah, so it's like you're not in a position to be calling anyone crazy. Just take it easy. All I'm saying is that's not happening, and you're calling me
Uh,
crazy. Take
I
a chill.
mean, really. I mean, really. I'm laying there like, honestly, I know if there's a piece of sand on my fucking foot. Well, no, maybe not on my foot. Like a piece of sand or something, a piece of dust, like something while I'm sleeping. I sense everything. It has to be like, like if I'm moving around, try to sleep in a moving car or like, yeah.
I know what you mean by that. One grain of sand that's on your your bed sheet. You can
Yeah.
always, but you can't feel the earth moving millions of miles.
No,
Right. No,
not
that's
1,500 feet a second. Oh yeah. You don't feel that, but you feel like every little sensation. Like if a truck goes by, I'm on the 8th floor. I can feel the vibration on the street from the freaking truck going by. Way up here. I guess I'm kind of sensitive that way, though, maybe. I feel tremors and earthquakes a lot. Sometimes they're at a level where it's hard to tell, was that my heartbeat that rocked me just a tiny little bit? I don't know.
You're such a conspiracy theorist, dude. When we walk outside, we all experience the same Earth. What are you talking about? Like,
What a conspiracy that is to make up something that fits exactly to what we all experience. How weird.
it's like calling my height a conspiracy. Just measure it. That's it. You're done. There's no theory. There's no belief system. It just is what it is. Just like the Earth. You measure it. It is what it is. There's no belief. There's no theory. Conspiracy.
Right.
I don't get
Don't
what the
make
big deal. These people make such a big deal out of it. They're more interested in, like, they're so used to this science fiction, this fiction. They want another story. We don't have
Yeah,
a story. My height's not a story. Just measured.
exactly. The lines have been blurred. That's what it is. They literally, the lines of reality and fantasy have been completely blurred in these people, and they can't even see. They can't even see it. Where they're departing from reality, where they actually where the feet are on the ground, they're departing from that into their mind. Like as soon as they leave the surface in their mind, they're in a fantasy world. They're thinking, oh, there's a beginning. Like you could go through this trip in your head, like, okay, on the ground, all right, everything's solid, flat, stationary, contained. As soon as they start thinking about leaving the surface, they think they're going up to outer space where these Star Wars is happening. Battlestar Galactica is up there somewhere. Sovate came back. He's typing. We're looking for the Earth being curved. That would be a great start there. I don't suppose anybody's got that. Before we start talking about forces,
Don't you have to? Your feet are on the ground, the earth, and then
yeah,
your head, which includes your eyes, that's up in the air, right? Which
yeah.
is so. What's above that? Is that the sky above your head? Where does the sky start? Is it at your toenails or where does
Well,
it start?
directly above the surface, that means we're standing on the ground, but our entire body is in the sky.
So if you're looking for curvature, you're looking for the curvature from the sky because you cannot be. Can you be below the ground and look for the curvature of the surface?
Only level wise, you could dig a hole and put your line of sight directly at the surface, but it would have to be above the surface. If it was below, you don't see anything but dirt.
So
So you're still in
can
the
you?
sky.
You won't be able to take your eyes off and put it on the ground, right?
Exactly.
Your cheek or your chin is gonna be touching the ground. So you're still looking from the sky towards the ground. Oh no, I think we're gonna have to cancel the whole server because we can't talk about sky.
And that's where we actually are.
I don't think the sky is like an object.
No?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what is the sky? What is that?
Well, some people think there's sky above them and under their feet.
But what is the sky? I don't
Say
think
what?
Something beautiful.
I agree.
When you look up and you see that blue stuff, that's the sky.
Yeah, I agree.
Are we breathing? I feel like I'm breathing right now. So
That's the air, the atmosphere.
yeah. So where is that?
Sorry, I went through an atmosphere. That's the air.
Breathing sky.
Sky, maybe.
Yeah, I think the sky is just kind of like a concept. I mean, it's not a thing you can go up and grab and hold, put in a bottle.
That's
Air
true.
is something.
But when you say the sky is blue, are you talking about something or are you talking about nothing?
See, the sky is blue. I mean, yeah, I guess nothing, right? Sky is just what you look up at, and
Yeah,
it's
but
what's
listen,
above us.
nothing cannot have a color.
Can you talk about nothing? Can you ever talk about nothing or describe nothing?
It's this
Look
is
at
a
Treo. It's
silly
the
discussion.
nothing.
Yeah, you can paint without a canvas.
Nothing has no attributes whatsoever.
Yeah, I guess. But I mean, sky's not like a thing, though. It's not. You don't grab up.
Yeah, it is a thing. That's why it has a name assigned to it.
It's not a physical.
Well, not a physical. Yeah, well, yeah, because it's gaseous. Just because it's another state of matter doesn't mean it's not a thing. Gases are things too. Doesn't mean they're not a no thing. They're absolutely a thing. A gas. It's
Well,
another
like
state of matter.
like
The air is another state of matter from the ground, or a piece of metal, or a piece of wood.
maybe it's a dichotomy, right? You can't have an up without a down, a black without a white. So you have land and sky. Look at the definition of horizon, the apparent junction of the sky and the earth, the land. So yeah, just the opposite of the land would be sky. Still earth, though.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. Yeah.
Actually, if you want to be really specific, the opposite of sky is not. Wait a minute. Did you say land? No, the opposite of land is not land. The opposite of sky is not sky.
No, but see, the opposite of black would be white, or the opposite of up would be down, or
Hmm.
male, female, right?
Yeah, I guess
Hot,
we would have
cold.
to go with these. Yeah, we would have to
So
go with those standards,
yeah.
right?
I would say even flat or curved. Flat or curved would be one dichotomy as well. Would you not agree?
No, I don't agree because the opposite of flat is not curved. The opposite of flat is not flat.
So what's the third option there, Sonny?
Not flat could be any other shape other than flat or curved. It doesn't. It
I
could
do
have
have a question
perpendicular.
about this. Hopefully, it'll sew it up real quick. Nice, tie it up nice in a bow. Is the sky the ground?
Hell no.
No,
What?
no.
Thanks.
Where do
No.
you look at the ground from?
I guess you could look at it from the ground or the sky.
You can't look at it from the ground.
You
Wait,
can't look at
you
the ground from the
looking
ground.
at the ground
You just
from
look down.
itself?
Yeah, just
You're
look
looking
down.
down from the sky.
Oh, okay.
Your
I
head,
get
your
what you're
head's in
saying.
your head's in the sky.
Yeah, no, I
Everything
get what
above
you're
the
saying.
ground is actually everything above the surface is. You would call that
Yeah.
something else, though. Most people don't say, I'm above ground, therefore my entire body's in the sky. Most people don't say that. People think of sky as being up above the surface,
Right.
removed
Yeah.
from the surface. You're in the sky, but when you're on the ground,
The
you're
sky
in
starts at the
between.
surface.
What do you
Yeah.
So
call that?
when a bird is flying like really low near the ground, is the bird flying on the ground or is it flying? Is it where does the sky starts?
Right
Like
at the
1 centimeter,
surface.
1 meter above the ground, or 2 meters, or 7 meters?
There's no answer for that. I think, right? Not
No,
really a way to answer that.
you're always in the quote unquote sky. You can make contact with the ground, like your feet touch the ground, but you're always above ground. So
So
yeah,
is
the
the
bird
bird flying on the ground or in the sky?
sky.
In the sky.
Oh, so if the bird is flying at my eye level, is my eye level in the ground or in the sky?
the sky.
No, it's not in the ground. Yeah, you can't see if you're in the ground.
Periscope in Earth.
Although personally, I'd say if the bird was flying like a few inches above the ground, I wouldn't necessarily say the bird's flying in the sky.
Okay, what would you call it then?
Yeah, that's
Flying near
weird
the
though. You got
ground.
to think about this though. You can make contact with the ground. You're not.
It's
You know
flying.
what I
The
mean?
bird's flying in the air. You could say the bird's flying in the air. So is there
Yeah.
is there a demarcation between where the air is and where actually sky is? That's an interesting point of contention because we don't have the words to describe that. Then
Why don't you just swap out Earth for like water? Imagine water. So it's like it's flying, and then it's in water. Is it still flying? No, it's because it's in
no.
water. You don't fly in water, so it's the same idea. Like when you come in contact with the surface of the Earth, you're coming in contact with it. But otherwise, you're still in the medium. You're still in the sky. Even though
I'd say air is a thing. I feel like sky is the concept used to describe looking up, and it's the space above us when we're on the ground.
yeah, I mean, is it not the same thing?
So I'm just going to start saying if you're above the ground, you're in the ether.
I might just start saying I'm breathing sky.
Mm-hmm. Have a breath of fresh sky.
I mean, it's better than atmosphere.
I'm going to go outside and catch a breath of sky today.
Yeah, that sounds silly.
I know if you ask people like these questions, no one's ever asked these questions because it's funny that that's not really ever talked about. You don't
What is
call
it?
that right above ground. You don't call that sky. What is it called? I don't think there's any word for it.
Just
There's words that
it's
could
the air above the ground. There's no name.
the air above the ground. That's kind of a long statement for something that just is above the ground and it's just air above the ground. That's kind of a long, like usually things have one word attached to them.
No,
Just
it's called air.
Just look at the definition of horizon. What's the definition of horizon?
The apparent
junction of Earth and
sky.
So it's like, yeah, right there at the meeting point is you have the Earth, sky.
So you usually only think of that way because you could never reach the horizon. So it's always you're looking out at the horizon. But what is it called right where you're standing?
I wouldn't look at my feet and say I'm looking at the sky.
No, yeah, it's bizarre.
Yeah, I think it's just called air. Air is wherever it wants to be, and because it's a gas and it does
I'm standing
gas
in the
things.
air. I'm standing in the air above the ground.
Sure, yeah, I guess.
I mean, it's a short paragraph to describe this. That's my point.
Do you? I wouldn't say I'm standing in the sky. I mean, this is of course completely unrelated to anything about globe Earth or flat Earth, right? Just an interesting discussion. I think there's really kind of a starting point for the sky. I agree.
I think someone brought this up the other day. Like, imagine if you were a globe earther.
Okay.
And someone was going to ask you, like, where does a space start?
Yeah, that's another
Would it not
hard to answer question.
Would it not be right at the surface?
Kind of, yeah. I could almost make an argument, or I could see an argument for that kind of. I mean, there's no other kind of better place to start it, unless you define some kind of arbitrary, like in the globe Earth model, you could define some arbitrary, like Bob decides that vacuum. Once you get to this level of vacuum, that's like space or something, which is super arbitrary. The only kind of physical barrier you could imagine is the surface, but you wouldn't call. Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird question.
So it would
I
be
don't
like
know where
this.
they're going with that.
I'm standing in space.
Yeah,
It's kind
that'd
of
be
the same
weird.
thing.
Yeah,
Guy.
yeah. In a globe Earth model, there's no like starting. There's no like security gate for space you pass through.
Yeah, good point.
You gotta scan your baggage, take your stuff out of your pockets.
There should be second law of thermodynamics, but I think they just try to skip that with gravity. But all their beliefs are somewhere around the corner somewhere. They can't go get it. So it's like they're in a court hearing. They have to continue. I don't know if you guys have ever been are familiar with like a court proceedings work, but if you feel like you're going to lose a case, you just plead to continue. It's like if you just keep pushing it on month after month, year after year, don't get a final verdict. Just keep pushing it back further. Just get continuous. That's what they're doing at this point. The judge asked for evidence, and they're like, "Well, my evidence is in the future, judge. Let me just get a continuance." They don't have any evidence with them at the court hearing.
My evidence is in the future usually means I don't know what my evidence is, but hopefully I'll find something later.
Exactly. I don't have any, but I'm hoping it'll turn up, somewhere.
Yeah.
It's too funny, man. It's too funny.
Do things of different density fall at the same speed in a vacuum? Just a random question. I was wondering about that this morning. Like if you have, I know people have done tests with like vacuum chambers, like dropping a feather in a ball, and I think they fall at the same speed, right? But for example, if you drop like a block of iron and something just like medium density through water, you can see a clear difference in the speed they fall there.
If you were a Glober, I would just chop that off at the knees by bringing up how, like, what vacuum, what vacuum, where when we go outside, where can I find this vacuum? So, like, it's sort of a begging the question of outer space to begin with. So that's, I mean, I get what you're asking. I don't have the
Well, I mean,
answer for that.
you
That's not
can make
something.
vacuum chambers. I mean, they're not
Yeah,
perfect
of course.
vacuums,
But yeah, of course. But that requires a chamber, which is kind of our point here. That gas pressure requires a container, and outer space is fake. And if you were a ball earther and you start talking about, well, in a vacuum, then I would just challenge that because it's somewhat of a begging the question fallacy, like begging the question of outer space, because to have a
is it?
vacuum in a chamber, yeah, so it's like I don't know the technicalities of what happens inside of a vacuum chamber, but like I said, if you were a ball earther, I would just murder that whole argument
I
with the
mean,
whole like, well, to have a vacuum, you need containment, outer space is fake. But that's not what you're asking, probably.
yeah, I mean, you could just refine the question a little bit and say that you have a chamber and you try to evacuate out as many gas particles as you can out of them, and maybe there's still some X amount of gas in there, so it's not a perfect vacuum, and there is some small pressure. But anyway, the point being, you can watch two objects of different density fall through water, and the object with a higher density might fall quicker versus something that's like near the density of water kind of slowly sinks through it, versus in like a vacuum chamber you can drop like a feather versus a block of iron and they'll fall at the same speed.
Relative density, right? So what's your point about the vacuum chamber?
Well, relative density makes things fall different speeds through water. but when the
and
medium
air.
becomes,
And then
but
when you reduce the medium down to something that's very, very thin, right? What would you expect the two items of varying density to do?
I'd expect the heavier one to fall quicker,
Why is that?
because that's if we're going off this relative density, the higher density thing should fall quicker.
Why would you assume that? Where's if you're reducing the resistance, right? So if you have a more dense object and
If
a
there
less
was
dense object going through something like water,
Okay, that makes
if there
sense,
was
right?
gravity, it would fall quicker, right? If there was
So
gravity.
when you take them out of water and you put them in air, they're going to drop at a closer rate, right, than they would in water. So when you remove more of the weight, they're going to drop at an even closer rate.
Okay, that makes sense. Thanks.
Specific gravity, relative density.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks. That's kind of the answer I was looking for.
If there was gravity, though, wouldn't objects fall faster?
They
If
wouldn't.
they're heavier?
No, gravity says they'll all
Doesn't
fall
it
the same.
suck the object more?
Godric, what did he say about gravity? Did he say anything about gravity?
No,
And why are you insinuating gravity?
because I'm trying to use common sense to debunk the globe.
I think it's a valid question. I mean, my question was answered, and he just has like a follow up question. And I think for gravity, it predicts all things would fall at the same speed.
Based on what?
Based on the predictions. I mean, I'm not claiming gravity. I'm just saying, according to at least how people describe gravity, it says things would fall at the same speed.
How do people describe gravity? Like specific gravity? Or the bending and warping of space-time or mass attracting mass? Which are we talking about?
I don't know.
I guess just the phenomenon you
Which
observe.
gravity?
The phenomenon you observe on the Earth.
What
Observed
phenomenon?
So all the observable phenomenon that we have here on Earth, none of it relates to a vacuum, right? So why is specific gravity or relative density not the proper answer?
Sorry, can you repeat that? What do you mean?
All the observed phenomenon that we have here on Earth does not take place in a vacuum. Observed natural phenomenon. We don't have a natural vacuum, right?
I mean, have you tested that?
Have I tested what?
That the things you're saying don't take place in a vacuum?
I didn't say something doesn't take place in a vacuum. I say we don't have a naturally occurring vacuum.
Okay, yeah, I agree.
And which phenomena we are observing?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Things falling is basically what he's saying.
What's falling?
I mean, we can pick any example if we want to use the whole Apple
No.
thing.
I want to ask him, what is falling really?
Objects? Anything?
Which object? What is falling? My table is stationary. My sofa is stationary.
I mean, sure. If you put something on the ground, it'll not fall through the ground arbitrarily.
Right.
No,
so
they are on the ground. I'm asking you what's falling. You said everything.
Oh, well, if I said everything's falling, then of course it's not, I guess, what I meant. Of course not everything's falling.
Nothing is falling, man, apart rain and snow.
Everything's falling?
No, not everything's falling. Of course not.
Okay, can you try again now? Which phenomena is happening if nothing is falling?
I didn't say nothing's falling either. I mean, we don't have to be like black or white here.
Okay, it's not black and white, but how you want to invoke that falling thing?
I don't know. Things fall. You drop something and it falls. And I'm not claiming that's
And what?
gravity. I'm just talking.
Okay. If you take something, what caused that fall? If you take something and drop.
Even globe earthers don't know what causes gravity. I
I'm
know.
asking you, if you take an object from, let's say, floor, and you drop, what causes that object drop?
We don't know.
I know. It's you.
Right. We don't know the cause, right?
Yeah, we don't know the cause.
No, you are the
Isn't
cause.
the cause that he picked it up?
Yeah, you are the cause. You picked it up. The object was stationary in equilibrium. Now you will drop that object through the medium what is less dense, and it fall down.
But I mean, I don't think either globe earthers or flat earthers know the reason, like,
But there's a
relative
downward
density sorts
vector.
things out.
We
But
know the reason. I told you now.
I mean,
Let
yeah, I picked it up and dropped it, but like, why do things have to drop?
because it's
relative
more
density.
dense than air, the medium where you dropped the object.
I guess I'm getting with
We
no
said
point
the
and no
word.
follow up.
We
But
said the words fall and drop. There's this particular attention to the orientation towards the floor when we live in a system in which things not only go towards the floor but they go towards the sky as well.
when do things go
Have
towards
you
the sky?
considered the
Like,
rain
like
that comes down as a result of the gas going up?
okay,
Mm-hmm. Things at the bottom of the ocean float up,
sure.
like so.
I mean, if you
So
have like
there's this
gas generated
particular
at the bottom of the
there's
ocean, it
this
can float up. Yeah.
particular attention. Yeah, so there's a particular attention to the direction towards the ground. And it's like, yeah, but I mean, shouldn't you really be asking why do things go down and up, which was already discussed with the whole relative density thing. So it kind of answers the question.
I
Unless you
mean,
ignore that things go up, then you say, well, why do things go down? Forgetting the fact that it's like because it's heavier than air. Yeah, but why is down down? Why is up up when things are lighter than air?
I don't think either side has like. But what I mean, like I said, I think I'm just getting philosophical without a follow up because I'm just kind of bored. This isn't really a proof or anything. I'm just saying I don't think either side has
Yeah,
a
philosophically, I'm
fundamental.
explaining what the problem with path is taking is. It's like, yeah, things go up as well. So it's like, why do things go down? Because they're heavier than things that
But like
are
why?
mediated.
But like why should things being heavier cause them to go down?
Why
Specific
should
gravity,
things being
relative.
lighter?
We already
Why
went through
should
that.
things being lighter? Why should things being lighter go up? Like,
I don't
why
know.
don't
I don't
people
know.
ask that as much as why they ask about things that go down? Like, they never ask why things go up. You notice that? You ever hear anybody ask why things go up?
I think it's the same question. Why do things go down? Why do things go up?
It is, but people only ask why do things go down because they have this bias and understanding of things going down because of gravity, which
Hmm.
ignores everything else we're talking about, which is special pleading.
Yeah.
Nothing more dense than the medium that it's in goes down without being lifted up first in some way.
Yeah. Sure. It's just interesting to think about What kind of thing could possibly cause this? And I have no idea.
It's just a simple relationship between the object and the medium that it's in, basically.
I mean that's describing the observation, but it's not explaining the fundamental cause. Like why
Okay,
are
so
things...
for example, a rock would just sit there, unless an outside force acted on that rock,
Okay.
which is sitting in the medium. It's sitting in the medium of air. So
Okay.
it's much more dense than air. So it would never move unless an outside force, such as myself or someone, picked it up and threw it, or there was a volcano and it got lifted up onto a cliff or something like that. That rock would never actually move, ever, unless it was manipulated. So everything in nature, it tries to seek equilibrium, and it stays in equilibrium unless an outside force manipulates that object. So,
Okay.
I mean, so what? I have a question for you. If you could name one thing in nature where relative density or your specific gravity doesn't account for the effect or the cause of the effect, then, you know, please tell me, because nobody's ever been able to. Go for it.
Yeah, I'm not actually. Huh. Okay, here's an idea. Why does, and I'm sure there's an explanation for this. Why does the ocean get more dense as you go down?
Isn't it? It's just due to the pressure. There's more matter. There's more water, so it's heavier. So as you go down, there's going to be more force on top of you. The same as if you go down, if you dig a hole and someone starts filling it in with some pebbles, it's going to be so dense. But if you go down deeper and someone keeps filling that hole up with pebbles, the pebbles are going to get heavier and heavier. There's going to be more pressure, and eventually it's going to crush you. It's
what causes that pressure?
The density of the matter, the rocks.
Density is not a force.
It's not a. I'm just saying what the rocks are made out of. The more and more of whatever the rocks are made out of that are on top of you are going to crush you.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about forces until you said nothing moves.
It doesn't
unless
matter
there's a force.
we don't have to talk about forces or anything like that. You just think about the reality of the situation. You don't have to worry about using words like forces or anything like that. If you've got more of something on top of you that's a certain, that's made out of a certain amount of elements that's heavy, it's going to crush you. If you've got a 1 kilo rock on top of you, it's not going to bother you. If you've got a 50 kilo rock on top of you, it's going to crush you. It's what I'm asking you is to give one example in nature where specific gravity doesn't work.
Yeah, my answer is
it doesn't account for gravity.
Yeah, my answer is I don't see why the ocean couldn't be constant density.
My question will be how that will form curvature in reality.
No, the water thing. Okay, compression of the water. So you understand compression. So every 6 feet down, you have another atmosphere of pressure. That explains it, right there. Why is it?
How do you get the 6 feet number?
They measured it. They measured the pressure at different depths. That's how. Yeah.
Yeah, I walked into that one.
They use this in scuba diving.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because they have to. Because you have to know at certain depth you're going to get the bends. You're going to have nitrogen bubbles in your blood. It can go to your brain or your heart and kill you instantly. So you need to know how slow you need to come back up in order to dissolve the gases in your system before they embolize. So the pressure of an atmosphere of water, that's why it's denser further down, because if you're 6 atmospheres, 36 feet down, you're going to have 6 times 14.7 psi pushing on you.
Okay, so the air is pushing down on the...
No, the water itself. No, you're in water. Now you're removed from the air. You're in the water medium. So now you're dealing with the pressures of the water, not with the air.
So I have a question. If you dropped a rock into water, and it doesn't matter how deep the water is that rock going to get slower or faster depending on the depth of the water, or is it just going to continue falling at the same speed? Because the rock's going to be the same density as, in relative to the water, it's going to keep falling at the same speed no matter what the pressure, is of the water. It's not going to slow down or speed up as it gets to a certain depth, is it?
I feel like, wouldn't it actually? Wouldn't it?
Yes.
Slow down, yeah.
It does? That's a question I'm asking. I'm not making a statement.
Yeah. If you imagine kind of fast forwarding that pressure gradient, eventually the water would reach the same pressure or the same density as the rock, and it theoretically stop down there. It of course wouldn't ever get that dense, but I mean, this is like a thought experiment about it.
We can't hear you, Elijah. Give it a second.
I assume that because of like the difference in the buoyancy between fresh water versus really salty seas, like a person will float more, like so, and then also an anvil will float on mercury. So I would assume that if it was getting more dense, then yeah. But isn't the argument that it doesn't get more dense, there's just more pressure or something like that?
I think if the only argument is relative densities, there's nothing that would push the water to become more dense as you go down. The argument
I'm just saying that if you have a freshwater lake or something like that, and you drop a rock into that lake, it's not going to change speed, at the top or at the bottom, depending on
not noticeably in the lake.
Pressure of the water. Because we're just talking about the relative density between the medium and the object within the medium. Nothing to do with the pressure.
If the pressure of the water is changing, then theoretically you I've been pinged a bunch of times. If you see if there is a relative pressure of the water, like a pressure density gradient, then theoretically the rock would slow down eventually. If you're talking about just like a lake out in the forest or something, I don't think there's any kind of noticeable pressure gradient there to observe a change in the rock speed. Let's see. We're doing the pings now. Falling means going from a higher position inside of medium to a lower position inside the... Sure, okay, I'll take that.
So basically nothing would fall without being lifted up first, unless you could give an example in nature of something that falls without being lifted up first by an external force of some kind.
Yeah, if it's going up, then there's a force. Yeah, if it's going down, there's a force. There must be a force for something to move.
What about an apple that grows on a tree and then falls off?
You want to take this?
Who was that question, to me or to Rai Rai?
To the room.
Okay, just anyone. Anyone you want to take it?
Crypto. Hey, Crypto.
How you doing, man?
Rai Rai, I think you can answer that question.
The stem, I don't know, probably the stem between the apple and the tree grows weaker and weaker, and eventually it falls.
Yeah, but the statement was that it had to be lifted up before it fell, right?
Yeah, sure. The tree grew slowly and expanded energy from the soil it got to keep growing up, and eventually it grew out of the top of the tree.
No, I know that. I'm saying that the apple wasn't lifted at any time. It actually grew at that point and then fell, right? So it wasn't lifted. So the necessary part of falling isn't lifting.
Oh, yeah, I agree. Falling is just falling.
But regardless, that doesn't mean that therefore it's gravity. You understand that, right?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
I'm just saying that doesn't mean that therefore gravity does it.
Oh,
Don't
yeah.
think crypto. You don't think that the seed was responsible for growing the tree, which was responsible for lifting the apple to the point where it was able to fall? It never would have been possible. It never would have lifted. There's no apple that just appears all of a sudden without the seed, without the sun, without the soil, without the nutrients growing the tree, and then slowly. It's a different process, but the apple, there's no such thing as an apple just falling out of the sky without the whole seed and
Completely agree. Yeah, I completely agree. I was just talking about the apple itself. I mean, if you wanted to get philosophical about it, then yeah, you could say that the life cycle of the tree is what lifted the apple. If you want to say that, that's fine. I'm not gonna disagree with that. My point was basically there's this idea that gravity is opposed to like potential energy in some way, and I just don't think that either of those things matter. I think you can explain this kind of relative density in many other ways without having to consider those two ideas.
yeah, I don't actually like the word relative density that much because I mean, if you had a seesaw and you had a bucket of water with 1 liter of water on one side and 2 liters of water on the other side. I mean, they're both the same density, but you know the bucket with 2 liters of water because it has double the amount of mass, double the amount of water, double the amount of matter, basically. It's the one that's going to fall in that situation. So relative density, I mean, has some holes in it. Maybe it needs a different word, but I've never found anyone to be able to make a single point in nature where specific gravity doesn't count gravity in an enclosed flat system.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it could quite easily be some kind of electrostatic effect. I mean, I'm not claiming to be an expert on that, but there's sort of a few different ideas floating around that are as valid as gravity. So I think the choice of sort of taking gravity and using it to explain what's interesting about gravity is that it only explains things on the Earth, right? Well, it depends what type of gravity you're using, of course. But they have to switch to a different type of gravity at the galactic scale. So then, like not only is it not internally consistent, it's not even consistent across scales. So why would you at that point you might as well just go, well, this doesn't work. Let's look for something else.
I can see how electrostatics could account for dust sticking to a TV screen or something like that, but I can't see it stopping a cruise ship floating or something like that. I know that people that are on the electrostatic side do also think that buoyancy and density play a huge role in that, so I guess that's probably not a big debunking of it, but I don't know. I don't think the electrostatic force is strong enough to create an upward or a downward bias. I really don't think that there's any proof of a downward bias at all, unless anyone has any. I mean, I just think everything seeks equilibrium within the medium that it's in, and nothing will ever move out of that state of equilibrium without being manipulated by some type of outside force, like a person lifting it up, or a tree growing an apple, or an earthquake, lifting up some ground, and a rock is all of a sudden on a cliff, and then there's another earthquake and the rock drops off the cliff. I mean, that's not just something falling. It was lifted first. And I just want someone to give one example in nature of how specific gravity doesn't cover what people would say gravity is necessary for, if that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm.
Personally, I have no idea myself. Just
yeah, we're just talking. Yeah, I don't know either.
Yeah, no, that's why that makes three of us. Well, 1 second.
Yeah, I like understanding more about the world around myself and kind of thinking about it, trying to consider how things could work in different models. But like the thing about the 2 buckets of water on the seesaw versus 1 bucket, right? I do like to think about forces, and even if we don't know what to call that force, we can just describe it as there's more force on one side than the other, so it falls to that side. And maybe one day we'll find a good name for that force.
Well, I've heard the globe argument. That's why I brought up the thing about the 2 buckets of water. If you've got 2 buckets of water and you've got a stick and you've got or just say a seesaw, you've got 2 liters of on one side, 1 liter on the other side. The 2 liters is going to go down, but they're both the same density. So they're like, oh, that debunks relative density. So it kind of does. So there's definitely a different name that it needs, or is the buckets of water are now part of the device. They're now part of the seesaw. The seesaw is attached to the earth, and it can be flawed in that way as well. So it's not really a 2 liter bucket of water is going to fall faster than a 1 liter bucket of water, because I guess if you drop them both at the same time without the seesaw, they're going to fall at the same rate. So
they do fall at the same rate. Whatever we pick. Go on.
Yeah. Right.
No, okay, as I say, whatever we pick in the end has to have mass involved, right? Because the difference between 2 buckets of water and 1 bucket of water has twice the mass.
Yeah, mass. I mean, it comes when people start to define terms like mass and weight and things like that. It starts getting really confusing. So I don't know, the matter, I guess, the amount of matter.
More matter. You could say the density of water times the volume of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, when it starts to get into the kind of more theoretical kind of clinging at straws stuff, is when they start saying stuff like air has weight. Now, lots of these guys they'll be like, well, of course air has weight. You know, well, how do you measure weight? Well, you put it on a scale, right? You put it on a scale in the medium. If the medium is air, then air doesn't have weight. But they'll argue till they're blue in the face that it does, because it needs to in their paradigm. So that's an interesting thing to dive into if you want to. But regardless, I don't think that it's like, because you've got a larger bucket of water that can displace a smaller bucket of water when you kind of put them in a seesaw. That doesn't actually directly disprove. And bear in mind what you're saying with relative density. Relative density is just an observation. Like, when something's denser than its medium, it falls, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's no. I personally don't think that there's a cause being attributed to that. So if someone decides to put like a liter of water on one side and 2 liters on the other side, or whatever, and the 2 liter goes down and the 1 liter goes up, like, you're not testing density at that point. You're testing something else. So anyway, so that's the second thought. I did have another thought, but I forgot it. Never mind.
Oh, you just have to take away the seesaw, and then all of a sudden relative density works perfectly once again.
Well, more like something that works with or without a seesaw.
Well, not really, because if you have the seesaw, then the 2 liters the 2 liter bucket of water goes down, and the 1 liter of it goes up.
Yeah, which is, as you were saying, the reason why relative density isn't completely perfect as an idea.
But maybe it is, because if you're adding in a seesaw, that changes things dramatically.
The densities of the water wouldn't be impacted by the seesaw.
Yeah, but if you were just say if you were standing on a cliff and you dropped 1 2 liter bucket of water and a 1 liter bucket of water, they're both going to fall at the same rate.
I agree.
So if you add a seesaw in, you're completely changing the dynamics of the whole situation. I mean, that's attached to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the ground? It's is a mountain the ground? Is Ayers Rock the ground? If you're on the top of Ayers Rock, are you on the ground or are you off the ground? If you're on a seesaw, are you on the ground or are you off the ground? You've added in an object that attaches you to the ground, and then the mass comes into play. Basically, it's you've got double the volume of the same matter. It's the same density, you've got just double the volume. So if you add a seesaw in, obviously the double the volume one, it's going to weigh twice as much, so it's going to go downward. But if you drop the same amount of water, from a cliff, they're probably both going to go down at the same rate. I'm guessing. I'm sure. Never tested it.
So, I mean, basically, what this shows is, as you said, just relative density perfect, which is fine. It's a pretty good observational principle, kind of, you could call it, of what we observe and how to describe it. And there's some little problems with it. Yeah.
So whether relative density, whatever you want to call it, specific gravity works perfectly or not, I want to know how all these flat earthers are saying there's a downward bias, and where their scientific proof is for the downward bias.
You mean globe earthers or flat earthers?
Flat earthers. I mean, I'm a flat earther, obviously, but there's a whole bunch of flat earthers out there now that are saying people such as myself that can explain things with relative density or specific gravity, whether you want to call it that exactly or not, are idiots. And there is definitely a downward bias. There's definitely a downward bias, like globe busters say there's definitely a downward bias.
There's definitely no downward bias. There's no reason that down is special in any way.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
I don't believe in downward bias either. I think what's interesting as well, though, is that, in a way, down is actually arbitrary, and maybe, I don't know, maybe they haven't considered this. I don't know. Maybe they haven't considered this way, but down is just a function of where all of the stuff that's more dense than the air ends up, right? So,
Observationally,
but that doesn't there's no. It's not an objective direction. It's just the sum of the stuff that's heavier than air. Do you know what I mean? Like if everything fell left, if it was denser, and rose right if it was lighter, then left would be down.
Yeah.
And then we'd be calling left down, right? So there's nothing objective about down, actually. So when they say, oh, there's a downward bias, well, there's nothing objective about down. So why would there be a bias towards a non-specific direction? That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, that's how science works, right? Sorry, you can go, Elijah.
Thank you. Earlier, I was talking about how, down is basically orientation towards the floor, or the direction towards the floor. Now, without any extra additives, it's just, towards the floor, towards the sky, two different directions, because on a plane, they are. So when people ask, like, well, why do things fall down? It's like, why do you never hear people ask, why do things fall up? Because it's exactly the same question. So, you're right about it being arbitrary. It's like, it's special pleading because they're not considering that things don't just fall down, quote unquote. Things do a lot of things.
Sorry, no, you can go. Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, if you have like a fire and you have absolutely no air at all, that smoke will go up into this perfect line, like straight up into the sky, proving the up direction. Basically, people don't talk about why things go directly up when there's no outside force manipulating them. They go directly up. Things that are lighter than the medium of air will go directly up or directly down, depending on their weight relative, to the medium that they're in. And smoke's a good example. When there's no air, or dropping anything is a good example, basically.
That's interesting. Kind of want to find a video of that. That sounds cool.
Yeah, just go in a room and light a cigarette and hold it and have no air in the room. You'll see that smoke just goes up in a perfect line. It's amazing.
Oh, I think I meant like in a vacuum.
I have another
Just
visual. Even without the vacuum, think of a steam locomotive.
Okay.
The smoke goes up unless it's moving. Then it looks like it's being you can picture it, right? It's like
Yeah.
the smoke following the train, not trailing the train.
Mm-hmm.
It is going up.
Yeah, or you can think about maybe a steam geyser or something, because they're not actually moving, either with the or with anything else. Yeah, the smoke literally just goes straight. That's a really good point. And because, like you said, there's not said to be like an upwards pulling force. So why would it go straight up? It would kind of just disperse in any direction upwards, right? Like relatively upwards. It wouldn't have to be directly upwards. It's actually something I never considered. Really good idea. But I actually kind of dovetails with something. Sorry, go on.
Sorry, I was just going to say, if you burn an incense stick in a room, you shut all the windows and hold your breath, that incense smoke will just literally, it'll go up in a perfect line. It's amazing.
Mm-hmm. I agree, yeah. I think it's trying to find the shortest path up.
It dovetails with something I used to ask. Sorry, just quickly. It dovetails with something I used to ask Glovers as well back in the day. Was do they say that the ground is attracting stuff, right? And then I said to them, well, why is there a great sky attractor that attracts less dense stuff? And some of them just they don't even understand the question. And
That's
it's like,
sad.
okay, cool. They're the really dumb Glovers. And then the kind of midwit Glovers, they're like, oh yeah, because because they understand that there's a dichotomy there that if you're asserting that there's a ground attractor, then you could equally assert that there's a sky attractor attracting the opposite stuff. And how would you tell the difference, kind of thing? And obviously there's no way, because that's actually not what's happening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I think the reason things go up would be, like, in the globe model, at least, if we're going to talk about the globe model, I think the way things go up is buoyancy, theoretically. Buoyancy versus gravity, and those can work in counteraction with each other, and sometimes gravity is stronger, sometimes buoyancy is stronger, depending on the relative densities of the mediums.
You get crypto.
I know, I've already said. I said, what gravity? I don't believe in gravity.
Oh, it's like
a downward bias, basically, of 9.81, which has never been established. It was an agreed upon number, which has never been proven in any experiment in all of history.
It's like the two bottles or the two buckets of water versus one bucket of water in a seesaw. You say there must be 2 times the force on the left side versus the right side. You call it whatever you want. You start trying to trying to match kind of predictions to observational principles you make, and you start trying to falsify those.
Well, it was mostly a globe earther that came up with that idea of basically like a cross, and then you've got a 2-liter bucket on one side, you've got a 1-liter bucket of water on the other side, and the top of the cross has like a swivel in the middle. The 2-liter of bottle, the 2-liter of water would go downward, and that debunks relative density. But what I'm trying to say is that's absolute bullshit, because if you take away the manipulating device, which is the seesaw type device, and you drop both of those buckets of water from that same height, they're going to hit the ground at the exact same time.
Well, I mean, those are two different scenarios. So, I mean, they're not really related in any way.
Well, all I'm saying is
the special bleeding that's going on. Because obviously they're saying things in a vacuum or whatever would fall at the same rate. And to do that, they'll utilize this not analogous, this false analogy with the seesaw. And it's like, no, I would have just dropped water, 1 bucket of water over here and 2 buckets of water over here.
It's all gonna fall. Same way.
Those aren't. I don't think those are
Exactly.
related.
You get, if you add the seesaw, then the 2 liters of water, obviously it's going to outweigh the 1 liter of water because it's twice as much matter. It's simple
so
as that.
There's twice as much force. I agree.
Yeah, it's the same density. The matter is the same density, but the volume is twice the amount. So if you add a device called a seesaw or something like that, obviously it's going to weigh more on the 2 liter side. So I mean that doesn't debunk relative density in any way. And I'm still waiting. If you could give like one example in nature of how relative density doesn't work, that would be awesome. Just one, or even just an idea of one, because I've never actually heard anyone be able to give even attempt to give one.
Yeah. What do you mean? What kind of thing are you imagining? Like relative density not working?
Okay, pretend we live on a flat Earth in an enclosed system. Now, give me one example in nature where gravity is required that relative density doesn't account for.
I mean, the seesaws for one, right?
Take away the seesaw, what happens? It falls at the same rate, right?
That's a different scenario. I mean,
so the seesaw's attached to the ground. That's a man-made device. I'm talking about nature. So give me one example in nature without man or anyone manipulating anything. Just one example in nature. Because there's no such thing as a vacuum chamber. There's no such thing as a vacuum. It's just a medium with less air in it. So obviously, so like obviously some things, when you've got regular air, there are some things that are less dense than that air, so they're going to rise. If you take away most of that air, then that's no longer the case. That thing's going to sink. So you're just changing the density. There's no such thing as a vacuum. But back to the one example in nature, without a man-made device, we're not making seesaws or anything like that. Just one example of how specific gravity / relative density doesn't work.
I'll brainstorm.
Doesn't account for gravity. Doesn't account for gravity.
Yeah, I'll think about it for a second.
Oh, that's all right, man. There is nothing. So yeah, take as much time as you like.
There's nothing if you don't count the seesaw.
You could just say you'll get back to us on that later, because that's probably the only way out of this right now.
I'm imagining rain falling into something that tips it over onto one side.
Yeah, that gets kind of similar to the whole seed forming a tree and then growing an apple and that falling. It's a process. Sometimes it's a slow process for some energy to be used for things to without the sun, without the energy of the sun, would you have the rain?
No, if we're saying without the sun, then a lot of things would be different.
Yeah, of course.
We would.
Of course. But you were talking specifically about like rainfall. Without the evaporation, you're not going to get the rainfall. The only way to get the evaporation is to have the heat to evaporate the water. So it is an energy. If sun didn't have any energy, I don't know what the sun is. Trust me, but whatever the hell that light is in the sky that's causing the water to.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Yeah.
That's the source. That's no different to me picking up a rock or pushing down a tennis ball in a fish tank. Just say I got a fish tank of water and it's got a ledge inside the fish tank. I can push that tennis ball down. I can push it under the ledge, and it will stay under the water. It will stay under that ledge. The only reason that it's under that ledge is because I used my energy to, I used my force to push it under there. Just say one day something comes along and pushes that tennis ball back out, and it comes back up to seek its equilibrium. The only reason that happened is because I used my force, my energy to push that down there originally. I gave that potential energy. I gave that tennis ball without my pushing it down there. And it's exactly the same in reverse. And the thing is, air is a very light medium. So most things in nature are much lighter than air. So obviously, if you lift them up, they're going to fall down. So, of course. So, I mean, that's all I'm trying to explain is there's no downward force. It's just the fact that air is quite a light medium, and most things are more dense than air. If you have a look at the table of elements, like Elijah said before, you can get an anvil to float in mercury.
Yep.
It's everything rises and sinks relative to the medium that it's in, and it will never rise or sink unless it's manipulated by an outside force in the first place, which takes it out of its natural state of equilibrium.
Okay.
Everything in nature seeks equilibrium.
I agree.
And I'm just asking for one example in nature of how gravity is needed in a flat enclosed system.
I mean,
I understand gravity. Gravity is literally the butt plug, all the gaping holes in the globe model.
Yeah.
There's a lot of gaping holes, and there's a big butt plug called gravity. There's a smaller butt plug called terrestrial refraction. That's the only two butt plugs for the globe model, and that's all they need. Because there's so many gaping holes in the globe model. Gravity is number one butt plug. Terrestrial refraction's another made-up thing, which is the second butt plug. And without those two things, the globe model is absolute bullshit. It's absolutely ridiculous. And once again, what is gravity? Ask Neil deGrasse Tyson, what is gravity? We don't
know.
You're
trying to tell me that the globe model is gay. I just wanted to mention as well. You forgot dark energy and dark matter. They're the latest. They're the latest pseudoscience duct tape.
There's more butt plugs. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, more butt plugs.
We're agreeing on a lot of interesting things, I think, Django. But you keep mentioning forces, and I agree. Like you mentioned, for example, things go up if there's a bigger force up. If you have something in your fish tank, you push it down. You gave it a force down that made it go down until it eventually seeks equilibrium again. So when you're pushing it down, for example, there's the force of the water pushing it up, and then there's the force of you pushing it down, so it goes down. When you let it go, there's the force of the water just pushing up, so it goes back up and it finds equilibrium. That all makes sense. But like, then relative density is not a force, though. So you're asking for examples. So you want something without.
I'm the force. If I take the tennis ball and I push it under the ledge, under the water, I'm the force. Relative densities ain't shit. I'm the force.
Okay.
If I'm a weak bitch, I probably can't even push that down. If I'm just a vegan, I might only be able to push it a little bit halfway down or something like that. But
I agree.
I'm the force. The force it's an outside force. It's nothing to do with gravity or relative density or anything like that. It's some wind. It's someone using some of their energy. You eat some kale and then you can throw a rock friggin' 50 meters or something like that. You're the force.
Yeah, I agree. Everything works on forces. If there's no forces, nothing moves. Right? So,
Yeah.
so I'm imagining, I'm trying to picture something with no human interaction at all. And let's say, for example, there's like a kind of a leaf that has kind of a little bit of a groove in it, and rain falls into it, and first rain collects there for a while until eventually the weight of the water in the little leaf becomes big enough that it falls off. And I'm kind of thinking, what caused that? For example, what caused the rainwater to accumulate for a while until it overcame the leaf's strength and fell?
Yeah, so the rainwater was the force. The rainwater has it is made up of matter, which has a certain weight, and when that certain matter falls on and builds up on the rain leaf, it creates extra weight on that, and then all of a sudden it changes the density within the medium, and it falls.
I was with you till the end.
The connection of the leaf to the tree. Say it's a dead leaf, and it's only got a certain amount of connective power to that tree.
There's an upward supporting force.
You're adding extra matter to it, and then all of a sudden it's going to try to seek equilibrium. You've broken it off its structure that was attached to the ground. You've broken it off its seesaw.
Yeah, I agree. So it had an upward supporting force from the tree, and maybe for a healthy leaf it's stronger, for a dead leaf it's much weaker, sure. There's increasing weight from the rain, but then you said, and then the density changes.
Yeah, the density of the leaf. No, the density of the leaf doesn't change. The overall matter of the leaf has become heavier. Because more matter has been added to the leaf. So whatever is holding the leaf to the tree is no longer able to hold the leaf to the tree anymore, because the density of the matter, being water, has fallen onto the leaf, and now the leaf will break. Do you get what I mean? You're talking about what snaps a leaf off a tree now, rather than why things are going up and why things are going down. You're talking about why things are how much pressure does it take to snap a dead leaf off a tree.
I'm just imagining the leaf kind of tipping over and the water flowing off, but that part's not relevant. It can snap off. But what I mean is, I'm picturing leaf versus water, and neither of those two things are changing their density, and eventually the water becomes more heavy because there's more of it, and then it falls off, and then the leaf comes back up, and it repeats this process. Water collects in the leaf, and then more water collects, and it falls off, slides off the leaf, and it repeats. And
well, basically, the leaf's attached to the tree. It has a certain amount of force holding it to the tree, depending on the little tiny fibers that are holding the dead leaf to the tree. Yeah. If you add more weight to that leaf, then the little fibers might not be able to hold it anymore, and then it's going to go into the medium of air, and it's going to sink down to its equilibrium, which is the ground.
Yes. So the mass of the water being held in the leaf increases until the downward force from that body of mass overcomes the upward force from the leaf supporting it, and then it falls off.
There's no upward force.
I mean,
just
from the leaf, yeah. From the leaf has an upward force supporting it.
Well, the leaf's just sitting. Yes. Well, the leaf. You're breaking my brain now.
Imagine like you're holding a book, for example.
Hello.
Yeah.
The answer.
Yeah.
Elijah,
thank you, sir. Take over, my friend.
Yeah.
I'm not taking over. I'm just because the only thing that is supporting the leaf is the fact that it's attached to the root or the branch or whatever. It's not a force holding it up. It's the what holding it up?
It's the tree. For example, let's say you're holding a book in your hand and it's not falling. That's because you're pushing it upwards. You're giving it
trying to make clear what you already said. Like another example is just we're already working on an example, right? Like, it makes no sense to give another example to support the example you already gave. We're dealing with this one.
Okay.
So, no, there isn't a force holding up the leaf. The leaf is attached to the tree or the bush or whatever.
I agree. The leaf is being supported by the tree or the bush, and that's what's holding it up there. And I'm claiming that that's a force, just because it's not moving, but it is a force pushing that against the downward force.
No, because if that were the case, the leaf would stay there even if it weren't attached to the tree. So obviously, there isn't a force holding it up. There's just the tree holding it up. Obviously.
Mm-hmm.
You ever seen a time lapse of a plant? It's repositioning itself to get better or less sunlight all day long.
I agree. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't think that's necessarily relevant to things right now, but I think I changed the example to a book for a second because that's a bit. It's the same system, but a lot easier to
No,
imagine
it's
because it's
not,
now
because
you.
the book is independent of you. You're not part of the book, but a leaf, when a leaf is born, so to speak, comes from the tree. The leaf is part of the tree until the leaf physically disconnects from the tree. How can you possibly say it's experiencing force? The tree is not. The leaf is not disconnected from the tree.
So let me also stop to mention that if you're going to change your example to a book, well, then you're violating the agreement to. I mean, you told him that you would give an example of something that in the real world a book is not.
Well, so the analogy here is the tree holding the leaf and the leaf holding the water.
Okay. Right. So, like, if you got a healthy tree and a healthy leaf, you can have like tennis ball size hailstones hitting that leaf, and that leaf's going to be fine. It's got nothing to do with the specific argument that we're talking about and the example that we're asking you to present. And in saying that, you're super cool to talk to, and you seem like a really nice guy. I don't want to seem like I'm trying to argue with you or anything like that. You seem seem really cool.
Mm-hmm. You? Yeah, I think I'm not talking about the leaf falling off the tree. The kind of analogy I'm making, it's kind of hard to think about how a tree feels holding up a leaf. The analogy I'm making is like tree holding a leaf, leaf holding water, versus like me holding my hand. Kind of my hand is being supported by my body, and then my hand holding a book, and I'm holding that book there. And if I decide to stop holding that book, it'd fall as my hand would fall. And that's kind of the idea. Just because something's not moving, you can still have like a force balancing that. Like two people
It doesn't
pushing
really
against each
matter
other.
because it's just the way trees work. You know, if you get a fruit on a tree, if you get a cherry and it's overripe, and you can just touch that cherry and it'll just fall off the tree. A little bit of water might knock it off the tree, a little bit of wind or something like that. It's got nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Listen, the reason that you're bringing up analogies, right, is to try to justify the premise that we're asking you to justify. But you don't have anything that's analogous. You say, imagine this, and I'm like, okay, because what was your premise? The things fall down, right? And it's like, why? And it's like, then I ask, well, why don't people ask why things go up when it's the same question? So you're like, okay, fair enough. So now it's like, well, I can still use this language of a force up and a force down. And I'm like, well, not really. I mean, other than the leaf sitting there, we could just talk about the clouds that are just there.
Yeah, so if water doesn't hit the leaf and that leaf sitting on a tree and you make a big fire under that tree and you've got heat going upward, that leaf it's going to lose density as it heats up, it's going to lose its moisture, and then it's going to float off up into the sky with the smoke. It doesn't always just fall down, you know. You add water to the leaf, it's going to fall. You add dryness and fire to the leaf, it's going to go flying up in the air.
Well, that's air currents. Once it'll go up, and then it'll get out of the currents from the fire and smoke, and it'll fall back to the earth somewhere if it doesn't burn completely.
Yeah, the leaf and the matter that the leaf is made out of is more dense than the air surrounding it. The force of the fire created. If you create a fire, there's force. There's a force created. It's
air currents, from the smoke.
There's hot air being projected up into the sky. It's gonna dry the leaf out. It's gonna start to burn the leaf. But the leaf's gonna turn into a little red ember. It's gonna fly up into the air until it gets away from that force, which is kind of like a riptide out in the ocean. If you think of a riptide, it only goes out so far, and then all of a sudden you can swim back into the shore again. It's the same thing. It's just like a riptide of force. It goes up into the sky, and then the matter, which is just like maybe the ash or whatever that's left of that leaf, it's more dense than the air. So it's just gonna try to find its equilibrium again, back within its medium. As simple as that. It's really not that complicated. It has to be complicated on a globe model. It's so simple on a flat enclosed model. I mean, you can't even have air pressure. You can't have air to breathe without a container. And they say that the globe Earth is an open container. And the globe is only, sorry to say globers, I don't know if that's offensive.
No, I don't care.
The globe Earth is only argument to that is that gravity is the container that's that's holding in the gas pressure that we're breathing right now at 14.7 psi at sea level. It's crazy. It's a crazy model. And the thing is that most globe earthers don't actually know the model. Like, for example, I mean, you're a globe earther, right?
I wouldn't say so, actually. I'm like a.
Maybe you're on the fence. How fast
on the fence.
is the Earth spinning at its axis? How fast is the Earth spinning at the equator?
No idea.
Yeah, no idea. Take a rough guess.
You're asking how fast it spins around?
Yeah, just a rough guess. It doesn't. I don't expect you to know these answers.
Well, let's see. So the radius is claimed to be about 6,000 kilometers. And it spins around once every 24 hours. And if it's about 6,000 kilometers, then the circumference would be pi d, so 12,000, 36,000 circumference. So it goes around about 36,000 kilometers in 24 hours. So 36,000, something like that. So about 10,000 kilometers an hour.
Holy shit,
on
that's a lot of presupposition.
Yeah, so the Earth moves at 1,040 approximately miles per hour at the equator. Do you know how fast the Earth circles around the Sun? Approximately. You don't have to give me an exact number.
I mean, I know where you're going. I've had this conversation before, and the point is, it's a very fast number, very, very fast.
Yeah, just give me an approximation, like just
I don't know.
a million miles per hour, 60 trillion miles per hour, 1,000 miles per hour. How fast does the Earth rotate around the Sun?
5,000 kilometers per second, possibly. I'm not sure.
66.6 thousand miles per hour.
Okay, cool.
How fast is the Sun moving through the universe?
I mean, it's very fast. I don't know. What's your point?
Well, just give me a rough guess. This is the last one. I'm not going to keep going with these numbers. Because I know you don't know any of them. So
500,000 miles per hour.
That was really good. You got the last one right.
I mean, there was 1 point in what you're outlining.
I don't know if you managed to Google the last one, but yeah, you basically people that believe in the globe Earth have a very limited knowledge of actual specifics of the globe Earth, whereas flat earthers, when they go in to debunk the globe Earth, they learn all about the globe Earth model and the numbers and the movements and all that sort of thing. Most globe earthers don't even know the absolute basics about the globe earth. And on top of that, they have a complete misconception and they don't even understand what flat earthers are claiming. They think flat is a shape. They think flat is this flat thing with like, I don't know, with like all these round planets around it and stuff like that, which I understand because of all the memes and stuff that you see. Would you admit that you don't actually know very much about the globe Earth model?
I don't know specific numbers like how fast the Earth is moving, because that's not relevant to my life. The question, do I know about the globe Earth model? I'd say
nobody knows. Nobody knows. So don't feel bad just saying, yeah, I don't know.
I'm getting a PhD in physics, so I'd say I know a little bit about it.
Yeah, no, but you couldn't even give me estimates on the basic movements of the Earth, and that was just
that's not relevant. That's not relevant to my life. It's like, do you know the land area of the country you live in? It's like, no, I don't.
Okay,
Okay, good. There. So you can be honest about you can be honest about local land. Can you be honest about other shit that you don't know? You could have just said I don't know. But yeah.
I tried to say like a bunch of that. I don't know. I said, I don't know, and you kept trying to give me. Yeah.
Great. No, I don't know. That's a perfect answer.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I don't know how fast the Earth is moving around.
Either
I know
do I.
Big numbers.
Hey Ryan, are accelerations relevant within physics?
Yes. Yeah, I think. Why?
Okay. Well, we just talked about 3 different types of acceleration involving the heliocentric model. Do you think that's relative within physics?
You mean the Earth going around the sun and sun going around off in space? You mean that thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess the point you're making is, why can't we feel it?
No, that's not what I said. I said, is acceleration relevant?
Yeah. I'm sorry, you didn't say that. You're right, but I mean, yes. I'm not sure where you're going with that, though.
No, I just wanted to make sure, because you said you're a PhD in physics, and you said none of these things would apply to my life.
No. I don't memorize random numbers to things.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Mm-hmm. Especially because my specialty is like small stuff. I don't really do a lot of space stuff.
So do you think that somebody calculated directly with physical, having been there, instruments from a vantage where you can measure something, i.e. off the thing you're measuring? So
yeah, no.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I guess the question is, do you think anybody has directly, physically, actually detected the rotation of the Earth? Right, because, listen, you have to be on a separate reference frame so that you have something to reference against to know how fast it is going against the other reference frame, right? So then the claim becomes, I have left Earth in order to retain the knowledge of the fact that Earth is rotating, at least relative to the other thing I'm on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's a big claim to make.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. I can't think of anything. I don't think well, actually, no, it's not possible to directly measure rotation of the thing you're on, I think.
Can I tell you how they tried to do it and try to sell us on it?
Okay.
One of the ways was a pendulum that it's called Foucault's pendulum.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I know it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll just put this in perspective. That pendulum, for it to move at all, one has to start it. Then, for it to continue going, you can look this up too. Don't take my word for it. For it to continue doing what it's doing, it needs magnets to push and pull it. Yeah. So it needs a lot of machinery just to prove that the Earth is naturally keeping this thing spinning. Kind of weird, huh? So and like I said, let me put this in perspective for everybody. It's a simple demonstration. Foucault's pendulum is moving because you touched it to make it move. What happens to wrecking balls when they sit overnight when nobody's using them, but they're suspended just like a pendulum? Are they moving around all the place, or
No. Yeah, no, they're not.
sounds good to me?
I think the idea of the Foucault pendulum is no matter which way you touch it. Okay, that's wrong. But I mean, the idea is if you give it that pull, then it'll go about the same speed exactly once in 24 hours. Now, if you're claiming that that's done by magnets, that is news to me, and I'd be curious to try it myself. You're right. That's something.
Look up all
try
the
verifying.
machinery that has to go on just to prove that the Earth is spinning. That, you know what? It's just weird. And also, I guess my smoking gun is it's attached to the Earth. So how can it determine if the Earth is moving? There we go.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay. I could imagine a frictionless bearing up top, but there's probably a limit to that. Yeah, okay, those are good points. Thank you.
Well, there's more
Right.
issues with it. If you want to hear them.
Sure. I like learning. I'm here to learn.
He kind of alluded to it already, but in starting it, how do you know that you didn't give it some kind of bias in one direction?
I think if you gave it a bias in the wrong direction, you wouldn't observe anything interesting.
Well, yeah, but that's the point.
If you gave it no bias, like if you take a Foucault pendulum and you spin it off in a circle, it's going to go in a circle, and you're not really going to see anything interesting. The point of it is to give it no bias, and watch it just rotate by itself.
Yeah. So how do you know that you gave it no bias?
Just do it a bunch of times. And you can't possibly give it the exact same bias every single time.
Yeah, but you might have given it a range of biases that were still within a consistent range.
You'll get the same result every time.
They'd have to give you a threshold, like where do I stop, and then I know the Earth is moving. How many little tests do I have to do, biasing it in all different directions, right?
No, the point is to not bias it. The point is to not bias it. Okay.
Yeah, but how can you do that? That's the question.
Yeah, how could you measure for no bias? How would you know if there's no bias? How would you measure that?
You couldn't get it perfectly. You could try to do as best you can.
So that was my point, right? So you don't know what bias you've given it, and then let's just say that there's something. Because some people they'll do it with their hand or whatever, right? Which is obviously silly. Other times people might set it up on like the home chair, and you've got like a little pendulum swinging on, in the middle, and they've got like some paint just to show you where it's swinging and all the rest. But like there's so many different issues with that. Like I could go through them, I could bore you with them. You could find that the pendulum itself wasn't balanced properly, that the equipment itself, like the string. Maybe the string is gently unwinding as the pendulum is swinging, and that gives it a slight bias one way or the other. Like there's so many issues with it, so many issues. And the other issue is, of course, is that sometimes there's actually a video from Mitchell from Australia. I haven't actually verified this myself, but it is interesting. He went to the NASA Foucault's pendulum in Sydney, and he filmed it once every hour for 4 hours. And there was absolutely no deviation, even though there should have been like a 30-degree deviation in that 4-hour period. So that's interesting.
Okay, I see. Someone just posted the video from me.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone's got that video, but
yeah, they posted it for me. Let's see.
Yeah. So, obviously, I haven't verified the video, but it's interesting to watch and consider.
Yeah, I posted that vid at 48 past the hour.
Thanks, Levis. Yeah, I think the point I'm trying to make is that this is one of those kind of old wives' tales. We're told a bunch of these old wives' tales. We know that the Earth is. You must have heard that. We know that the Earth is spinning because toilet flush, clock clockwise in the north and anti-clockwise in the south, or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, some guy took the same bowl from London to somewhere in Australia, and he found that the bowl flushed in the same direction in both London and Australia. So,
Interesting.
Whoops.
but the point is that this was stated as fact over and over and over again, and then when this video came out, suddenly no one mentions it. It's as if no one claimed it in the first place, right? But this is what happens to all of these claims sooner or later. They get utterly destroyed, and then the Globe guys just pretend they never even mentioned them.
Okay. Anyone have a video of the I watched the pendulum thing. That was very interesting. Oh, it's kind of cool, fancy. It's a cool GIF. Anyway, anyone got a GIF of or a picture or video of the toilet thing? Fine if not. I'm just curious. These are interesting to me.
Well, I mean that's something you can test in your own house. Like I've got sinks and toilets and stuff in my house that drain in different directions. So like that's easy enough to test in your own house.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see.
Here's a question for you, my friend.
Okay.
Have you ever hung a TV?
Hung a TV?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean?
Have you
Like
ever
on a
hung
string?
TV from a wall?
Oh. Yes.
Did you have to use a level?
No.
You didn't use a level to make sure the TV was straight. Bro.
I could have. I decided not to. Tried my
So
best.
how'd you make sure it was level?
Did my best.
Nice. So if you, in hindsight, if you were to rehang that TV, would you use a level?
Probably not.
Really? So your parents call you up and ask you to build you a deck outside of their backyard. Are you going to use a level to build the deck to make sure the deck is level?
Okay, if I'm building a deck, I might.
You might.
I'm not a builder. I mean, yeah. If I were to build a deck, I'd probably use a level. I guess. I don't know.
If you wanted level.
Yeah, sure. If I wanted level, I'd use a level.
Now, my question to you is, what do you think level is? Do you think level is a flat line that we observe from left to right, or what do you think level is?
I see. Sure. Yeah.
So where do you think that level, that idea of level, unpacks when you are out, let's say, on an infinity pool? You know an infinity pool, right?
The pools off in the top of hotels kind of thing.
And they're always laid perfectly flat. They're called infinity pools because they have no edge. You can see right off into the distance, right?
Uh-huh.
And
Yeah.
have you noticed with infinity pools that they always seem to be completely parallel with the distance, the horizon that they're interacting with? If you check the voice chat, Miguel just posted a great picture of a horizon along with an infinity
perfect.
pool.
Thank you. Okay, let's
My
see.
question to you is, if you're going to build a deck and you're going to observe level, and you're going to hang a TV and you're going to observe level, if you're in the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere, my question to you is, where does this magic curve start coming into play? When do we start accounting for this magic curve? Because everything I seem to interact with when I want to build something seems to have to be level with the horizon. So where's this curve? Have you found it? Have you found it?
I'll just skip the conversation. I'll say no.
You haven't. No, this is great. I appreciate the fact that you haven't found it, and that's all I needed from you, my friend. And I would calmly, coolly, and collectively say, "Welcome to Flat Earth," with the observation strictly of level.
Yeah. I'm like I said, I'm still kind of on the fence region. I think I need to do some personally. I need to go out to some beaches and take some pictures. I haven't done that yet.
No, my friend, listen and realize that we just asked you a series of questions that all involve numbers and things of that nature, and all of those observations needed you to key in on your brain to reiterate those answers, but those answers all reneged. You do not pay attention to your own senses. And if you paid attention to your own senses, you would really realize that we're not moving, dude. That's the crazy part. You're willing to sell out your own self for man's created numbers. And that's scary.
Yeah. Earth supposedly moving through space is one story. Me looking at the horizon is one thing.
Right. Just to backtrack a bit.
Mm-hmm.
What would be your perception of what flat Earth is? Are you still under the impression that we think that flat Earth is like a flat disk floating in space with other round planets?
I have, let's see. I have 89 pages of messages in this server in the text. I've only recently started joining voice, so I'm pretty sure I could LARP pretty hard for you guys.
Okay.
Yeah, the disc is flat Earth society, and you guys don't believe that.
Correct.
Yeah.
And you can ignore every word on the Flat Earth Society website.
Mm-hmm.
But what do you think it is?
In
general terms,
among the ideas commonly presented in this server, we don't know. We're not exactly sure what it is, but we know it's flat, and we know there's Antarctica going around it. We don't know how far Antarctica goes, if there's lands beyond it. We don't know how deep the Earth goes, if it's very, very deep or just deep. There's no way to verify that. We know.
Yeah, great. Yeah, that's pretty good. So what I was going to ask you is just some real basic, probably parroting David Weiss sort of questions right here.
Okay.
But would you agree that water level is level? It's horizontal. You could take a puddle or a bathtub or a pool. You could take a device. You could measure across, and it would be flat.
Yep.
Across a pond, a lake.
Yes, as close as you could measure it.
Yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm. The bigger it gets, the harder it gets to measure.
Yep.
Yeah. So, and you would agree that water needs a container, right? Like,
sure.
What would happen? Okay, just say you have a bucket or a bathtub of water, and you instantly remove the bucket or the bathtub. What's going to happen to the water? Obviously, it's
the new container is the floor. This is your bathroom.
Yeah, it's going to find the lowest point in the earth, and it's going to conform to it. So just say that lowest point in the earth is just an indentation. We could call it a puddle.
Yeah. Yeah.
You could measure across the puddle. You could measure across the pool. You could measure across the lake. We all know the sides of the lake, obviously containing the water as well as the ground above, underneath the water. Bathtub, pools, same thing. If you had continents within a large lake, you could call them countries. But it would be basically like a bathtub, a basin, or anything like that. Would you consider the Earth to be, what we're claiming is somewhat of a lake, with some people claim Antarctica being the highest land on Earth, containing the water. I don't know if Antarctica, personally, I don't know if Antarctica goes all the way around and is the highest land on Earth and contains the water, or if it's just ice. I'm not sure. But you would definitely agree that you could take a measuring stick across any body of water that we could measure, and it would be flat across the top, basically.
Yeah.
Any large body of water at rest.
Yeah, I mean the globe Earth ideas say it's, what was it? It's 8 inches per mile squared or something. So you wouldn't be able to take a measuring stick and measure that.
Well, basically, if you're a 6-foot person standing at the horizon, the globe Earth measurements means that the horizon should be at about 3 miles, and I think it should be about 6 foot under the curvature at 3 miles. And you can do basic measurements.
The oil rigs pictures are pretty damning. The Black Swan picture, oil rigs pictures.
Globe Earthers claim terrestrial refraction, which means. Are you aware of the Black Swan? The Black Swan.
Those are the 2 oil rigs off the coast of California.
Yeah. You've seen that before?
Yeah, I've seen it many, many, many times here.
Okay, so without getting into any details on that, Globe Earthers are claiming that those oil rigs that we can see aren't really there. They're actually just illusions. They're actually well below the curvature of Earth, and that we can see them as terrestrial refraction. And that's the only reason we can see them. So, for example, if you were the person shooting those pictures from the shoreline approximately 1 foot off the ground, if you're instead of a camera, if you're a sniper, you would shoot a bullet and it would go directly through the illusion of the object that you could see. Can you imagine the issues that the military would have if that was the case? If just at those distances, objects that they're seeing in their sights are actually just objects that are projected around a globe due to terrestrial refraction, and their cannon or their bomb or whatever would just go straight through because it's just an illusion of the eye. It's not really there, according to the globe model, according to the globe skeptics. Do you agree that the bullet would go straight through because it's actually just an illusion that you're looking at?
I mean, I don't know. I haven't tested that. I don't know, but I know the max range of a sniper is about 1,000 meters. So I don't think talking about a sniper going through the things 3 miles away, 9 miles away would be relevant.
Okay, so if the photographer is 1 foot off the shoreline, and the object should be 1.22 miles away. The horizon should be 1.2 miles away from the observer. Everything should start curving away at that point.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be able to see the bottom of the oil rigs like we can see in the observations. So the only explanation is that they're not really there. We're just seeing refracted image. We're just seeing terrestrial refraction. It's just light that's bending around a globe and creating an illusion that you can see something that's not really there. Really, it's behind the curve. Really, it's between you and a body of water, but you can see it due to terrestrial refraction, light bending around a curve. So if you shot it with a bazooka, the bazooka would go directly through the magical terrestrial refracted image and not actually hit anything. Can you imagine the implications that would have in war?
I mean, if you're talking about long-range missiles, they have targeting systems, and they'll follow the light of that object, and as it travels farther, refraction certainly is a thing. And
line of sight targeting.
Yeah, how did they get line of sight targeting without line of sight?
Are they shooting at apparitions? Are they shooting at apparitions?
If the light bends around and they're still seeing the light, if you follow that light, you'll follow that path.
That's not line of sight. That's curve of sight.
How can they shoot in a straight line then and hit it?
Then it's not in a straight line.
What? If they're shooting in a straight line and they're hitting the target, it's not in a straight line?
It
is. How does that work?
It is a straight line. If it's a straight line, it's a straight line, bro. Look,
I would call it bend of sight. Listen, they would call it bend of sight. They wouldn't call it line of sight.
Okay, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
because logically you get what I'm saying, but then with the globe narrative, you have to start trusting nonsense that goes against your logical
So
senses.
listen,
Yeah.
so listen, sir. What was your name again? I'm sorry, I didn't see it.
Ryan.
Ryan. Oh, right, Ryan. So do you think your eyesight sees around curves?
I mean,
Okay,
I
wait.
get what you're saying.
Let me rephrase. I'll make it simpler. Well, I'm going to say the same thing. I'm just going to slow down. Do you see with your eye? Does your eyesight see around curves?
I see light that goes into my eyes, and if that light curves, then I.
Okay, but you have so you're seeing the light that's coming to your eye, right?
Yeah.
From objects that are reflecting light, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So is that light coming from those objects going around a curved edge?
In a globe Earth model, potentially.
No, I mean in real life. Not we're leaving models out of it.
I just from me standing on a beach, I don't know where that light came from. I'd have to go out and see it.
If you're at the beach and you see an island,
okay,
20 miles offshore,
okay,
is that actual island below your line of sight and is obstructed by the Earth curve, but you're still seeing the light bending around a curve to your eye? Is that correct?
How should I test it?
No, I'm asking you, is this what you think is happening?
I think to a certain degree that light could be bent.
Okay, wait a minute. Let's just stick with the actual thing I said about the island. You're standing at the beach. You're looking at an island 20 miles offshore.
Uh-huh.
Are you seeing the actual island?
Yeah. Yes, kind of.
Oh, wait a minute. What do you mean by kind of?
I mean, like if it's the thing that light is bending.
Okay, no, you're
no,
making it
this
too
is kind of.
complicated.
Sonny,
You're
can
making it
that
too
island be?
Hold on, no, Sasha, no, stop, right there, stop. So you're at the shore this time. You're at the shore. You're leaving the harbor on a boat.
Okay.
You're seeing the island 20 miles offshore.
Yeah.
In a known direction. You're on the boat about to sail to the island. You know what direction it is. Are you seeing the actual island? You could see it, but are you seeing the actual island as a sailor about to leave the harbor?
I'll just say yes for now. I'll just say yes.
Okay. Good. Okay. We may be getting somewhere.
Yeah.
So now the next question is similar. You have an island that you're sailing away from, and pretty soon it disappears into the vanishing point.
Okay.
At the horizon. Now, if I can zoom back into the island with my binoculars, bring it fully into view again, is the zoom camera zooming in over a curved surface?
Cameras are only where you are. It takes whatever light it gets.
Wait a minute. Stop. So is the camera zooming in over a curved surface to be able to bring the previously disappeared island back into view? Is it zooming in over a curved surface to bring it back in?
If you can zoom in and it appears, then it's just merged into the horizon and it hasn't gone over a theoretical curve yet. So it wouldn't be over a curve. It's just.
Well, wait a minute. You're at 20 miles offshore, though. Where's the curve supposed to start?
I mean, like
does it change? Wait a minute. Let's stop here because this is very important.
I get what you're saying.
Did the curve location change because
Let
you
him answer.
zoomed in?
Let him answer.
No, it didn't change.
Oh, okay. So it didn't change, and you're seeing the object straight line of sight because we know that's how light actually propagates directly straight to your eye.
No, I mean we can see light bending all the time. and I don't mean stars. I mean like
Bending. Okay, wait a minute.
lasers.
You're saying words. I need to get definition.
Where?
So, what do you mean by bending?
I don't mean general relativity. I'm not going there. Don't worry. What I
No,
mean
we're
is
talking
like,
about light.
yeah,
Bending?
refraction.
It sounds to me like light's not too parallel, so say goodbye to the globe on that front too.
So what do you mean by bending? What do you mean by light bending?
I mean, you guys showed me one time a GIF of a laser through like a sugar tank, and the laser path went way down, way up.
Is our air pure sugar water? You got to be kidding me.
Yeah, it's not analogous.
There are density gradients in the air.
Yeah,
sugar, sir.
You know, listen. Yes and no. The density gradients are swirling around in every direction at all locations.
Mm-hmm.
It's not stacking up. You would need your refraction to line up exactly at this point, and Earth would have to become static for this model to work.
Okay.
Earth doesn't work that way. Earth is not the air above the ground is not static. It's moving around all the time and in every direction. All the changes in density gradients are swirling around in a mixed up pattern every direction. Do you get that?
Mm-hmm.
So how do you have a density gradient in one direction that light would need to bend in any kind of certain direction?
Yeah. Let me clarify something. I don't consider myself a globe earther. I consider myself a skeptic on the fence. And the biggest reason is exactly this. I don't know these answers. I don't know.
Okay.
That's a good answer, man. We would never...
Hold on. I'll yield the floor. Go ahead, you guys.
I just wanted to ask a question real quick about the horizon and why it's named the horizon, and how what a coincidence it is that everywhere we look and everywhere we measure, it's flat and horizontal. So what that means is the amazing ability of refraction being uniform at every horizon, right? Tricking us into thinking the curvature is flat. Can you imagine the stupidity it takes to think that everything flat means it's curved, specifically because shit in the air? Do you see that? It's so weird that people believe light is not only bending upwards, but it's uniformly everywhere in the world making it appear flat. I would say that's the biggest Goldilocks situation for refraction, right? I mean, it's just perfectly flat everywhere. Wow. I couldn't believe that if my life depended on it. So anyway.
I don't think anyone would ever visually see a curve. Not even on the globe.
Why would you think that there is one?
Wait,
What's
hey,
the evidence for the globe then?
I was just about to bring that up. It's so funny you said that. Like, so, if there's a sphere, you would see the curve at a certain distance depending on the size. But, to believe the Earth's a ball as is, we have to believe that you can never see the actual curve of the Earth. So my question for you is, if we've never seen it and we can never see it, how would we possibly know that it's there?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because it isn't like we're taught, I think it might be there, you just can't never see it. We're taught we know it's there and we do see it, and boats disappear behind it. So the question is, how did they ever determine that it was in fact a sphere if you can't see the curve? That should make you think, yeah?
Oh, yeah, I think about it all the time. I've been thinking about it all the time the past couple of weeks.
Well, like, it's pretty simple, right? If you look at it from the meta, it's like everything that works in the world, planes, ballistic missiles, all military technology, everything requires treating the Earth like it's flat. Everything. All physical measurements that give us maps and distances show us that the Earth is flat. To get any real measurements on the Earth, we have to measure it flat, like measuring it like a horizontal plane. To get elevations, we have to get sea level, treating it like it's flat. Like literally everything in the world, we have to use the Earth as flat to be able to do any of those things. So we would need some pretty substantial evidence of the opposite, as literally everything that exists shows us that it's flat. Yet when we look for the answer to that,
to give us that evidence, it is, well, you can never see the curve. So what?
I agree. It's weird.
Right, like that's just the fundamental logical axiom, right? Like the evidence tells you one thing, well, that's what it is until you can prove otherwise. And we don't have one solid shred of evidence that proves otherwise. So why would we possibly think it? Because it requires all kinds of theories. It's like water always finds its level, except for with the earth, it curves around the outside of a ball and sticks to it. And that's because of gravity, which can't be proven and is just a theory and has been debunked even within our own theories. And we can't come up with exactly what it is or even know what to define it as. Blah, 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 blah. It's like one side is just running around with its head cut off with no evidence and they can't even explain it. The other side just is literally what you see your entire life.
Hey, Witsit and Ryan, would I be able to backtrack for a second? Because I was really hoping Witsit was here earlier when I was trying to explain a few things. And I was explaining about relative density, and I was hoping Witsit was here so he could give just a small explanation to Ryan about electrostatics.
Okay.
Would that be okay? That would be appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So, like the easiest analogy is if you have a balloon and you rub it on your head, the balloon can stick to the wall. That's because you created an electrostatic charge. So it doesn't go down, it sticks to the wall. Once it resides, it goes back down to the ground. When it goes back down to the ground, the balloon is still electrostatic. The air that it goes through is electrostatic, and the ground that it goes to is electrostatic. Everything that exists is electrostatic because the molecules themselves that are held together to give you matter are held together with electrostatic charge. So what that means is literally everything that exists is electrostatic. Okay, so we can prove that a million ways. So we have that. Now we're going to come over here and say, well, does that have something to do with things going up and down? And how would we test that? Well, to test or prove that, we would manipulate the independent variable of electrostatics, and we would see if it causes things to go up and down. And when you do that very thing, you can make objects float in the air going up, or you can make things draw down to the ground with electrostatics. So what that proves is that electrostatics causes things to go up and or down. It's the same thing with density, right? If we throw the beach ball up, it'll fall down in the air, but if we put it to the bottom of a pool, it'll go up because of the water. So what's that show? If we manipulate the density of the medium, then we can change the direction. So that is part of the answer because we can prove that changes the direction, but so does electrostatics because you can prove it. So, I mean, there's literally no way you can claim it has nothing to do with electrostatics because literally everything that exists is electrostatic and it does that very thing. So that's about it.
So would you claim that there is actually a downward bias?
So we have a downward electric current on the Earth that goes down towards the surface, which is measurable. So it's called atmos electricity, and it goes up 100 volts per meter. It's equipotential, meaning it increases an equal amount per distance, so 100 volts per meter, and that results in a downward current seeking equilibrium down towards the surface, which has a negative charge. And you can prove this by, of course, just measuring the charge in the air, and also by getting what's called a corona motor. And if you have a string going up in the air, it'll run the motor because it takes that the current runs down the string and runs the motor. The higher the string goes in the air, the faster the motor will turn. So we do have a downward, quote unquote, downward bias, but more specifically, an electric downward current. Right.
So what you're saying is everything goes to ground.
Yeah. That's why it's called ground.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's awesome. But what electrostatics? I mean, obviously, it's very easy to make dust stick to a TV screen or something like that. But do you think that electrostatics has any substantial ability to hold a large volume of matter down, like you say, a cruise ship or something like that, or does that just fall back into the buoyancy and density factor because obviously electrostatics isn't really going to change whether something that heavy goes up or down in
Right.
relative to its medium.
So it's important to note that the primary factor or variable in all the situations is density, because like the buoyant force that results from a density relationship is significantly stronger than electrostatics. Electrostatics isn't very strong. It is compared to like the fairy tale of gravity and stuff like that, but in the real world, it isn't that strong. So it's not that it's super strong. It's just that it's always there. So it's always a factor, right? So it creates that up and down that we have, the objective up and down, and then density sorts the rest of it out. And just to clarify, when another guy said everything goes towards ground, basically, but right, we know that technically everything doesn't go down. It just has a tendency towards down. Like the velocity, like the elastic collision of gas results in an energy much stronger than that weak downward quote unquote bias, right? So not, everything going down towards ground is kind of requires some more specificity, but yeah, long story short, density is stronger. And in order to make something that big float, it would require so much electrostatic charge that like it would literally kill everyone. It's not very feasible, right? But yeah, I hope that answers.
If you're in a room, you light some incense and there's absolutely no air in the room, you can get like a perfect, like a form of smoke going directly up in the air in a perfect line. How would electrostatics interact with that situation?
Wait, sorry, say again. With what?
Yeah, just say you're sitting in like a bedroom. You light some incense. There's absolutely no air in the bedroom. Everyone holds their breath. You light some incense, and the smoke from the incense just goes directly up like a perfect line up into the sky. Would electrostatics have any influence in those particles of smoke that are going up, even though they're such small light particles? Does that make any sense? With
Yeah.
that?
So it's the same thing, right? Which is kind of what I was alluding to earlier. Gas seeks its equilibrium relative to its environment. So it's going to disperse in all directions, violently seeking equilibrium relative to the density around it. And that's much stronger than electrostatics. But every single molecule of gas is electrostatic. All the air around it is also electrostatic. So it's always a variable, right? Like you can't remove it. And then a cool thing to kind of put into perspective here, if you basically hold a Van de Graaff generator, or you were to say put electrostatic charge on someone, right? If you have candles lit up across the room, you can point your finger at the candle and it will go out. The flame will go out as you point it because of the electrostatics on your finger. When you point it, it'll literally make the candles go out. So it has an effect on gas, right? It's just that the equilibrium sought by gas molecules overpowers it. It's just stronger. Like that density.
The smoke going up directly up in the air isn't a gas.
It is, right? Yeah.
Wait, what is? What is it?
It's molecules. It's small particles of some sort, isn't it? Smoke's not a gas, is it? I'm asking.
Smoke is comprised of gas. Yes, I mean you have something burning, which will be material itself, like also burning. But yeah, gas is incorporated with smoke. Yeah, but it doesn't matter even if it wasn't. Everything in the world is electrostatic. Like everything in the world.
I agree.
Right.
So here's a ridiculous hypothetical scenario. Say that the charges were reversed. The charges between the ground and the container or whatever are reversed. Then would everything go up?
Yeah, you're going to get the smoke rising because it's not so
Can I get an answer from Whit?
Yeah. So I suppose hypothetically, sure. Yeah, like you see, this is another proof actually of a container, because you would have to have two Gaussian surfaces. You have to have two surfaces. So we have the ground acting as a surface, and then we have another surface above us, because that's the only way you could have perfect equipotential lines. right? So we know we have a container above us because that's the only way you could have that. And then, yeah, I guess you could. That's kind of a weird question in a way, right? Because it's like that's the intrinsic design. So I don't even know how it'd be feasible to flip it. But yeah, of course, yeah. Like it's always going to seek equilibrium relative to charge.
Right.
So do you think, Whitsett, that there's actually a measurable downward bias?
There's a measurable downward electric current, right? So it's like, yeah, so like if you have an electric current going down, what that does is create downward pressure, right? So yes, you can measure the downward current. It's like this gets really deep because we've been mistaught everything. So you have to define what weight is, because weight goes down, right? And then we measure it on a scale. Like weight is electrostatic acceleration, technically, because that object's electrostatic. So technically, like weight is electrostatic. And I don't want to like try to make it too complex or whatever, but they say weight equals mass times gravity, but actually that equation's wrong. And a Glober would say, go get your Nobel Prize. And I will, because it's weight is medium specific, location specific, vector, which is magnitude and direction, right? Vector specific and coherency specific. So weight is a much more complex issue than we've been led to believe. And I'm saying all that, the relevance of that is because weight is downward pressure, because that's what you're measuring on a scale, right? Pressure over area, a downward pressure. So I hope that kind of is giving clarity to this. Like the primary force that holds everything in the world together is electrostatics. And the globe lie has basically swept it under the rug because it isn't strong enough to make their model work. Meaning it wouldn't make gigantic planets in a vacuum revolve around each other. So they had to kind of hijack it, say, oh, well, yeah, it would explain everything on the Earth, but really there's something else there. And when it gets bigger and bigger, gravity takes over. We just can't prove it. So
do you have an analogy of what it might be like if you just removed electrostatics from this current system? Just say we live in an enclosed flat Earth. In an enclosed system, obviously, and you removed electrostatics, what in your opinion would change?
That's a crazy question, man, because literally matter itself would cease to exist. Right? Like matter itself couldn't exist. Like you couldn't have like a compilation of matter. It couldn't be held together. So if you were to remove electrostatics, like you would effectively Thanos snap in existence. Yeah.
So. Thank you. Awesome answers.
Okay. Questions over?
Yes. Until I drink my next vodka and come up with another one.
Okay. Yeah. No. I like Whit. Whit knows a lot. That was cool. I just got a dump of information. I was writing down questions as you were talking. The first thing, way back, you mentioned the downward current. What do you call that? You said atmosphere, something. Something.
I don't like the word atmosphere because it's a stupid term, but yeah, like it's called atmospheric electricity.
Atmospheric electricity. Okay, I can look that up.
Yep, and I can drop you some stuff in a second after walking to the store, but I can show you. You should look up a Corona motor.
Mm-hmm.
And those are very fascinating. It's effectively an electrostatic motor. And if you just tie a wire to it and set it on the ground and the wire goes up in the air, right? Like you can put it on a balloon or whatever, then the electricity in the air will run down that wire and it'll make the motor start spinning. Yeah, okay. Because it's all around us. Like we have electricity all around us, and then we can measure it. It's equipotential. I'll drop you some sources in a sec once I get back out of the store, though.
Yeah, no hurry. Are you good to still talk?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. You mentioned something about pointing at a candle and making it go out. What did you mean by that?
Yeah, like if you have if you increase electrostatic charge on your body and you had a bunch of candles lined up in the room, you could point at it, and when you point at each candle, you can make the flame go out.
Okay.
Effectively the energy will be exchanged through the medium of the air to the actual candle, and it'll make it go out. And I can send you a link for that too. It's pretty fascinating.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Might be able to have fire magic. Maybe putting a can. No, that doesn't look it.
I just found something about a Corona motor that could run a drone.
Interesting.
Hey, what's it?
Yeah.
Sorry, one last question. Yeah, I usually ask all the Globers this question, but could you give one example in nature without any man-made objects used in which specific gravity doesn't account for the reason that things seek equilibrium or go up and down?
Well, can you define specific gravity for me first?
You just, call it relative density, I guess.
Well, that's the problem. That's why I asked you to define it, because it's hijacking. It's hijacking the phenomena, but not acknowledging electrostatics. You can't really separate.
Yeah, so just one example in nature where relative density, let's just call it relative density, doesn't account for gravity, for a downward, upward.
Bumblebees. Bumblebees
Yeah,
are aerodynamic based on their density, but their electrostatic resonance allows them to fly, and in fact, in such a way that they can fly through crosswinds up to 60 miles per hour unaffected.
Zero Globers have ever been able to even touch that, so thank you.
Yeah. Also, beetles.
Looking into bumblebees now. Thank you for killing the next 2 weeks of my life looking into bumblebees.
Yeah, look up bumblebees, specifically bumblebees, not just any bees. And then there's something called spider ballooning. There are also beetles that use electrostatics. Of course, lightning is electrostatic phenomena.
Yeah, me too.
So there's four real quick.
So the force that the bumblebee uses to elevate itself would be the only reason that it wouldn't sit in equilibrium, correct? Or
Well, yeah. So simply, bumblebees by design are not aerodynamic. Their wings alone wouldn't allow them to fly. So it's like a combination of the movement of their wings and then the electrostatic resonance it creates around it. Kind of like imagine like a UFO with a little aura around it, like a force field around it. And so it just creates this resonance, and that's how bees can levitate and overcome their lack of aerodynamic design. Does that make sense? So density alone would make the bee fall down. It couldn't fly.
Yeah, I totally get you. Probably not on the level to be able to argue with that, but the only thing I can say is that the energy of the bee flapping its wings is the only reason that the bee is elevating, and without the bee using its own force to manipulate its position within its medium, it wouldn't ever move from equilibrium within that medium if it didn't have its own external force of energy being.
Yeah, it's always going to have something to do with density, right? That's why it's dishonest to disconnect the two, because it's equilibrium is relative to density, but it's intrinsically electrostatic, so it's not either or.
I wish I could
fall down.
I sure wish I could do what the bumblebee does. Maybe one day we'll have a strap-on model.
Also, I do want to throw this out here, right? So, when you're studying natural science, of course, then you have the scientific method and scientific experimentation. We understand that naturally occurring observable phenomena, dependent variable. You have independent variable, the presupposed cause. You manipulate that to verify that it is, in fact, the cause of the effect. Scientific experimentation is the process of validation of natural world claims. But that does not mean that you cannot gain valuable, information as to how things work with the intervention of man. So it's you can't make scientific claims about the natural world, but you can still, compile valuable information. Whereas, if you don't do
But a
that,
lot of,
you're just going to ignore a whole lot of stuff in the world, like the fact that I can make wood float. But since I did that with the Van de Graaff generator, we just have to ignore that the wood. Well, then we just kind of become stagnant. So it's important to critique the Globers because they make pseudoscience claims about the natural world without scientific experimentation. Simultaneously, we also can still learn things without with us having to manipulate it synthetically.
what do you think about like just say like a 50-ton rock that finally falls off a cliff, something like that? Would electrostatics really have anything to do with something that has such a huge weight to it? And in weight, I mean, you know, the volume of matter and comprising of which matter that specifically is. Would it not have almost a negligible effect on something so heavy? I understand how it would work on dust or something small like that, but would it work on heavy objects? I mean, obviously, you're never going to get a cruise ship or something floating. That's why you say relative density plays such a huge part in the electrostatic system.
Yeah. But density is just a byproduct of electrostatics, though. That's what I'm trying to drive home, right? So if you have a rock, like its weight is because of electrostatic. Like that's what weight is. Like that's what holds the rock together, right? So that's like what gives it its weight. So it's like it's not like density. Well, density is just so much stronger. Well, density is because of electrostatics. If you want to get technical, right? Like because like if I weigh something on a scale and it weighs 5 pounds, but then I increase electrostatic charge and it levitates off the scale, how much does it weigh then? Like in the Glober will say,
if I have like 20,000, if I have like a ball that's 20,000 pounds of lead, pure lead, do you think that electrostatics or buoyancy and density has the most effect on what happens to that object? Obviously, you're going to say buoyancy and density, and maybe electrostatics creates the up from down bias.
Well, yeah, but the density comes from electrostatics. That's what I'm saying. Like you can't have density without electrostatics. So it's like it's a catch in a way, right? Like it's.
Yeah. I think even the globe Earth model agrees with that density comes from electrostatics.
Yeah, of course. Like to cite Purdue, all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature.
Yeah, without electrostatics, everything. If gravity were to exist, everything would just collapse into black holes. Electrostatic forces are what keeps things not doing that and keeps things and gives them density.
Yeah, within the paradigm of gravity and black holes. Sure.
Yeah.
Which
so basically to give one example of within a closed system with a just say a firmament or whatever, an enclosure, flat Earth. The only example of electrostatics would be things of like it would be only light objects, or would more dense objects also fall under that category?
All matter that exists is electrostatic. So it's like when we try to do it on a small scale to manipulate the IV to show that you can make things float, it's going to have to be something really light because it takes so much charge relative to. We're going to use mass just colloquially because it's just a concept, but right, like that's the only thing. Like when you use a Van de Graaff generator, you can get like styrofoam or little pieces of wood or you name it and make it float, but it has to be light because you're only introducing so much electrostatics, right? Like
would it be possible to get like a lead sinker? Just say you got like just a small lead sinker that you would use for fishing. You drop that to the bottom of a fish tank. Would that be Would it be possible to make that float using electrostatics?
No, I mean technically it would be possible. It would just require it would require a very, very big Van de Graaff generator. Like it would be crazy. Like I can technically make you float with electrostatics, but I would kill you before you floated. Right. So and that's my point. It's like it doesn't really matter how strong it is. The point is just that it's there. That's the point. It's like that it's there so that it can't be disregarded when acknowledging the phenomena because it's a variable that we know is there.
I have a question for Wit. I have a question for Witsit if when you're ready.
I'm ready, man.
Hey, how would you think you could actually move something? Let's say a wheeled device, like some kind of cart or transportation. How would you move something like that with electrostatics? You could use the corona motor in some way, but that's kind of a secondary means. Do you think there'd be a possible primary means of moving a wheeled vehicle, let's say?
I think the most efficient way to utilize electrostatics for transportation would actually be just like a bumblebee, meaning you would create a vibrational pattern within whatever object it is, and then that would attain levitation and ability to change direction. Like external input of electrostatics would not be the efficient way. And I think for sure the military already has this, right? Like that, like they definitely already have electrogravitic propulsion devices where there's like a resonance created from within whatever's moving. And of course they'll tell you about it.
I wonder how close that is to the bumblebee. And I thought that was a good idea. If we could have a bumblebee unit that creates this resonance, I mean, like, how hard would that be? I'm thinking there's going to be a breakthrough, and I think these things are more simple than we can even imagine. Like Tesla said, they're like all around us. It's everywhere, and there's probably just some small thing that could be done that all of a sudden is going to create this power from this electrostatics and electromagnetism. I think it's
say if you're gonna create something, what better way than to imitate natural design?
Yeah, so a directional resonating unit.
What does the resonating do?
It just creates like a vibrational aura, if that makes sense. Like it's just like an area of vibration, right? And so like it'll like you can also do, like, have you ever heard of acoustic levitation? You can use sound to levitate objects as well because the vibration will actually displace it.
So I've thought about this a lot with because I make sounds with my guitar so much, like so many different sounds. I've thought, well, why couldn't it, like, it'd be really nice to be able to tell which frequency could do what. Because I mean, all those frequencies change my mood, like, and change others' moods when they hear it. Like immediately, it's an immediate response. So we know it's affecting us emotionally. I know that's separate from the physical aspects of whatever effect.
Hey, Sonny. Sonny.
Yeah. Yes.
Have you ever played? Obviously, you know about harmonics on the guitar.
Yes.
Yeah, there's certain harmonics you can play on the guitar. You can play, I forget if it's 5th or 7th or 9th fret or whatever. Anyway, you can play a harmonic there. It sounds beautiful, and you can then touch your fingers over any set of strings, and it will instantly cut out the sound. But if you play a certain harmonic on I think it's the 5th or the 9th fret, and then you hold your fingers over the 11th, I think it's the 11th fret. Don't quote me on any of this.
I can do multiple harmonics.
Just continues to play. You can't block it out with your finger.
I can do multiple harmonics on the guitar at the same time, and then I can modulate them too with loosening the strings. So I know a lot of those tricks, which I'm finding new things with sounds I've never heard come from the instrument before, which is freaking really weird, amazing, and very strange. Like, whoa, you jump back and go, holy crap, where did that come from? It sounds like a voice, man. I'm telling you. I hear voices and songs and stories coming through my instrument. I'm like, where is this coming from? It's not coming from me.
I like Jimi Hendrix Star Spangled Banner. So it's like, how do you make those sounds out of the guitar? It's crazy.
I've got a question for you about the electrostatics and density, bro. Can you sort of break it down or elucidate a bit, like how can it cause rock to how does it cause rock to hold together? You mentioned something about it holding stuff together.
Yeah.
Could you expand on that?
Yeah. So like if you have a rock, right, it's made up of a bunch of molecules. And each molecule is held together with electrostatic charge because it's an attractive charge. Like if you take the balloon and stick it to the wall, every molecule in the rock is held together by an electrostatic charge, right? Like just like a balloon on the wall.
But then, if we theoretically, if we remove that charge, the rock falls apart.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But you can't remove it though. Like it's like impossible.
Well, see, that's the thing. I've seen it being disrupted. I've been part of stuff like that where you can actually physically affect solid material by changing, the electric field around it. But
yeah,
I've never seen it change with a removal of an electric static. Again, we can't, like you say, we can't get down to the nitty gritty to actually do this, and that's where I'm struggling with it, mate. To actually see it.
Well, I think
Yeah.
that's just beautiful in a way, right? Because that means that the design of where we live is like, you can't play God effectively. Like to remove electrostatics, you would play God because like the material world would cease to exist.
Yeah.
Is there any scientific proof of a downward bias?
Yeah, there's a downward electric current on the Earth.
Would that work also for like a cruise ship or an airplane, rather than just like a aluminium thing or something that's very light? I'm just asking. I have no idea myself.
I'm checking it out.
I actually have a device that most of you probably know about. I won't tell you what the device is at the end, but it can actually have the current going both directions. So away from the ground and towards ground. A high DC current up to 400 volts going from the DC generating part of the circuit to ground, an AC current coming in, going into a vacuum tube, going through a vacuum gap. That means it's not touching anything. The sound can go in this wave, this AC
Can you do that with a pool ball?
A AC wave going against a strong DC current. It's going in the opposite direction. It goes that goes the opposite direction the entire way through the amplifier until those vibrations are picked up by the speaker coil, the power and speaker coil, and then it goes out to the speaker, creating a physical motion of the speaker back and forth that mimics the exact sound. So this is a strange phenomenon to me that, like, when I first discovered that, I'm like, wow, how does that happen? Like, that's not the way I learned about electricity. Like, it's supposed to always go to ground, that high DC current, very high voltage.
Well, I want to throw this out here since we're talking about this. You got to be very particular when you say things like downward bias. And there are some pretty prominent flat earthers that are just going to try to like rip you apart. Well, you'd actually be surprised. There's a very prominent flat earther who's taught this room a lot of the things that they say, who agrees with me on this, by the way. Right. So just so you know, that it's just that they hate that. It doesn't matter. They hate to hear the word downward bias, right? Like, because that's the Globers say this word in the pseudoscience way, and I get it. But it's like to be specific, there's a downward electric current on the Earth, and positive energy continues to increase the higher you go above the Earth, and positive goes to negative in the ground or the surface of the Earth is negatively charged. Thus, the positive is going to go to the negative, and there's no way around it, nor can it be removed. And density equilibrium is going to result in a force stronger than that. The buoyant force is going to be stronger than that. Like the dispersal of gas, that energy is going to be stronger than that. But it doesn't mean it's not there. And that's
so the electrostatic force is a very weak force overall.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
And so it's like, some will tell you that there's a downward bias. Does gas go up? Then there's no downward bias. But that's not actually coherent, okay? Because just because it's stronger doesn't mean that there's not like a downward current around it, and that's kind of the point.
You know, this is a very interesting conversation. I've actually had visions of how I could power my bicycle with a wire. I actually saw this in my mind's eye with a wire going out to the front of the bicycle and then it going back and grounding on the ground, dragging it across the ground as a ground and powering the bike. Like,
one last thing.
Why did I see that? And now this kind of pulls some of that together with the corona motor and this electromagnetism. Like, see what I mean? I think there's something very simple that could be done. I just don't know what the key is. Anyway, go ahead.
I just want to say this one last thing. So it's important to understand this part, right? So the globe claims that there's a downward bias. They actually claim, technically speaking, that the curvature of space-time fabric pushes things down, but whatever, effectively. But this is the fundamental difference. This is why it's not the same as a globe saying it. What I'm saying can be proven. We can physically manipulate this force. We know it's there. It's in the real world. It's physically manifest. It can be measured, and then when you manipulate it, you can make things go up and down. Now, gravity can't do any of that because it's just fake, right? So you can't physically detect it, manipulate it, measure it, none of that. You cannot physically manipulate gravity and make things flow. There's no such thing, right? There's no such thing as an anti-gravity machine. So that's the fundamental difference, right? Where one is provable and I can literally manipulate electrostatics and make things float. And so if you really soak that in, there's no rebuttal. I can make an object float with electrostatics. You see what I'm saying? So like that's why I think it's important to discuss, because it's just another nail in the coffin of heliocentrism, because that's what's there. It's 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity even claims to be on the smallest scale. And yet they claim gravity's there. You just can't prove it, because electrostatics would never be strong enough to make gigantic balls and vacuums fly around each other. This is a death
What about a
blow
bowling
to the
ball
globe.
or something? What about a bowling ball or something like that? Could you make a bowling ball float?
It would have to be a ton of electrostatic charge.
A tennis ball?
Even a tennis ball, you'd have to have a whole lot of electrostatic charge. You could, for sure. You could. It'd have to be a lot. It's that weak. It's so weak, you'd have, for a tennis ball or even a ping pong ball, you would have to have a ton of electrostatic charge. Now, ping pong ball is much more feasible, but so that's the point, right? That's why they couldn't use it, because it's way too weak for their fairy tale that they need. So, like, they couldn't use electrostatics. So they just hijacked it. They hijacked Coulomb's law. Yeah, they hijacked the phenomena and then tried to call it gravity and say it was scalar, meaning that when the mass increases, it gets stronger. And that on the big scale, that gravity takes over because it's stronger than electrostatics. It's just a fairy tale because electrostatics doesn't work. Because, of course, reality is not a spinning ball in a vacuum. So evidence never will explain how that could happen, because that's not what's happening.
So if you dropped a bowling ball from 5 foot high, what impact would electrostatics have on that bowling ball in comparison to buoyancy and density? Would it be very minimal?
It'd be damn near negligible. Yeah. Yeah, which again, though, density is because of electrostatics, but something can't have density without electrostatic charge, the attractive force holding it together. But yeah, it would be like damn near negligible for sure. Like, because the density of that object relative to the air is that equilibrium being sought, like the force that comes from that, the buoyant force, is so much stronger than electrostatics, bro. Like, it's significantly stronger, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because the claim is just that it exists. That's all the claim is. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how strong it is. Because
Awesome.
a lot of flat earthers say it doesn't exist, bro. That's the problem. Like, a lot of flat earthers say that it's just density equilibrium, density disequilibrium, and it is not, bro, because we know something else is there. So that's very ignorant to just turn your head to it. And I've obviously had people try to intimidate me away from saying this for a few years. I think they've kind of put together that's obviously not going to happen.
So if asked what disproves specific gravity in nature without any man-made objects included, it would be maybe bumblebees.
Yeah, bumblebees, spider ballooning, beetles. There are certain beetles that do the same thing, and lightning. And of course, it doesn't. See, this is the catch-22 here. You don't have to debunk specific gravity and replace it with electrostatics, because specific gravity or density disequilibrium is intrinsically electrostatic itself.
Okay, so for example, just say you had a cruise ship floating on the ocean, and you remove electrostatics from it, nothing would really change in that situation, specifically because of because it's such a big object.
You can't remove it though. So you can't remove it. That's the problem. It's always
so, but it wouldn't be testable or provable scientifically, would it?
Okay, so if you're saying scientifically, as in it has to be a naturally occurring phenomena, you're going to have to look at bumblebees and stuff like that. But here, I'll say it like this. So if it's just density disequilibrium, then let's do an experiment. Okay, so the apple falls off the tree, right? The classic. Okay, well, the apple's more dense than the air. It's seeking equilibrium.
Mm-hmm.
Apple. You can't
everything good just cut out for me. Sorry, Witsit, can you say that one more time?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm roboting, but it's just the apple itself is electrostatic. So you can't invoke one scientific demonstration in all the world to show density disequilibrium without simultaneously invoking electrostatics, because all matter is electrostatic. So every time someone brings up a scenario, they're strengthening my argument, ironically. You've heard the egg.
So in the natural world, without any man-made objects, what would, so besides bumblebees, what would discredit relative density?
Part of my claim. Relative density, you can't have density without electrostatics. So it's like name anything. The egg falls, the apple falls, the orange falls. Because when you're talking about natural phenomena, you're going to talk about something natural. But it's that density disequilibrium is electrostatic.
Yeah, but the bumblebee or the rock or the tennis ball sitting at the bottom of the medium would never, ever, ever move unless an external force acted on it, which would be the energy of the bee flapping its wings.
Well,
I'm sorry. My internet cut out for everything you said then.
I think it's me too. I can't hear it either.
It might be me. Sorry. Anyway, I don't want to just keep going in circles. It's very simple. Everything that exists that's material is electrostatic. And the bumblebee is just an example of electrostatics overcoming density because it's stronger. And that's a rare case where there's so much electrostatics that it overcomes density. But that's rarely the case. But it doesn't matter, and it doesn't have to be the case, because everything that seeks equilibrium based on its density is electrostatic. If the beach ball goes up from the bottom of the pool, the beach ball is electrostatic, and so is the water. If you put an egg in water and add salt, changing the density and making it float or go down, everything involved, the water, egg, and salt, are electrostatic. Therefore, electrostatics is objectively a variable involved in equilibrium. It's just
So
a fact.
So what you're basically saying is that most things operate under buoyancy and density, but electrostatics is what creates the up and down vector?
It is a variable. Yeah, it's what sets the initial up and down. And like what gives you density is electrostatics. Right? So it's like the way that you would prove it, okay, like if that's true, then that means that if you manipulate electrostatics, you should be able to make things go up or down. Well, you literally can do that. So just like with the egg, you can manipulate the density and make it go up or down. Right? So you prove that density of an object relative to the density of the medium make things go up or down. You proved that. Well, if you manipulate electrostatics, things will float. So you've proven that electrostatics makes things go up or down. So it's not either or, right? It's both. So I'm not like refuting density disequilibrium. I'm refuting the claim that's all that's at play, because that's objectively not true. Unless you can find a piece of matter that's not electrostatic, and I'll go ahead and let you know that doesn't exist. Whether it's an insulator, so it can be glass, rubber, wood, all of it's electrostatic, right? And the only thing that people can invoke that isn't electrostatic is they can try to talk about like a neuron, which is pseudoscience, subatomic scale, right? That's just pseudoscience. All matter that exists, all of it is electrostatic. Well, what if we put it in a Faraday cage? Well, there's no Faraday cage that exists that can attain zero. There's still some there. It just cuts out as much charge as possible. What if I ground something? It still has electrostatic potential. Everything does. Right? So there's just no way around it. It shouldn't be something Flat Earth is scared of. We shouldn't be scared of anything, because the Earth is reality. It's not the Earth is flat. It's not flat Earth. It's just the Earth. Reality is reality. Whatever is here, we should just acknowledge it. We have no need to lie. We have no need to hide from things. We have the truth on our side. We should just acknowledge what is, and that's all there is to it.
Hey, Ryan, what do you think about that?
I think even in a globe model, neutrons, for example, are electrically neutral, but that's because technically, I'm just talking about what the globe posits. It's even neutrons are created by charged quarks, theoretically. So there is really no matter that's electrically neutral.
Yeah, correct. And even like quote unquote neutral has what's called electrostatic potential. So it's like there's a resting resonance or resting potential in everything. So yeah. Anyway, I have to go put together my stream room, but I love you guys. It's been nice chatting.
Yeah. Where'd you go?
Take care, Witsit.
Thanks for popping in, man. Appreciate it a
Django,
lot.
you're asking a lot about cruise ships. One thing about electrostatics and cruise ships, for example, electrostatics is what makes it so that the water can't just arbitrarily pass through the whole of the ship randomly. The fact that the water doesn't pass through the whole of the ship randomly is because of electrostatics. So the idea is you have the whole of the ship itself is, of course, much, 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 much heavier. The idea is you have the whole of the ship going down, and water can't go through that because of electrostatics. And then you have the air inside the ship being compared to the water outside of the ship.
Yeah,
And so
but the
overall
of the ship is more buoyant than the overall of the water that the ship is sitting in. As simple as that.
If you take ship hull plus air inside and take the density of the two of them combined, that's less dense than the water, which is why it would float. But for example, if you take a hose and a pump and you start filling the inside of the ship with water, it'll sink eventually, because you're increasing the density. And then it becomes water plus ship versus water. And the water plus ship is obviously more dense than the water.
Yeah, exactly what I'm talking about. It just comes down to the makeup of the object in regards to the makeup of the medium that the object is in, and the object in the medium will always have an equilibrium point until that equilibrium is messed with by an external force, and until then that object in equilibrium will remain static.
I completely agree. Yeah. And so talking about like, what if we took out electrostatic force and wanted to just look at density? Density is not a force. It's caused by electrostatics and whatnot, forces, whatever forces you want to point at. It has to be caused by forces of density, not force.
Buoyancy is a force, though.
Yes. Buoyancy is a force. So buoyancy, for example, that kind of stuff. If you just take out electrostatics all of a sudden, everything would go to shit. It would, yeah.
It's funny that
everything would cease to exist if you took out electrostatics, right? Because all intermolecular bonds are inherently electrostatic. So that's what Whitsitt was trying to say, and what I think maybe Lumpy are kind of glossing over and not understanding is that all matter is made up of molecules, right? And all of the molecules coalesce together due to their electrostatic charge. And you can't inherently remove electrostatics from matter. It's a necessary property of matter. It's how matter
but the
coalesces.
elements of the object that are made up of have specific elements. If they're all made up of lead, then they're going to have a specific density. It depends on what elements the object that we're speaking about is going to be made from.
Right. Yeah, density plays a factor in everything, like what you're talking about, right? Specific